Since 2013, institutions have trusted BitGo for their digital asset needs. Backed by Goldman Sachs and other top investors, BitGo brings together the best of Wall Street and Silicon Valley to deliver institutional-grade security, compliance, and financial services. Today, we support all major coins and blockchain protocols and process 20% of all on-chain Bitcoin transaction volume for over 1,500 of the world's top institutions. When it comes to crypto, institutions trust BitGo.
Hello and welcome to CoinDesk Live at Consensus 2024, brought to you by BitGo. We are live from Austin, Texas for the third and final day of what has been an absolutely exhilarating event, from the Pitch Fest to the hackathon and even karate combat last night. The energy levels have remained high throughout. I'm your host, Jen Sanazzi. My co-host this morning is partner at Brian Cave, Leighton Paisner, Renato Mariotti. Renato, it's so nice to see you in person.
Absolutely. It's about time after all these times that we've been remote.
It is about time. Now, we often talk about what's going on from a legal or regulatory standpoint. We talk a lot about criminal trials in the crypto industry, but there is a big update in one of probably the biggest criminal trials in the country at the moment, and that is that Trump has been convicted of 34 counts of falsifying business documents.
That's right. I have to say, it's so rare that I'm talking about anything other than crypto regulation, crypto enforcement, what I see the SEC or CFTC doing. But look, today, obviously, this is going to have a big impact on our industry, right? Because ultimately, whoever is in the White House in this election is going to appoint the new SEC commissioner. Whether Gary Gensler, for example, remains SEC chairman is going to really depend on who wins this election. So I do think it matters. And, for this trial, I have to say, going into it, I thought that Trump really had a chance to win. It was definitely a winnable case. It was not one of these sort of straightforward slam dunk cases where you're caught in a robbery with a mask and a gun sort of thing. It was a complicated case, but really from beginning to end, the Trump team dropped the ball, and they adopted a sort of Trumpian strategy where they denied everything, attacked everyone, scorched earth. That might work in a rally, it might work on Twitter or something like that. It does not work very well in a criminal courtroom.
You have an op-ed that was published in the New York Times today. I've seen some clips of you talking about what could have happened, and you think that Trump was involved in his defense strategy, and that could have been part of the downfall. Tell me a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so if I was the defense attorney and you were my client, I think we would have gotten a hung jury or a misdemeanor here. Trump really should have conceded most of the things that happened. It really didn't matter for purposes of this trial whether he had sex with Stormy Daniels. Really didn't matter whether or not, for example, he paid off Stormy Daniels to keep quiet about the story. Actually, it didn't even really matter whether or not Michael Cohen was performing what was, actually doing the reimbursement. What really mattered here, and I think the real core defense for Trump should have been, this is, you said it a moment ago, Jen, falsification of business records. And Trump could have mounted the whole defense based on that. I didn't know that they falsified business records. Yeah, I knew I slept with a porn star. I paid her off. I didn't like the bad press, but that had nothing to do. I had no idea how they were recording this in the books and records of the Trump organization. I was in the Oval Office. I was in the White House. And instead of conceding all these points, they did the scorched earth, like attacking Stormy Daniels, going after her, making her feel bad on the stand. That sort of thing just distracts from the real defense they had in this case, and it ended up accomplishing nothing for Donald Trump.
I'm going to ask you to speculate a little bit here. Why do you think they did that? When you explain this, it feels like pretty clear cut on how you could potentially win. Why do you think they went in this direction?
Well, if you hired me as a lawyer, I would be giving you my expert advice, and you'd probably follow it because I have been doing this my career.
Because you're a lawyer.
Right. I've been doing this for my career. And, it's just like if you hire a doctor, if you have cancer and you hire a doctor, you're going to follow the cancer doctor's advice. But Donald Trump thinks he knows, I think, more than everyone else. And he was mad at Michael Cohen. He wanted them to spend a day beating up Michael Cohen instead of focusing on some very 9 narrow points that could have potentially won him a victory. I don't think he was happy with Stormy Daniels either. And so you had this nasty attack on Stormy Daniels and contesting whether or not what they did in the hotel room, which really was beside the point. So I do think it's changed the course of American history, and it'll be interesting to see whether it has an impact in this election, because I think that's going to matter for everybody listening here.
Okay, let's talk about what happens next. I know Trump's team is planning to appeal. We have an election in November. What is the series of events we can expect, and how is one going to affect the other?
So in federal court, a sentencing takes many, many months, years. And if anybody's been paying attention to other cases like CZ's case, you'll see that, okay, that's a long process. But in New York State Court, it happens quite quickly. So the judge has already set sentencing for July. That's literally in the middle of this race, like right around the time where you have conventions and debates and stuff like that. He will be sentenced. I don't expect a sentence of imprisonment. It's a Class C felony under New York law. Most of the time, that doesn't result in a prison sentence. He could get house arrest, which would be interesting. Like maybe he'll do his campaign remotely, like I'm doing my thoughts with you.
Yeah.
But I think realistically, it'll be a light sentence. And the question will just be, do voters care that he's a convicted felon?
Do you think voters will care?
I don't know. I will say this. In my experience from my clients, it really impacts their lives when they're a convicted felon. They're ashamed of it. People do care. He's trying to raise money off of this. I would have to think that there's going to be some swing voters out there. Some normal, just average folks who are like, that's something they don't want in their president.
Let's talk about this industry now. RFK Jr. is here at the conference. He spoke yesterday. I didn't hear the speech. Unfortunately, I was on set here, but I heard through the grapevine that he did say that Trump being convicted wouldn't really hurt him in this race. What do you make of those comments?
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, I view Kennedy as a spoiler in this race, right? I mean, I don't think anyone watching this really thinks that he's going to become the next president of the United States. How many ballots is this guy even on, right? But I do think, so I don't think that's going to impact him in this race. I really view him as a protest vote, and I don't know whether he's going to take more voters from Trump or whether he's going to take more voters from Biden. Clearly, the Trump team thinks he's going to take more voters from Biden because they're trying to pump up his candidacy.
All right, moving away from Trump now, I want to talk about some recent developments in the industry. A few weeks before the conference started here, we had FIT 21 pass in the House, and we had the approval of the spot Ether ETF. I would love to hear your opinions on FIT 21. Of course, it was a big milestone for the industry, but it does have some ways to go before it can be put into law. What are your thoughts on that as someone who follows the legal developments in the industry?
I do think that that was a shift. I mean, that was a significant move forward, and I'll explain why. For ever since the FTX debacle, ever since Sam Bankman-Fried became a pariah and was exposed as a fraudster, Democrats have been on the defensive because they took a lot of campaign contributions from Sam Bankman-Fried. So they decided they needed to be anti-crypto. I mean, we literally had Democratic senators like John Tester saying ban crypto, which I don't even know how you do that. It's like
that was my question.
Yeah.
How do we do this? It is clear that we don't have all the facts here if we're saying we're just going to ban crypto.
Exactly. It's just it's sort of silly. But the point is they wanted to distance themselves from that. They did not want to seem like they were in bed with the crypto space. And I understand politically what was going on there. Republicans were understandably attacking them because of those campaign donations. And so at this point, what I expect to happen, is a gradual movement in a bipartisan direction towards a regulatory framework. But right now we still have a situation where, although 100 Democrats voted for FIT 21, which I think is a real step forward, you have a bipartisan bill that came out of the House. We still have the lack of a vote in the Senate. And Jen, the president's already said he's not going to sign it into law. So I just don't see in the middle of a presidential election that getting worked out. It's not going to be a priority. And I think it's always a safe bet to bet on Washington, D.C. not accomplishing anything, not having a bipartisan agreement. So I don't expect there to be a regulatory framework this year. I think that's a bad thing for the United States because at least a lot of my clients are really looking overseas because there are other countries that are really far ahead of us in terms of developing a regulatory framework and having a better environment for crypto. But the bottom line, I think is that that time will come in maybe 2 or 3 years. And in the meantime, my clients that are litigating against the SEC are going to have to delay and not cut a deal, at least for the time being.
Well, we've touched on that a little bit before. Where are your clients looking to go? There are a few different jurisdictions that have regulatory frameworks. Which are the most, I guess, appealing to folks who are trying to leave the country?
Well, UK is, that's a great financial place to be, and it's a great location if you want to be located in a financial center. And they have a regulatory framework that is sort of on track to be put into place. That's one alternative. Even Canada is a more attractive alternative right now than the United States, which is really saying something. The EU is further along than the United States, which is amazing. You have a bureaucracy there. So I do think the United States is falling so far behind the pack that you are actually seeing members of Congress being pushed in a direction of doing something that's right, as opposed to just focusing on the immediate election.
All right, Renato and I are going to be talking to a bunch of folks this morning on these topics. But first, we're going to take a quick break. Stick around. Welcome back. Our first guest of the morning is the Director of Enforcement for the Texas State Securities Board, Joe Rotunda. Joe, welcome to the show.
Good morning.
How's your consensus going?
Oh, it's always a privilege to attend a CoinDesk event. I really appreciate y'all hosting this in Austin, and I think we've had a really good time.
You don't have to be nice to us just because you're sitting on us.
This is being recorded, right?
It is being recorded.
Reserve.
It is being recorded. I mean, we're on the last day of consensus. Talk to me about some of the conversations that you've had or the conversations you've attended that you feel like are progressing the industry forward.
Absolutely. You know what is really important to me? I work in the enforcement program of a state securities regulator. This is a brand new industry. It's vibrant. Right? It is changing very quickly. I have really appreciated the opportunity to learn. And I think that's one thing that regulators need to do when any type of new industry, new technology, or any type of disruptive force emerges, right? We need to learn about it. And I've really enjoyed being able to share different perspectives with different individuals here that come from all different aspects of the industry.
So what do you think the role should be of a state regulator in an industry that by its nature is not really confined to particular state boundaries?
Fantastic. What is our role? We have 50 different state regulators, and I think you'd get 50 different answers to that question. I'll tell you my perspective. We protect people, right? That's our goal in Texas, is the protection of the public. But that's just one of our goals, right? Our statute actually sets forth two different goals that we're supposed to have in it. One of them, in addition to investor protection, and that is promoting confidence in the market, right? That means we need to be having an open dialogue with the industry. But as far as our work, our day-to-day work with my division, we're after scams. Right. I've heard the phrase regulation by enforcement a lot, not necessarily just in this industry, by the way. I don't want to get into that. There are people getting hurt. We have the ability and the authority to protect them. Right. And when I say protect them, I'm talking about schemes that put a life savings at risk. Right. We're talking about white collar schemes, things that you don't associate with the legitimate industry, right? These are actors on the fringe. So that's really what our goal is here in Texas. We want to protect the public while promoting confidence in the market, creating an environment where legitimate business can flourish.
You know, you mentioned 50 different state regulators, then we also have our federal regulators, and it feels like we're getting different answers from each of them, right? Is that a challenge for you? Is it a challenge for you when you're trying to operate in your state, you're trying to speak to the people of Texas, but there are all of these other different regulators saying different things?
It's a good question. You know, I think what we have to recognize is that regulation in the modern age doesn't know geographic boundaries, right? A business that does business in Texas is likely also doing business in other states. I know that all of those states are going to have different statutes, different regulatory regimes. We're going to have a federal regime over top of it, and there's not just one sole federal regulator, and it can get confusing, right? What I've invited is if members of the industry that have questions, that need guidance, anything that we can do. I would much rather solve problems with a telephone call, right, or an email chain or a Teams meeting than I would with an enforcement action. And I think those are the best stories that I ever have to tell, are the ones that actually don't turn into stories. Because we solve problems, we solve controversies, we're able to come to resolve issues, right, absent any type of litigation.
One thing I think is interesting is Texas is having a securities department regulate this space. Other states have taken a different approach, right? New York, for example, does not have their securities department regulating this space. They've obviously gone in a different route. Right. Why did Texas choose this approach? What do you think are the benefits and drawbacks of that approach?
I may be biased, but I think it's the best approach. Right. I absolutely think it's the best approach because, again, we can't just isolate ourselves in one silo of protecting the public. While that is a primary goal, right, there are a lot of implications that come from that. In Texas, we do believe that legitimate business should have the opportunity to thrive with minimal burdens. Right. And that's the regime that we've gone with. We've been very active in the crypto space too. By the way, I was counting up the other day in terms of enforcement actions that we filed involving digital assets, and I came up with a number, and it was 300. Right, it was 300 respondents named in our enforcement actions since the fall of 2017. Almost every single one, and when I say almost, I mean the outliers are going to be very, very small and unique cases. We're engaging in fraud. We're hurting people, right? We are not filing the enforcement actions for technical violations of the law. We'd rather provide guidance, certainty, right? This should be an opportunity for a new technology and a new industry that have the potential to make a lot of lives better.
Despite what's happening on the state level, Renato was just telling me a lot of his clients are looking to move outside of the country because of what's going on with regulation here in the United States. How do you look at that happening, and how do you think about addressing it from where you sit?
Yeah, I think any change that comes is going to change at the federal level, right? A state could come up with a new idea, a new regime, and it's going to have an effect, but it won't have a huge effect. And I understand the calls for guidance. I understand the litigation that is going on right now. And I understand that regulators should be subject to criticism and concern. That's how we learn, right? We as regulators are necessarily focused on one thing, and that is our jobs, our duties, our jurisdictions. And there are a number of different issues that can arise in this context. So I get it, right? I know other countries are coming up with some new ideas. I hope to see some even more cutting edge ideas thrown around pretty soon domestically here. But what it will come to at the end of the day is our capital markets here in the United States have been the strongest in the world. I don't see any reason for that changing anytime soon. We will find a solution. Unfortunately, it hasn't happened yet, but I think we are coming to that kind of critical tipping point where something's going to happen.
You talked a moment ago about anti-fraud, right? And the fact, I think everyone agrees. No one wants there to be fraudsters. Everyone wants the government to engage in aggressive enforcement against fraud and people who are bilking consumers out of their money. But putting that to the side for a minute, are there other areas in which your department is seeking to bring enforcement actions, and what sort of guidance are you rolling out to the industry about those areas?
Would this be other areas other than anti-fraud where we may be bringing them? No, I don't see any of the maybe the more regulatory in nature violations that we would be bringing an enforcement action on. Of course, we would investigate as necessary and do what is necessary in the public interest. But I think, as you can see with some of the multi-state cases that have been filed, where a number of states will join together, sometimes with a federal regulator and file, not all states are joining those cases. Right? There are some states that are sitting out. Sometimes that's a resource issue. Other times it's a policy issue.
You mentioned scams. ImmuneFi reported a loss of more than $400 million from January to April of this year. I'm curious to hear what kind of scams you're seeing are most prevalent and how you're addressing them.
Of course, pig butchering is the cutting edge word. It is the new word in our vocabulary over the last 12 to 18 months. It is prevalent. What I am seeing, though, and this is something that's very interesting to me, it is I think the natural progression of scams in new industries, and that is a lot of crypto scams that target the elderly, senior citizens, right? We've seen a number of radical changes in just socioeconomic dynamics since the pandemic, right? Individuals who were at home were communicating with their doctors via telehealth, right? Communicating with friends via Zoom calls, getting more and more on social media, and that has increased across the board with the elderly, right? They are using smartphone applications, they have tablet computers. AARP has a whole artificial intelligence, blockchain, digital assets section for the elderly now. I speak to groups, and a lot of those groups are elderly individuals. I ask them to raise their hand if they know what crypto is. Nowadays, most of them are raising their hands, right? Many of them have been targeted or are victims of scams. So that's what we're seeing a lot of right now. Those are being perpetrated in many cases, some of the bigger ones, by multi-level marketing, right? Taking that old multi-level marketing model and adopting it to social media and something that is buzzy and newsworthy, digital assets.
Yeah, I mean, in my experience, there's an increase of these like pig butchering scams as well. A lot of this seems to be perpetrated from overseas. I mean, it's an interesting thing that we really don't have any way sort of to have cross-border cooperation. It's very difficult to have cross-border cooperation, and it often can be very difficult to locate perpetrators. You know, how do you coordinate with other states to try to ensure that there's adequate enforcement here in the United States?
You're right. Money goes overseas to an individual who's either anonymous, using a pseudonym, into a bank account or into a wallet held in a country that we do not have a very easy way of getting records from, either through treaty or otherwise. We're all facing that issue, and I'll offer a solution. And I'm sure people will pull holes in this, but since we're here, I think industry would like this too. We have spam blockers on our phone. We're warned when we get that spam telephone call in, right? We could get a very simple solution if we had something like that would warn people that a text message was a pig butchering scam, right? Something that may trigger either the algorithms, the AI, right, to warn these individuals. I think what we're finding is when we have the opportunity to talk to them and have that conversation, it's a lot easier on the front end than the back end.
All right, Joe, we are going to have to leave it there. Thanks so much for joining us this morning, and I hope you enjoyed the rest of Consensus.
It's my pleasure. Thank you very much.
That was Joe Rotunda, Director of Enforcement for the Texas State Securities Board. We are going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Let's kick off day 2, and let's go for a run.
We are excited that Consensus has chosen Hong Kong as its first destination to expand its global footprint beyond North America.
In 2025, Consensus is coming to the city of Toronto.
I just want a Mustang at Consensus.
I'm excited to be here at Consensus 2024. It's been fun so far, so let's go.
Hello and welcome back to our live programming from Consensus 2024. I'm Jen Sanasi here with my co-host Renato Mariatti. Our next guest is the Super Rare Labs Head of Growth, Luke White. Luke, welcome to Consensus. How's it been so far?
It's been pretty good. I must admit, I've spent at least 3/4 of my time in my Airbnb trying to help out with work, but it's been pretty good.
I know balancing work and conference life is difficult. Renato, I know you've been doing that. You've been doing some like live hits from your hotel room, attending the conference here at the desk. It's not easy.
It's a lot. It's a lot. I mean, I was literally going on my panel and then rushing back to have conversations with the regulators. Very challenging time, but I'm excited to learn a little bit more about Super Rare. What are you up to? What has been on your mind recently?
Yeah, well, Super Rare, we're a premium NFT art marketplace, and I think something that's been on my mind for a long time, which the company feels quite strongly, is this conversation we frequently have between, do we lean in towards exclusivity and, trying to embody being a platform that tries to elevate art by only sort of bringing on some of the most prestigious artists, or do we move towards a decentralization play, which in a lot of ways is more with the crypto ethos, Web3, trying to bring availability to everyone. And so I think what's been on our mind a lot is that we've sort of come to the decision that Super Rare, that the higher end art does need a voice. I mean, I think 2021 to 2022, 2023, a lot of amazing things happened with NFTs, but also the reputation really, really got tarnished. And there needs to be a voice for artists and for collectors that is sort of stepping up and representing that, the high caliber prestige, and to be honest, trying to compete with some of the long-standing art galleries and auction houses that have been here for a long time.
We've had a little bit of a regulatory focus on the show this morning, and I'm just curious if the SEC enforcement actions against the 2 NFT projects last year has hindered growth in any way. I know there's been a lot of talk more about NFTs being used for money laundering. That is also a conversation that happens in the art world. And so, has that affected growth in any way?
I wouldn't say it's affected growth. I mean, we're cautious, right? Rare DAO is the governing body for, Super Rare and the Rare Protocol, and we run everything through them. And I think it took a while, but I think we've sort of developed a system where the foundation, the Rare DAO, is sort of the leading voice in what happens, and we play into that. But it's difficult sometimes too, because CEO of the company wants to make active moves and make things happen, and I wouldn't say it's hindered us though.
You talked a moment ago about how the perception of NFTs has been tarnished. What can be done to change public perception of NFTs, and what steps could potentially even the government take to aid in that effort?
I mean, I think the biggest thing is just exposure and education to some regard, which is true with so much of crypto, right? Like it feels like a very insular environment that we're in. And with NFTs specifically, I'd like to think that we're going in a direction where the use cases for NFTs are going to expand in a variety of ways. That might not be necessarily what we're doing at Super Rare, but that these sort of tokens can be used as passes, locks, availability, accessibility, and that with that process, we might be able to get to a place where they're a little bit more ubiquitous, and people sort of really understand what NFTs are and what their purpose are, without having to think of them as just, a cartoon photograph that costs a lot of money. Yeah.
What use case do you think has staying power? Is it NFTs as art, or is it one of the use cases you just mentioned, or something that maybe we haven't even imagined yet?
It's hard to speculate. I'm a maxi for NFT art, for sure. I think it's here to stay. It filled a gap that really needed to be filled, and it continues to be elevated the more people become educated. I mean, a lot of the big auction houses are in the game, and they're going to stay in the game. I don't really want to speculate on what's going to succeed on the other side.
I love to ask people for speculation on this show, so I'm sorry, Luke. I got to ask you, though, are we ever going to see another $69 million sale of an NFT like we saw with Beeple in 2021?
I mean, I would say if there's an NFT that's of that level of value, it'd be great to see it sold at that price,
Well, yeah, I mean, I think one thing that's interesting to hear you talk a moment ago, and I know you're being careful because you can't reveal too much about strategy, but you're really talking almost about differentiation within the NFT space. And is that really a challenge for everyone in that space right now, is how to differentiate themselves?
I think so. I mean, it's certainly something that we've thought about. Growth happens so fast in the NFT space. We went from a startup to essentially exploding relatively quickly, and kind of lay the track in front of you on your feet while it's happening. It was, it's an interesting challenge. And I think like where we really come to is, as the space has evolved, I think we're sort of starting to see a lane for us that is very, very exciting and that we're really happy to run down. But I do think for probably everyone else too, it's a question of, where do I fit in this ecosystem?
Well, one question I have is what's the case that you make to artists? How do artists benefit, and how is it that you make the case to artists who are reluctant to get in, dip their toes in the NFT waters?
Yeah, I mean, tackling the first part before we actually, people who are resistant, a lot of artists, digital artists, once they sort of understand it, really dive into it. I mean, they've struggled for a really, really long time to have a way to be able to sell their art. Without NFTs, there's not really any sort of way to be able to verify it as an asset. I think one of the more compelling arguments just beyond that alone is the concept of secondary royalties, which is something what Super Rare has really, really been staunch advocate for. So, we have it set up that any sort of artwork that is sold on our contract and then continues to be sold in perpetuity, the artists will always receive secondary royalties for their sales in the future, which is something that's really never existed before in the art world. Yeah.
Tell us a little bit more about that. I know that some competitors have popped up, some other NFT platforms that have made royalties optional, that have brought fees down. How do you continue to compete when platforms like that pop up and are giving people like different options? Like it's almost like a choose your own adventure that doesn't actually benefit the artist in the long run.
Sure. I mean, I understand the logic from the perspective of those companies and what they're trying to do. And, it's definitely been like a hot debate, which, some people believe it's unfair to the buyer. I mean, from my perspective, you know what you're buying into. I think, and the reason that Super Rare is such a staunch defender of secondary royalties is that, like, we want to be an advocate for the artists and for elevating sort of the digital art world. And I think that resonates with the type of people that we want as users and customers. Yeah.
Have you checked out the NFT gallery here at Consensus?
No, I haven't yet.
On the spot.
I know.
Still got time. Still got time.
I'll make it. I promise to not go straight back to my room, though. I will be there pretty soon.
We all feel your pain, so it's okay. But check it out. There's some really cool artists that are featuring there.
Great.
Awesome, Luke. Thank you so much for joining
the show. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it.
We hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. All right, that was Luke from Super Rare Labs. He's the head of growth. We are going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Since 2013, institutions have trusted BitGo for their digital asset needs. Backed by Goldman Sachs and other top investors, BitGo brings together the best of Wall Street and Silicon Valley to deliver institutional-grade security, compliance, and financial services. Today, we support all major coins and blockchain protocols and process 20% of all on-chain Bitcoin transaction volume for over 1,500 of the world's top institutions. When it comes to crypto, institutions trust BitGo.
Hello and welcome back to CoinDesk Live from Consensus 2024. I'm Jen Sanasi here with my co-host Renato Mariotti. Our next guest is the SEC Commissioner Hester Peirce. Welcome to the show.
Thanks, Jen. Great to be here. Of course, I'm going to give you my disclaimer, which is my views are my own, not necessarily those of the SEC or my fellow commissioners.
Well, it's great to meet you IRL. Much like Renato and I, we've only spoken on the Zoom call, so it's great to be here in real life with you. Got to get your reaction to the conference. The theme over the last 3 days has really been policy and regulation here within these walls. Talk to us about the conversations you've been having.
Well, I'm always sad to hear that the theme of a crypto conference is policy and regulation. I long for the day when the theme of a crypto conference is actually the technology. But, I've had conversations similar to the ones I've had over the past several years, which is that we need to get the policy right so that people can focus on the technology. And there's a lot of work to go still on that. There's some positive shoots that we're seeing in the regulatory landscape, but we need to see more.
One thing that I've heard a lot about throughout the conference is concern from attendees here about regulation via enforcement, about the aggressive tack that the SEC has taken in enforcement matters. Does it concern you as a commissioner that so many in the industry are viewing the SEC as an adversary or as a obstacle to progress?
No, it certainly does. And I mean, I think I've had some similar concerns to what you've heard, that we're using enforcement as the primary way to make policy in this area. And that's just not the most effective way. It's not effective for the industry, but it's also not effective for us as a regulator with limited resources. And so I think we really need a reset. We need to engage people in policy making whose job is not enforcement, but whose job is actually policy making. And that's a different set of people at the SEC.
It seems that there is at times different approach taken by the SEC and CFTC. There's been some differences of opinion about whether, for example, certain tokens are securities. Is there a coordination with the CFTC, and how do you see potential sharing of regulatory responsibility between those two agencies going forward?
Yeah, I mean, crypto is not the first place where the CFTC and the SEC have had to have conversations, and sometimes very difficult ones, about where the jurisdictional lines lie. But I was talking to someone yesterday, and I think the person raised a really good point, which is that ultimately it doesn't matter whether the jurisdiction was with us or with the CFTC. We both work for the American people, and so we really want to get it right. I personally have been involved in conversations around jurisdiction related to security-based swaps and swaps under the Dodd-Frank Act, and I think we can have similar conversations here. I was on stage yesterday with Commissioner Mersinger from the CFTC, and I think she and I approach these issues very similarly. We'd like to sit down together, have roundtables, talk about some of these issues. And so we could start doing that tomorrow. There's no problem to that. And would some of those conversations be hard? Absolutely. But I think it could move us forward much faster than each agency working on it on its own.
Commissioner, I've heard from people around the conference that you've been really open to speaking with different projects and different folks while you were here. What are you learning from people at the conference? What kinds of questions are they asking you about the SEC and regulation to come?
Well, I think people are constantly looking for, some light at the end of the tunnel and hoping that we'll get to a better place. But yesterday, for example, I put out a model for an innovation sandbox. And I think that kind of thing would be interesting to a lot of people because it would allow them to start trying things here in the U.S. And it would be a streamlined approach. And I think that's what people are looking for. They want to have a way to positively engage with the SEC. This is, again, the same kind of theme that I've been hearing for a long time, which is we want to work with you and we want to come in, but we want to know that this is going to be a conversation that leads us to be able to actually do something in the marketplace in a way that's consistent with the securities laws.
One focus has been throughout this conference, at least that I've been hearing from market participants, is about Fit 21, their hope for there to be a regulatory framework. Obviously, that's up to a different branch of our government, the legislative branch. But why hasn't the SEC used the authority it does have to promulgate regulations in the meantime so that there's more certainty for the market?
I mean, I think that's such a great question because this is when Congress comes in often, and this is not only with respect to crypto, but sometimes the SEC has authority and chooses not to use it. And Congress sort of nudges us and tries to encourage us to use our exemptive authority. I'm thinking in terms of small business capital formation. That's another area where often we don't take the steps we need to. So Congress comes in and says, all right, well, we're going to tell you have to do this. And I think we're seeing the same kind of thing happen with crypto. We had the opportunity to try to set out a productive regulatory approach. Congress finally said, okay, we're going to come in and we're going to outline this for you. And I'm always grateful for Congress's input. I mean, they're my boss, and so it's really nice to hear where they want authority to lie. But I do think we could have done some of the hard work, and it's unfortunate that we didn't.
What was the obstacle there, in your view, or can you tell us?
I mean, I think there's a view that the existing securities laws work just fine in this space, and I came into the SEC thinking that we didn't need to make adjustments. But as I learned more about the industry and about what people were trying to do, I realized there isn't actually a great fit, and there's some adjustments that we need to make. And I think it's a lack of willingness to sit down and have those serious conversations with seriously thinking not only about the law and how the law has developed over time, but also about what people are actually trying to do, and marrying those two things together. It's actually quite a bit more complicated than I think many people are willing to acknowledge. And that's why we need to do the hard work. We have the expertise at the SEC to do that work. It just hasn't been done.
I asked the Texas state regulator this. Renato told me earlier on the show that a lot of his clients are looking to go overseas because of the lack of regulatory clarity here. Is this a conversation that you're having behind the scenes at the SEC? Is this something that's being discussed? How do we keep innovation here in the U.S.?
I mean, it's certainly something that I've talked to a lot of folks in the industry about, people who are either thinking about leaving the U.S., or I talked recently to someone who said, you know what, I don't want to leave the U.S. I will build my thing here, but I'm having to wait. And that's bad too, right? We want people to be trying to push forward their ideas. In terms of whether or not it's a big concern, I'd say many people in Washington don't really care that much about it because they don't think that there's a lot of value in the technology underlying this. And so, you know, to be fair to them, they've seen a lot of fraud in the name of crypto. And so maybe it would be better if it just doesn't happen in the US, if it happens outside. And it's hard to sort of pull those people back and say, yes, there has been a lot of bad activity, but there's also a core of something that is interesting. I'm a regulator, not a technologist, but I would like to see that play out in the United States. I would like the U.S. to be the place that people, when they think about where do I want to build a company or where do I want to do my development, I want that to be in the U.S. And I think we have a lot of work to do to make that, to make the U.S. the most attractive place to be.
Yeah, I think one of the more frustrating things for industry participants is that there's not an avenue by which they can come forward and say, here's what we are trying to do. Give us guidance. Are we compliant? Are we able to get a safe harbor or report ourselves and say, this is the activity we're doing? How can we do this in a legal manner? And at times, even attempts to do so have been rebuffed. There's been enforcement actions taken. You know, is there any movement within the SEC to try to provide more guidance to the industry, or at least give a reprieve for industry participants that are trying to get some guidance on the front end?
I mean, we haven't made a lot of progress on that front. I will say, though, that the micro sandbox that I put out yesterday, I think could be a path to getting to more positive interaction between the industry and between the SEC, in a way that also allows the public to see what's going on. So it would be transparent what people were doing, and it would also give the SEC staff time to work with these projects in a way that I think would be productive. So I hear that need, and I think this is why I've been thinking about what could we do, and this is the idea that I came up with. I welcome feedback on it. I put it out. It's on the SEC website. People can give me feedback, rip it apart, tell me what doesn't work, what would work.
Tell us a little bit more about the sandbox that you published yesterday.
So the idea is that you could, we, the SEC, would decide which activities could qualify for the sandbox, and we'd set ceilings on the number of customers and the dollar amount. Then projects could come in, and it's not limited to crypto, but could certainly be used by crypto projects. You'd come in, you'd say, here's what we're going to do. Here are the conditions we'll operate under. Those conditions could be drawn from a foreign sandbox you're participating in, or they could be just conditions that you set yourself. And then you put a notice out. You can start operating within 10 days. And then you're working toward permanent relief. That's a 2-year sort of grace period there. And then you're working toward more permanent no action or exemptive relief. And so the idea is you wouldn't want to put forth meaningless conditions because you're trying to prove to the SEC that you have an approach that will be protective of investors and the markets, but also will allow you to be commercially successful. So that's the idea. It gives you a platform to have a good, solid discussion with the staff and to produce some data as you're going along about how well whatever you're trying to do is working.
Right. It sounds like it's actually trying to do what I was suggesting a moment ago. In other words, giving a pathway for people in the industry to engage with SEC staff and try to develop a path forward for themselves that gives them some at least some certainty in the short term that they're not going to be facing an enforcement action in the midst of doing so.
Exactly. Yep.
Now, one thing I have to say that is I admire is the fact that you're here, not only a consensus, which I think is important because you're sort of showing the industry that they can meet their regulator and you're coming into an environment where there's a lot of questions and concerns, but you're actually here on CoinDesk TV as well answering our questions. I really appreciate that. What is the biggest thing you've learned from talking to folks here at the conference and getting, in terms of a different perspective on what's going on the ground?
I mean, I've been having these conversations with people for a long time, but every time I come to a conference like this, where I'm meeting with people who are developing things and want to build things, it really does kind of make my heart stop a little bit and realize to be in what it must be like to be in the shoes of those people who have this idea. They're just trying to do something that's technically interesting, and always in the back of their mind is this question of, is this something that's going to cross a line at the SEC either today or 5 years from now or 10 years from now? And that kind of uncertainty is really detrimental to innovation. And so every time I meet with people, that I get that pit in my stomach because I feel what it must be like to be in their shoes.
If we come back to the sandbox now, I know that there have been other regulatory sandboxes proposed over the years. What needs to happen for this to be something that the industry can actually participate in the United States? What does that roadmap look like?
So what I see as the roadmap is, if I could get my colleagues to agree to this, we could put this out as basically a proposed rule. So it would be a rule that would set this new sandbox up. We'd identify in that initial rulemaking proposal the activities that we wanted to initially include, and we could ask for input on other activities to be included. And we'd also ask for input on the ceilings of the activity limits. We'd get that feedback, and then we could put it into place. So this is not something that we could turn on tomorrow, but I think realistically we could have it up and running in 6 months.
What is the biggest misconception that people in this space have about the SEC now that you've been spending all this time talking to people here?
I mean, I think there are a lot of it's interesting that people in this industry know a lot more about the SEC than they probably ever dreamed they would. But there are a lot of really unusual features of this agency. We're a 5-member commission. That means that it takes a majority to make a change. I think that some of that is a little mysterious. A lot of actions are actually taken at the staff level on delegated authority. That's something that's also a little puzzling to people. And then I think always another big thing is that people think that the SEC is thinking about crypto all the time. In reality, we have so many other issues on the agenda, and so this is just one issue that we think about. That's always a little surprising to people, I think.
I got to ask you about the approval of the spot Ether ETF. You can't be here and us not ask about what happened. It really felt like nothing was going to happen. There was sudden movement at the agency, a lot of speculation going on about what was happening behind closed doors. What happened?
I mean, I think that it's not that surprising of a development when you think about the legal history the recent legal history that we had with being told that our approach to the Bitcoin ETP was not consistent with the law. And then when you line up the ETH ETP alongside the Bitcoin ETP, the facts are very similar. I wouldn't want to have us have a similar legal opinion coming out of a judicial opinion coming out of the court. So from my perspective, we didn't really have a whole lot of choice, just as we didn't have a whole lot of choice on the Bitcoin ETP. I know the timing, people were wondering what would happen and when it would happen, but realistically, we didn't have that many options.
We saw Ether staking removed from some of the applications. Is that an indication into maybe how the SEC might be looking at staking in the future?
That I can't comment on.
All right. Commissioner Peirce, thank you so much for joining us here. We hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you both for having me. Take care.
That was SEC Commissioner Hester Peirce. We are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
I think it's important that they can be regulated in a way that we have a regulatory infrastructure that protects against fraud, protects against predatory practices, but also makes cryptocurrencies absolutely transactional, which you can't with Bitcoin. You can't. It's not really transactional now because you have to pay taxes on every purchase, right? If you go buy, an apple or a lunch, you have to pay taxes on that, and that's not a good outcome. We need them transactional the same way the currency is. And I don't think we're equipped now. The banking infrastructure in this country and the regulatory infrastructure is not equipped to regulate them in ways that are rational and that encourage their transactionality. I mean, we also need to guarantee self-custody. We may need to make them transactional. We need to make them transparent, and as I said, decentralized.
Welcome back to CoinDesk Live from Consensus 2024, brought to you by BitGo. I'm joined now by BitGo CEO Mike Belshi. Mike, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you for sponsoring the studio. It's fabulous.
Well, it's a great event. We've been at Consensus, I'm not sure how many years in a row now, but it's pushing a decade. So anyway, great to be here.
Well, I thank you because we've had so many incredible conversations here at this desk over the past 2 days. I know we're going to have more wonderful conversations here today. I want to talk about some of the conversations you've been having at the conference. We are on day 3. There have been a lot of discussions. I've been saying so much that the theme here is really regulation and policy. Talk to me about some of the conversations you've been having about that here at the conference.
Well, it's certainly been an exciting month, right? Like all of a sudden in the last couple of weeks, we think we might see some changes that are going on in DC, which I think caught everybody a little bit by surprise. There's been a lot of us. BitGo's been, we're a highly regulated firm. We got 2 trust companies here in the US, 7 around the globe. So we work with regulators a lot. We've been having these conversations a long time, but I think the SAB 121 repeal was kind of one thing. And we saw a lot of bipartisan or nonpartisan, depending how you want to call it, support there. And I think some in Congress might have thought it was a little bit more partisan than it actually is. And then when you have these votes, and then we had the FIT 21, 71 Democrats voted for it. Look, politicians they're going to hate me saying this, they're kind of like a school of fish. They feel comfort in numbers, right? So it's one thing to be one of 12 that went away from your party, kind of party line. It's another to be one of 71. And so I think this signals a really good thing. I think actually Congress all wants to support crypto. Frankly, this is money for the people. That's what it's about. And if anybody should be in support of it, of course it should be the Democratic Party. Unfortunately, Elizabeth Warren has gone a little bit off the path, or maybe a lot off the path. And that's had some effect on the administration. But the rest of the party seems to be actually pretty good. You get away from the Joe Biden administration, I think we got a lot of good news coming. So that's what's so exciting right now.
Well, as someone who's been engaging with regulators for such a long time, was it surprising to you to see this development come seemingly quickly, or is this something you expected?
It was a little surprising to me as well. You work so hard on it, you kind of get a little bit jaded.
Yeah.
It's actually unfortunate. You got to keep an optimistic attitude at all times. You got to just keep pressing forward. Look, digital assets, crypto, it is a completely different model to what we've had for the last 100 years. And by the way, finally, we're doing something very basic, which is we're introducing computers into the scene of finance. The laws that we have, many of them pushing 100 years old, is market structure that you used when it was all just paper-based books and records, right? So, look, some things have changed. I don't mean to completely throw it under the bus, but there's so much more to be done with automation. So it takes a long time to learn. We shouldn't be surprised that regulators are kind of mind blown by it. This is a very different model. And by the way, legislators haven't really had to think about it. These are elected officials. These aren't necessarily economic experts, finance experts. They don't actually know how the entire market pieces together. And yet, we look to them for guidance on how to administer digital assets. So, of course, it takes a long time.
Well, we just had SEC Commissioner Hester Peirce on the show.
She's great.
Yeah, she's great. And she said that she doesn't really think that enough people in Washington care about crypto companies looking elsewhere because they don't really understand the value of the technology. Is that something that you're surprised to hear?
No, not at all. I mean, look, this is a crowd of crypto folks here, but there's a lot of major policies that have nothing to do with crypto that are on the minds of legislators and whatnot. So we like to think that we're the dog, but we are actually the tail, not the dog. Now, the U.S. has something really important, and it's unfortunate that legislators are distracted by so many other things. It would be great if they were looking at this. Sometimes we get worried about U.S. investors not being able to participate, but I think that's the smaller bit. The bigger thing we should be worried about is all of the foreign money that's going to stay out of the U.S. And we know this is happening right now. So we're a custodian, primarily known for our presence in the U.S. While we do have presence all over the globe, the folks that are outside the U.S., they don't want to bring their money here because of the uncertainty with U.S. regulation. It's the third rail for crypto right now. So the United States has the opportunity, if we embrace this and figure it out, if legislators and regulators get together and sort it out, to bring all of that money into the U.S. And the money outside the U.S. far outnumbers the money that's inside the U.S. So anyway, that's the opportunity we have. I hope that the legislators help. The regulators have gone, the path of Biden. I mean, I think, unfortunately, he's not on board yet. We'll see if that changes his tune a little bit for the election, but that's where we're at.
Well, you say crypto is the tail of the dog, and we are talking a lot about the election here at Consensus because it is coming up in November. Do you think that crypto is as much as a pivotal issue as maybe the people within these walls like to think it is?
Look, it absolutely is. Look, this is one of the biggest innovations in the history of mankind. I mean, it ranks up there as a very, very high change. We have an opportunity to level a playing field where everybody can manage their own money the way that they want to manage it, free from tampering from anyone else, governments, etc. So this is a huge opportunity. We've had a lot of failures in the banking industry. We've had a lot of failures in traditional finance. The great financial crisis, which is what gave birth to Bitcoin, right, was not caused by anything digital asset. What we need is transparency. And blockchain technologies offer that transparency. So, we're talking about the ETFs now coming to Ethereum. Sometimes people talk about use cases. What are they? Okay, so clearly Bitcoin has established a use case. It's got the largest store of value. That's there. It hasn't quite emerged for payments yet. Maybe Lightning will change that. What does Ethereum bring to the table? Ethereum brings smart contracts. Right now, there's a number of platforms competing. There's Solana, there's Sui, there's Aptos, etc. But this is a real use case which has massive implications for the future of finance. So let's take broker-dealers. The SEC and FINRA regulate all broker-dealers. If you become a broker, you become subject to monitoring for the rest of your life. Every text message you send, every year, every couple of years, you have to get relicensed. Why? Because you might be an honest person, when you start out as a stockbroker at age 25, but who knows, maybe by age 45, maybe you've got some debts, maybe you become a bad actor. They have to check on you every year and see, are you good? Are you good? Are you good? Are you good? And regulators have to do that. It's incredibly, overhead intensive. Imagine handing all of that into a smart contract that gives you a fair price every single day. The same code that runs today runs the same as tomorrow. So we have the opportunity to rewrite how financial markets work, how trading platforms work, in a way that makes regulation super easy, makes everything fair, and gives us all transparency and accountability. So yes, I mean, it's a massive innovation. Of course, they should be paying attention to it. I understand, foreign policy and a lot of other things distract them as well.
Well, Mike, when you say it like that, it sounds really easy. What's standing in the way of us achieving this future?
Look, I think innovations take time. We are an impatient bunch. I think in crypto, we get pretty excited. I think when it comes to money, unfortunately, you also see a lot of bad actors coming into the space. I'm not a big fan of meme coins. I think people should have the freedom to go and buy and sell meme coins. The government, to some degree, thinks you should protect against that activity. There's been a number of frauds and rug pulls in the last 2 weeks. Now, this has nothing to do with Bitcoin, nothing to do with Ethereum, but it has to do with, multi-level marketing schemes and scams have nothing to do with crypto. There are people that are always ready to take your money, and some people that get suckered into those types of bets. I don't think the government really has a role here. They should arrest bad actors, of course, but I think caveat emptor, be smart. You're responsible for what you buy. Buyer beware. And I think you should be like that. But anyway, that negative activity also holds it back and makes it more difficult to move with the regulators.
Well, you brought up the benefits of having an ETH ETF approved now. Do you think we're going to see more ETFs in the future? I know people are looking forward to maybe a Solana or an XRP ETF, or do you think that we're going to take a pause here with Bitcoin and ETH until we get some more regulatory clarity?
I mean, it just depends on your time horizon here. I mean, of course, we're going to see them over some period of time. The derivatives markets have been more established for Bitcoin and Ethereum for a number of years now, and we don't have those for Solana and for XRP, et cetera. We will start to see some of those grow, but I think it's going to be a relatively short list for a while. So I would expect, sort of a pause. It may take a couple of years of running in some basic markets to get some better price discovery, more liquidity, et cetera, and then you'll be able to launch ETFs for other types of assets too.
We've had several catalysts at the beginning half of this year. As we go into Q3 and Q4, what are you looking forward to?
Look, I think actually some of the regulatory changes happening right now, we'll see if it sticks. I mean, I think there's a lot of hard work for everybody here at this conference to continue pushing, with their legislators to make sure that there's awareness, get that education out. We're going to be doing that hard at BitGo. I know all the other companies here will as well. But this sets for, good momentum. Once we're kind of past some of that, we can start to get back to focusing on real innovation, which, why would we want to be pumping dollars into political stuff when we can pump dollars into R&D? So I think we're going to see that. I think we start to see financial barriers around the globe start to break down. One of the challenges regulators have never had to solve previously is how do you regulate money around the globe? So we've created fiefdoms, by the country borders, and each country regulates money kind of in their own way, and banks become the gateway to moving around the globe. Well, guess what? The internet brought all people together. We can all communicate right now. Some politicians are trying to block that in certain regions. When money, it can also move. So regulators are now being forced to think, not just how do I regulate this money the way I want to for my country, but how do I deal with that on a global basis? And that's a big challenge. So, companies like BitGo, why do we have 7 trust companies across the planet? Is it anyone's life dream to have 7 regulators across 7 countries? Not really, but we can start to connect those so that people that are in Singapore can keep their assets in Singapore. People in Dubai can keep it there. People in Germany can keep it there, regulated under BaFin, just like what they would expect. And yet we can help connect it to the entire globe, to the US and everywhere else. So we're going to start to see global financial markets getting broken down. And that's what we're working on in BitGo.
Well, tell me a little bit more about what you're working on at BitGo. You're talking a lot about innovation. What's next for BitGo? I know I asked you that on kind of a bigger scale, but internally, what are the milestones you're looking forward to?
Well, what I was just referring to is this Go network that we've built. We've got a tremendous access to the U.S. dollar. We are a regulated firm here in the U.S., but we've also been a great custodian of digital assets. A lot of people remember Silvergate. Previously was doing a lot of kind of the U.S. dollar behind the scene. It was a small state-chartered bank. With BitGo, we're using many banks. So we've got over 10 banks that we use to support that, which gives you a lot of diversification, that gives you a lot of safety and redundancy so that we know that won't get out. But then not only do we handle the dollar side, we also handle the digital asset side. And this is really what's needed. So we can do instant, two-way settlements around the globe today. And this is launched, it's been growing. We have a lot of counterparties coming onto that. That's one area that we're working on. The second thing also in the globalization front look, it's time for us to start thinking about how do we distribute our assets across multiple countries around the world. So if you went to JP Morgan today and you said, hey, I got a ton of gold, I want you guys to custody it for me, they'd be like, cool. Now, would they actually hold that gold for you? No, they would hire somebody else to vault it. They'd probably hire Brinks or something like that. But they've got vaulting, which is separate from trust administration and custodianship. We need that same thing when it comes to digital assets, and then we need to take the keys and put them all over the planet. So imagine a world where you've got a multi-signature or an MPC type wallet, and the keys to that wallet are distributed across 7 regulated entities around the globe, and then the trust administration can be in each jurisdiction. So that's what we're working on. It gives you safety against any jurisdictional failures. Of course, it gives you stronger safety in terms of multi-sig and no single point of failure. That's what we're working on.
I want to talk about your banking partners for a little bit. What kind of questions, concerns are the banks asking you about when it comes to crypto?
Look, I mean, when you hear some of the skeptical politicians talk about it, you'll hear AML KYC come up as like it's an unsolved problem in crypto. I'm here to say, like, it is not an unsolved problem. It is a completely solved problem. And further, the digital asset companies here, BitGo and Coinbase and others, we are the best at the law enforcement regulation on the planet. And this is evidenced by the fact that, the traditional banking system gets fined billions of dollars a year in various violations on AML and KYC and transaction monitoring. Look, it's a hard job. There's no doubt about it. But the difference between digital asset companies and the traditional banks is that we are technology-first companies. All of us are using technology in ways that banks have never done it before. And at the same time, we know that because there's so much skepticism about our industry, we just have to be perfect, right? So there's a target on our back ready to shoot us. I know there's bad actors like SBF, just like there were bad actors like Bernie Madoff, right? Bad actors exist. They always will. But in terms of what we're doing in digital asset companies like ours, regulated firms, we're already doing it better than the banks today.
And Mike, I got to ask you, since we're here at Consensus, what are you hoping to leave the conference with? When you walk away from Consensus 2024, what are you hoping to leave thinking about?
Well, look, the team here has done a great job. I heard there's 15,000 people here. We're always excited because basically all of our clients are here. So I don't know how many I've spoken to. I've probably spoken to 100 clients just in the last 48 hours. Obviously, you can't have deep conversations with each one, but reconnecting with them, and then we've got a lot of team here. So this is where we build a lot of bridges, and that's really valuable for us and our business.
Mike, thanks for joining me on the show, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
All right, you too.
That was BitGo CEO Mike Belshi. We are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, Helium's Frank Mong joins the show, and later Christine Kim from Galaxy records the Jungle podcast live from Consensus 2024 right here. We'll be right back.
Since 2013, institutions have trusted BitGo for their digital asset needs. Backed by Goldman Sachs and other top investors, BitGo brings together the best of Wall Street and Silicon Valley to deliver institutional-grade security, compliance, and financial services. Today, we support all major coins and blockchain protocols and process 20% of all on-chain Bitcoin transaction volume for over 1,500 of the world's top institutions. When it comes to crypto, institutions trust BitGo.
Consensus 2024, baby.
Consensus is a great opportunity where different ideas can come together and you find synergies to then get breakthrough ideas.
Welcome back to CoinDesk Live from Consensus 2024. We are on day 3, and the energy is still pumping through the Austin Convention Center. I'm Jen Sanasi, here with my co-host Renato Mariatti. Joining us now is Helium Chief Operating Officer Frank Mong. Hello.
Hello, hello. How are you guys?
We are just fantastic. Well, I don't want to speak for Renato. How are you doing, Renato?
I'm doing very well, and I'm excited because I'm going to learn a little bit more about helium. So tell us about it.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me. The show's been fantastic. I love it. Helium Mobile is a company that is focused on bridging crypto into Main Street, really by providing an outcome or a service that everybody needs, which is a phone plan. So Helium Mobile's figured out how to deliver a $20 phone plan, all you can eat, all the TikTok and Netflix you can watch, with zero gotchas, no gimmicks, no ballooning payments later. So it's just $20 a month on your phone, and it works all over the United States. We've got international roaming, we've got group plans. We're trying to serve everyone in the world, not just the crypto universe. So we're trying to make it super easy.
I have questions.
Yeah.
I'm from Canada, where the telecoms have a real stronghold on us. They really own the space. It's hard when you go to smaller providers to get the service you need because there is such a massive hold on it. And I've experienced that a little bit since moving to the United States too. How do you plan to disrupt these giant telecoms who have the majority of the market share?
Yeah, it's definitely very disruptive and innovative. One of the things we figured out, at least in the U.S. market today, not Canada, unfortunately, yet, is that we can offer low prices all the time for everyone because we're using a hybrid approach for providing coverage. So your phone is going to connect to people-powered cell towers. We call it the people's carrier because individuals are actually sharing their internet, sharing what they have, and by sharing, they're mining a token called mobile. And for doing that, they're giving access to all Helium Mobile users the ability to connect to the internet. And so our phones and our technology and the app itself will make that adjustment for you. We call it a hybrid coverage because when you're not able to connect to someone's, personal cell tower, you're going to connect to T-Mobile, our partner. And so you have nationwide 5G from T-Mobile as you're commuting from school or from home, going to soccer practice or whatever you might be doing in your daily life. But when you're in a business or you're in a home with Helium Mobile's coverage, you're on Helium's network that's powered by the people. And that's what makes this incredibly unique and very affordable for everybody.
Is there a throttling issue there where potentially a Helium Mobile user might be below a T-Mobile user in terms of the speed and performance?
Yeah, I had the same concern. So I asked our T-Mobile friends. They said no, everyone's treated equally. They said our users will have access to T-Mobile cell towers just like their own users. So I would say, yeah, it's great. And T-Mobile so far has been a great partner in helping us provide nationwide coverage.
Talk to me. So it sounds like you're trying to build almost like a mesh network for people, but you need people to use it to build this network, right? So how are you getting users to switch from these big telecoms that they've probably been in contract with since they were 10 years old to something like this that sounds a little bit more like you need to be a little bit more crypto savvy to understand all of the rewards?
Absolutely. I think you hit one of the problems right on the nail on the head, which is how do you get subscribers to switch from your current carrier? So we thought, okay, in August of last year when we first piloted this in Miami in beta, we used that opportunity to figure out how to talk to consumers to get them to move over. And at the time in Miami, for those that are part of Helium Mobile, you'll know it was $5 a month forever. And it was insanely priced. What we learned from that experience was that was too cheap. It was just too good to be true. People didn't believe us. And so that helped us adjust pricing that, hey, there is some price elasticity here. You can't go too low, but you can't go too high either. And so at $20 a month, what we realized was people are saving quite a bit, 50 to 70%, sometimes a lot more than that, just for a phone line. And so one of the things we figured out is you got to really have some of the basics. You got to have group plans. You got to have the ability to roam internationally when you go travel. And the mining aspect of that, which I failed to mention earlier, is as a user of Helium Mobile's phone service, you can opt in to share your data. You have to opt in, all right? Which means if you share your data, you're helping us figure out where people-powered cell towers need to be placed. So you're helping the community to figure out how to place more Helium mobile hotspots around the country. And that sharing allows you to actually earn mobile tokens as well. So as just a user of your phone, walking around, walking your dog, going shopping, you're going to actually mine crypto while doing so. But you opt in for that versus traditional telco in your phone service today. Your data is being bought and sold without your permission. You have no choice.
So just so I can understand the technology for a moment, you've been talking about people-powered cell towers.
Yes.
So where does the internet coverage come from? Where does the data come from that people are mining? Help me understand how that works.
Yeah, mostly right now we've got about, I would say, 13 to 17,000 hotspots around the country, these people power cell towers, and roughly about 90,000 plus subscribers since our beta in August. And we went GA nationwide in December. And so when we talk about people power cell towers, these are little small devices that you place in your home or your business, and you connect it to your internet backhaul. So everyone's got some internet. And if you didn't know, most of that internet, it goes unused. And so why not share it? It's very similar to sort of a Filecoin model. If you remember back in the day, share the storage that you don't use. In this case, share the bandwidth that you're not using. And so that's how it works. You're just going to share your bandwidth that you're not using, that you already paid for, and you're going to provide that for Helium mobile users to use that data.
Interesting.
And what do you do with the token? When I'm mining tokens, what do I do with these tokens?
So there's a number of things you can do with a mobile token, right? You can use it to pay for your phone plan, first and foremost, which is fantastic, right? Or you can buy a people power cell tower, a little box that's plug and play with mobile tokens, or you can do whatever else you want with it. We don't control that. That's your tokens.
Are you considering partnerships with companies that have a lot of physical locations and Wi-Fi in those locations in order to expand the network?
Yeah, we call that brownfield opportunities. Yes, absolutely. There's lots of discussion going on with expansion of the network. But most of it right now is 100% a community-focused effort from both the Solana community as well as the Helium community, really going out and building those networks. We've got companies like Longfi Solutions really doing a really good job of deploying networks. In fact, they helped us deploy a network in Mexico, in Oaxaca, to support Telefonica because they want to use and test this Helium network in Mexico. So we have a long way to go. We've come a long way, but it's still fairly early.
Frank, we're here at Consensus 2024. We've been asking everyone at the desk today, what are you hoping to leave the conference with? I'm sure you're talking to a lot of people. What are you hoping to leave thinking about?
Yeah, I really think I would like to demystify crypto. I think crypto can benefit everyone, and I think crypto has a place as a technology that's highly disruptive, especially to a telco industry that's worth $1.7 trillion globally. I think Helium Mobile is well positioned to do that, and we want all users to realize, hey, you can own a piece of the telco pie. Join Helium Mobile, help us either build a network or just get a subscription phone plan.
Frank, thanks so much for joining the show this morning, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you both.
That was Chief Operating Officer at Helium, Frank Mong. Thank you to everyone who is watching the live stream and engaging with us online. And thank you to my co-host for the morning, Renato Mariotti. It was so fun. We got to do this again.
Absolutely.
All right.
Fantastic.
We are going to take a quick break. When we return, Christine Kim will be here recording the Jungle podcast live from Consensus. Stick around.
Since 2013, institutions have trusted BitGo for their digital asset needs. Backed by Goldman Sachs and other top investors, BitGo brings together the best of Wall Street and Silicon Valley to deliver institutional-grade security, compliance, and financial services. Today, we support all major coins and blockchain protocols and process 20% of all on-chain Bitcoin transaction volume for over 1,500 of the world's top institutions. When it comes to crypto, institutions trust BitGo.
wait until Consensus is the major conference across the world and everybody is on the blockchain.
Franklin today has a huge number of people, a couple hundred people, who just reconcile between systems. And then we have to reconcile with our counterparty at another firm, right? So who has a bunch of people reconciling between their systems. And so if you looked at it and you said, wow, from a cost standpoint, if this is technology that has this general ledger and a source of truth, you've solved two big IT problems, right? You've solved the source of truth and then the timing in which that truth is updated. And so we looked at it and said, okay, this is going to drive ultimately atomic settlement. And the fact that you can have the money transact at the same time, and you can have the trust validating who the two parties are, you're going to take out a huge number of costs in that. And so, we're in a business where we're constantly being pressured to drive down the cost of the delivery of what we do. And I looked at this, and we as a firm sort of said, this is going to be the future there.
To the Infinite Jungle Show. I'm your host, Christine Kim, and welcome to this very special episode of the Infinite Jungle podcast. We are recording live from CoinDesk, from Consensus 2024. We're here in the Austin Convention Center. Thank you to the CoinDesk TV team for letting me overtake CoinDesk TV Live for a little bit for this segment. I've got quite a bit to do today, quite a bit to share with you. It's going to be an hour-long episode. Normally these podcasts or these shows are just half an hour long, but we are going to jam-pack literally everything that I would do in my Infinite Jungle shows for the week in this one session. So we're going to start off with the dev call, a summary of the latest Ethereum dev call. Then we're going to have some very special guests on the show to talk about regulation and DAOs and DeFi. We're going to get into all of those topics, but before I do, I want to give a quick show disclaimer. Note that none of the information in this podcast show constitutes investment advice and offer or recommendation or solicitation by Galaxy Digital or any of its affiliates to buy or sell any securities. So with that disclaimer out of the way, let's talk about what was discussed on All Core Developers Consensus Call number 134, ACDC 134. There was quite a lot of updates to the Pectra upgrade that was shared by Ethereum developers this week. The main and most important update that was shared was about the inclusion of PeerDAS into Pectra. This is yet another pretty major code change that's going into the upgrade. PeerDAS, as listeners of the Infinite Jungle Show will know, is really about making Ethereum a much more performant data availability layer for layer 2 rollups, to be able to make Ethereum a more scalable blockchain that is able to support rollups. Right now, with the Denkun upgrade, Ethereum has very special transaction types called blobs that are able to be able to support more data to be committed from rollups down to the main layer of Ethereum. And with PeerDAS, data availability sampling, the capacity of Ethereum to be able to support these blob transactions and support more data being committed down to Ethereum from rollups will greatly increase. Right now, the capacity of Ethereum is about a target of 3 blobs per block, but you could have a maximum of, say, 64 blobs per block or even higher with the introduction of PeerDAS. So PeerDAS, it appears, is going to go into the Pectra upgrade, but with a tight, small caveat. Developers are going to be testing the PeerDAS upgrade with an activation epoch that is different from the activation epoch of all the other EIPs that developers have already included into Pectra. So the way that developers are going to test PeerDAS, along with all the other code changes that they've already included in the upgrade, is they're going to have an activation epoch and activation time for those existing EIPs, and then a period of time is going to pass. Who knows if it's going to be 2 weeks or 2 months, but then there's going to be an activation epoch for PeerDAS. The thinking of developers was that if we do it this way, if the PeerDAS part of the upgrade is not ready, then they can drop it and still be able to activate all the other EIPs. One of the reasons why they're trying to upgrade this simultaneously and in the same go-around is not only because of the importance of the PeerDAS upgrade, but also so that when node operators are upgrading for a hard fork, when validator node operators, all the node operators that's securing Ethereum are upgrading their software, they only have to do it one time around. So if the upgrade had been split fully into two different Pectra upgrades, into Pectra 1 and Pectra 2, then node operators would have to upgrade their device in a very short amount of time twice. They'd have to upgrade it once for the Pectra EIPs that have already been included, and then again for PureDAS. So instead, trying to ensure that node operators on Ethereum really only have to upgrade their software maybe just twice a year. Developers have really been trying to target one upgrade every 6 months. So the next kind of major important topic that I want to talk about that was heavily discussed on the call is, of course, the rest of the scope of the upgrade. Are there any other code changes that are going to be going into Pectra? With the inclusion of PureDAS, does this mean that the entire upgrade gets delayed? Of course, the developers are really trying to ensure that with the activation of PureDAS on a different epoch, that's going to ensure that even if PureDAS development doesn't work out in the way intended, it doesn't delay the whole upgrade. The fact is they're going to be working on all the existing EIPs and PureDAS together, which means, yes, there's a lot more work that needs to be done, a lot more testing that needs to be done, and I do still maintain that I think the target of having Pectra go live in 2024 is very ambitious and not very likely to happen. So that, I do think the addition of PureDAS just kind of reconfirms that prediction, that hypothesis, and makes me even more confident that most likely the next Ethereum upgrade that we see go live on mainnet is going to be sometime in 2025. And very finally, I think on the topic of Pectra scope, it's important to note that even with the addition of PureDAS, developers are still considering pretty major code changes for inclusion into this upgrade. And a lot of concern that I have now in terms of watching this upgrade be developed and tested is just the increasing complexity of Pectra. PureDAS and the kind of testing that needs to go into PureDAS is very orthogonal, developers say, and kind of reiterated on the call, to the testing and the development for the existing EIPs. As in, development can happen in parallel, and there's not too many interdependencies between PureDAS and all these other code changes. However, those are two still pretty large changes coming into the network. Keep in mind that MaxEB is part of the EIPs that have already been included into Pectra. MaxEB is the consolidation of validator stake to be able to allow validators to run validators with effective balance of more than 32 ETH, being able to earn rewards on a balance that's higher than 32 ETH. And that does require quite a bit of changes to the network, as will PureDAS. And there's still quite a few more major code changes that developers are still considering, particularly that will impact the consensus layer of Ethereum. There was quite a bit of talk about EIP 7549, which will impact attestation behavior. We talked about this on a prior episode on Infinite Jungle, but it was raised again for its complexity and the kind of difficulties that developers are having with implementing that code change, and considering if another code change, SSE, that impacts the data format of Ethereum, should be coupled with that EIP. So all this to say, I think the Pectra upgrade is getting larger, and developers are still in the drawing board phase of really scoping out that upgrade and making sure that all the code changes and the different priorities that developers and stakeholders are really vying for get into this upgrade. I think it's quite a hard kind of conundrum that developers in right now in terms of governance. It's nothing new, I suppose, since Ethereum upgrades. The decision-making process for what goes into an upgrade has always been a bit contentious. But I will say this time around, it feels a bit longer, a bit more drawn out, given that the door is still open for more changes to be coming into Pectra. So that's the quick and short update that I have for you for the latest Ethereum dev call. If you want further details on exactly what was said in the call and a bit of a deeper dive into some of the other details of Pectra, be sure to check out the full call summary, which is up on galaxy.com and will be linked in the podcast show notes. With that, I'm very excited to be to be inviting the first guest that I have on for the show today here at CoinDesk Consensus, and that is my boss, Alex Thorne, head of firm-wide research at Galaxy. Hello, Alex.
Hey, Christine, great to be here. Wow, lots of stuff being worked on for this next upgrade. It's not simple.
It's not.
The expanding the the Max EB upgrade.
Yes.
Why did they start with 32 ETH only in the first place?
There was quite a bit. Number one, it was technical. You need to have a certain number of votes, of attestations, to be able to confirm a block. And they weren't sure how many people would be interested in staking, given at the time they weren't sure when the merge was going to happen. The Beacon chain was an entirely different network from Ethereum mainnet. And they really wanted to ensure that the minimum requirement of stake was low enough that many people could participate, but not high enough that it prevented other people from participating. So it was a bit of a shot in the dark. And they said, look, we can change it if anything goes wrong.
And I guess nothing went wrong, but I mean, imagine you want to, let's say you're an institutional staker, these staking as a service platforms or whomever, Lido even, right? They have to, run dozens or hundreds or even thousands of independent 32 ETHs. It seems good that they're thinking about fixing that. Just easier for the infrastructure providers. They didn't lower. Is there still a minimum, though?
Yeah, I believe the minimum is still going to be 32 ETH, just because the problem right now is that there's too many validators, and lowering it means that you would just allow more validators to come on. And it's a heavy load on the P2P network, the networking layer. So it's a very important change, but complex. And now they've added in PeerDAS, and now they're still considering a few other complex changes. I got to say, on the protocol front, I'm not super enthusiastic. I'm a bit concerned at the complexity of the upgrade, but on the regulatory front, I'm actually quite pleased at how things have been developing for Ethereum.
Yeah, it's been really, I would say, a whirlwind 3 weeks.
Yes.
I won't recount necessarily the entire timeline, but let's go to the Ethereum ETPs, right? Which everyone thought, I thought, were very unlikely. We hadn't heard any feedback from the Securities and Exchange Commission. Issuers broadly reported this. If you recall, in the fall of last year, when the Bitcoin ETPs were sort of coming together, there were dozens of S1 amendments, and we were looking at track changes between this filers to get some hints about what the SEC was asking them about, and then weigh the seriousness and volume of those asks, and to try to come out to a view on the likelihood that they would eventually be passed. Well, there was no talk at all, right? And then obviously what happened is last Monday, apparently the SEC reached out to all the exchanges and issuers and said, actually get us this thing by 10 a.m. the next day. And then, of course, they were all approved. These are the 19B4s. This really is the major approval. This is actually the thing that says the exchanges, as in the New York Stock Exchange and NASDAQ and CBOE, are able to list an Ethereum ETP.
So
we don't have any Ethereum ETPs yet, but they're allowed to be listed. It's now a matter of putting through, like any company going public, the registration documents and process with the SEC. That's the S1 process. But you assume some will get through because they've formally allowed exchanges to trade commodity-linked Ethereum ETPs. That's really the real question. And now we just heard, I think the Block reported this morning that S1 issuers were given until 10 a.m. today on Friday to get back a rough draft to the SEC of their S1. So
how quickly could we see that S1 approval? I mean, if they get in their comments by 10 a.m. this Friday, maybe within a few hours of this show being ended, we're going to see an S1 approval?
No, unlikely. It's a draft by the issuer to the SEC, and the SEC will, the Division of Corporation Finance, which does IPOs and these types of filings. Think about listing an ETP or an ETF. That basically is like taking a company public. It's just a company whose sole purpose is to hold a basket or a single asset in a fund vehicle, right? When we think about the Bitcoin process, when issuers would make new filings to the SEC, it typically took about 2 weeks for the SEC to send comments back to the issuers. So if a bunch or any or all of the S1s that are sent into the SEC today are perfect and require no edits, you would think maybe within 2 weeks they could launch. There's a variety of views on this. I think it will be longer than that, but maybe more like weeks to months, but I don't think 6 months. I think it seems like they're moving quickly now. So,
Right.
I think it's reasonable to think in a month or a month and a half, you might see these actually start trading.
Is it also reasonable to think that all the S1s are going to be approved, all the 19B4s that have been approved, or a subset? Because with Bitcoin's ETF approvals, they kind of the SEC lined them up so that they all started at the same time, had the same kind of ability to nobody had a head start. No Bitcoin ETF product had a head start over the others.
Right.
Is that also the strategy that you think is going to be taken here with the SEC?
Most likely, yes. Most likely, yes. It is a little interesting if you think about it. Several of those Bitcoin ETP issuers had applied years ago. So some other newer ones applied only for the first time last year. Is it fair that someone that's been trying to do this for 5 or 7 years now gets put in line at the same time as someone who just showed up? It kind of feels like some newer issuers were cutting the line a little bit. I think there are some long-time issuers who feel a little bit hurt over that. When you think of it from the SEC standpoint, however, it's pretty straightforward. I mean, they're already they had been picking winners and losers sort of with Bitcoin and no ETH or whatever, in their regulatory enforcement strategy as well. But they don't really want to be in a position, I think, of giving one issuer a head start, regardless of when they filed. ETFs and funds in general, the first few days matter. Like what seed capital you put, the momentum that's driven when these things become large in an AUM sense, when they become traded very widely and have a nice big float, they're much more attractive vehicles than their competitors that don't, right? So it does matter. I think that's what will happen. They'll try to align them all. It doesn't mean all of them will actually get through. Like there could be issues or process related that make it so that the SEC doesn't let through one or two, or we even saw one. Valkyrie withdrew their application, so for whatever reason they're out. I think that this is a big deal for Ethereum, but I think and the markets. But I think it's a smaller piece of a much, much bigger story, which is a rapid and dramatic shift in Democratic Party and White House political strategy in vis-a-vis its interactions with the cryptocurrency world, which is real. We don't know if the policies will materialize in the end, but the politics have changed significantly, and this feels like part of that story.
Yeah, I want to get into more of the broader implications of that political shift, of the sentiment around of crypto in U.S. politics shifting, and its impact not just on this ETF application, but on DeFi, on DAOs, which for quite a while we've been very bearish about. And to do that, I'd like to invite on our third guest for the show. That's right, we have two this time for Infinite Jungle. I'm very excited to invite on Ruin Christensen, the co-founder of MakerDAO, to this show. But before we do, we're going to go to a quick commercial break, and we'll have Alex and Ruin and I to discuss those broader political implications on the broader Ethereum ecosystem. So stay tuned. We'll be back in just a few moments.
Since 2013, institutions have trusted BitGo for their digital asset needs. Backed by Goldman Sachs and other top investors, BitGo brings together the best of Wall Street and Silicon Valley to deliver institutional-grade security, compliance, and financial services. Today, we support all major coins and blockchain protocols and process 20% of all on-chain Bitcoin transaction volume for over 1,500 of the world's top institutions. When it comes to crypto, institutions trust BitGo.
With Ruin Christensen, co-founder of MakerDAO. Thank you so much for being on the show, Ruin.
Thanks for having me.
We are very excited to talk about some of the broader implications of this political shift that we're seeing towards the crypto industry in U.S. politics as it impacts DeFi and DAOs. And you being the co-founder of MakerDAO, pushing this really major change to MakerDAO with the endgame proposal. I'd love to get your thoughts on kind of your take on how you've been reacting to some of the changes in the political environment in the U.S. Is it something that you've been watching, something that you've been focused on, or not so much?
Right, so kind of the most unique thing that is available with the DAI stablecoin, so Maker's stablecoin, is the native yield it has, right? You can get what's called a DAI savings rate There's billions of dollars getting 8% on their cash all around the world, except for the US currently. So currently that's not available in the US. And that's because of that uncertainty towards crypto that exists in the US currently, right? And it will be the same with Endgame. We're going to launch more yield features. And I think it's really exciting that there seems to be a sort of positive shift towards more clarity, more like realism about the advantages and the potential of the industry. So I'm definitely, I mean, of course, it's America, right? Everyone's watching, right? All over the world.
How have you, one of the pieces of U.S. kind of legislation that I really did want to talk to you about on this show is the proposed legislation around stablecoins in the U.S., particularly the stablecoin bill by Lummis and Gillibrand was something that I wanted to talk with you about because there's quite a large section on it specifically talking about algorithmic stablecoins under which DAI would fall. Do you have any thoughts around the stablecoin legislation for algorithmic stablecoins in the U.S., but of course more broadly? How do you think that those stablecoins are going to be regulated, should be regulated?
So I think that in the most beneficial way to regulate crypto and DeFi is to really distinguish between basically decentralized projects and then ultimately companies that are delivering sort of legal guarantees to the users. But on the other hand, I mean, it's going to be up to each individual jurisdiction, right? And there's different jurisdictions. They just have like different fundamental approaches. And what we're trying to do in Maker, and especially with Maker Endgame, with this renewed focus on the core use case being having the stablecoin and then adding, like sort of focusing on the fact that you can put the yield into the system natively without adding any additional risk. Our approach will basically be to sort of adapt to whatever the regulation is, whatever people want. We can sort of offer that, right? We can offer. Is it just a yield component without a stablecoin component where you can sort of hide that away? Basically, that's a possibility. And there's already multiple jurisdictions where this might be a good solution. In the end, I mean, of course, if you want what's best for the users, you should allow access to high quality, transparent, decentralized, resilient systems.
So I want to talk more about the end game, and I want to talk more about your thoughts on how this is going to work in different regulatory environments. So much of it, and it's a very ambitious game plan. You've got new tokens, new DAOs, potentially new chain, a very ambitious overhaul to really how MakerDAO functions. A lot of it depends on the creation of sub-DAOs.
More than just kind of sprinkling on some AI pixie dust onto the projects. They're making sure there's real substance, that projects have legs, that entire subsectors, verticals have legs. So if you're a VC, how are you viewing this? What types of projects most excite you? What verticals most excite you? Where do you think there's real growth? Where in 5 years will the industry still be living? And where are we like, oh my God, that was embarrassing. Remember that little fad? These people ask those tough questions. They're brilliant and they do it well.
Hall stage. So if you want to ask Casey Rodarmar a question, go right over there after we're done here.
All the hard questions, grill me, you know.
From actual people, actual devs probably. All right. Okay, let's just get right into it. Casey, okay, it's a pretty well-known story. You basically single-handedly, as an independent developer, without any kind of funding or anything, you developed first the Ordinals protocol last year for NFTs, and just last month, timed to the Bitcoin halving, which was brilliant marketing stroke, by the way.
Thank you. You know, got to make up for the lost fees.
Okay. That was runes for fungible tokens. And what's fascinating is you've more or less chronicled this entire journey on the Hell Money podcast with Aaron Redwing, your co-host, which, by the way, I would say is so good. It's really good. I recommend it to anybody as like even just like a basic education in Bitcoin. I think it's really good.
Yeah, we did a lot of old episodes that are like educational content. I think the craft store Bitcoin episodes where we explain how the Bitcoin network works with crafting supplies from Michael's is a highlight, I would say.
I personally liked Aaron's episode on Bitcoin astrology, which is like definitely one of the most fascinating podcast episodes.
It's the two genders of the podcast.
Okay. All right. Now, Casey, a lot of people know about these protocols that you've come out with, but maybe a lot of people don't necessarily know about you personally and kind of how you got to that point, where you're working on ordinals, starting the Hell Money podcast. And you and I talked a couple weeks ago. You have a really interesting kind of non-traditional career path, dropping out of high school in the East Bay, and just 2 or 3 minutes on how you got from that point to starting ordinals.
Sure, yeah. I dropped out of high school when I was 15 because I was depressed and I was like, I don't know what the point of high school is. There isn't really anything that I want to do. All the classes are so stupid. They made me write stupid essays. I didn't like it. So I dropped out and I did things like work at a movie theater and as a game tester and doing room service. Eventually I discovered programming when I was like 21. I was like, this is great. I love it. This is what I'm going to do. I managed to, through community college and cleverly manipulating my transcript, get into Berkeley where I studied computer science. And then I did for a bit have a pretty traditional career. I worked at Google as a site reliability engineer. And then I did work as a Bitcoin core dev at Chaincode Labs, but like a very minor Bitcoin core dev. I would do these tiny PRs, like cleaning things up or like writing a test. And I got into Bitcoin in 2013, but for a long time I didn't really do much Bitcoin development, mainly because I didn't have any ideas for like what I could do that would make a big impact on Bitcoin. Then in 2019, I saw art blocks, the NFTs on Ethereum, that were a kind of generative digital art that I had made a lot of in the past. And I thought, wow, there's like a market for this thing that I've done as a hobby. And then I was like, okay, maybe I want to make NFTs. I looked at doing NFTs on Ethereum for a whole host of reasons that I won't go into. It's just awful. Like you have to write a smart contract when you just want to put a JPEG on the blockchain. The data's not actually on the blockchain, it's on some server somewhere that can go away. So I was like, I can't do this on Ethereum. And then I was like, all right, I guess I have to do this on Bitcoin, which is why I did ordinals and inscriptions.
That's amazing. Well, thank you for that. I'm curious, how would you rate yourself as a Bitcoin coder? And do you have any simple ideas or secrets of your personal work habits? How did you manage this?
So as a Bitcoin developer, I'd actually rate myself pretty low. Knowing a bunch of other Bitcoin developers that are just so smart and so deep into the weeds of the protocol, I would say I'm pretty mediocre on that front. I think maybe I'm pretty creative and I think of a lot of weird ideas. One thing that I do is I've just tried a whole lot of things. I think from a lot of people's point of view, I came on the scene and had like a massive success and then did another protocol which was like also relatively popular. But I've tried so many things that haven't gone anywhere and I'm not afraid to just shit can them. Like if they're not working, I don't do them. And I have a lot of ideas, but then if those ideas are essentially too complicated, I'm like, that seems like very hard. I'm not afraid to give up on them and try something simpler. Ordinals and runes are both incredibly simple, and that's why I was able to do it, myself with some help from other people. If I had picked larger or more complicated ideas, they simply never would have seen the light of day. So I really encourage people to keep things simple, keep things practical, don't be afraid to try things and throw them away. Don't get too attached to making something work that is just not going to work.
That's really incredible. Thank you so much. All right, just to zoom out, there are so many visions of what Bitcoin is, what Bitcoin should be, what Bitcoin will be. I've heard you talk about hyper-Bitcoinization on How Many Podcasts, but just 2 minutes, what is your view of what Bitcoin will be for? What is, or even 5, 10 years, or maybe the end state of Bitcoin?
Sure. So I mean, even though I've made protocols for doing other things on Bitcoin, for making NFTs on Bitcoin and doing fungible tokens on Bitcoin, I think that Bitcoin's core use case is as uncensorable hard money that can take on really the big bad enemy, which is the government. I think everything about blockchain, the only thing that's interesting about any sort of blockchain is the extent to which it can resist.
Controversial this would be, but yeah, more ETFs, right? More ETFs.
More
is what it's
ETFs.
gonna be.
All right, folks. Thank you so much, and let's give a round of applause to our wonderful panelists.
Thank you very much.
that they're going to need to win over, and they need help thinking about what those programs should look like and how do you use all of these new interesting pieces from the Web3 world to do that. And so these big companies tend to have really acute pain points that you need to dig for and find and identify. And then if you can do that, then you can position what you have in a way that scales for millions and millions of cars and consumers and actually solves huge business problems for them.
So just add that it's not just big companies, right? You can imagine, and in fact this is already happening, deep-in projects cooperating with governments, right? Especially in the energy field. There are deep-in projects out there that are helping utilities manage the load on their electricity grid, for example, right? You can gain rewards by essentially agreeing, right, to take load or buy supply when it's cheap and then deploy it when it's expensive. And that, again, going back to ultimately having to have a real business when it comes to deep-in is really important. That's probably the most inelastic form of demand, right? If you can have the government as your customer. And that's something that I think will emerge even more. It would be nice to see these kind of partnerships, not just between these new consumer producers and big business, but also between consumer producers and governments.
Nice. Another question that I'd like to ask, especially for Abai and Alex and also Ivo, crypto rewards is a cornerstone for a lot of deep-in projects, right? You guys have your token out for quite some time. Of course, Helium had Agent T, they moved Solana, Split for IoT and mobile devices. How well has the token rewards worked in the past for you guys? Is there anything that you would change from what happened, or things that you learned that you'd like to share?
It's hard to change economics once you launch, because you're resetting expectations, right? I would argue the biggest change that Helium made was going to a sort of fixed supply, and that happened fairly early on in our ecosystem, but it had to go through a governance process, and I think that it is important to think about what your changes are going to be. And I actually think that it's important to probably not make a whole lot of changes to emissions or to economics once you launch. I think it is important to recognize that there are different kinds of incentivizations and sort of different kinds of networks that need to exist out there. And one of the things that we did with Helium is that we did sort of split to this multi-token model, mostly because each one of these networks do have individual needs. Mm-hmm. And I think that that was a change that seemed pretty significant, pretty severe, but ultimately I think was pretty necessary. But because it allowed these different networks to actually have ownership of the sort of sub networks, right? And so allowed IoT to be able to manage themselves, and allowed mobile to manage themselves, and allowed the different kinds of parties that exist in these different networks to sort of manage themselves. So I think that it's when you think about these kinds of changes that you make, I think you should actually be pretty careful about these things. And I say that as the person who's probably written most of the economic hips on Helium.
Nice, yeah.
I think it's important to keep in mind that the purpose of building a deep-in network is not to create a faucet for the deployers that just get free money forever. Yeah. The purpose is to bootstrap the infrastructure.
Applications that we've helped develop with O1JS, and then also report about some of the observations that we've made about ZK, both in infrastructure, but most notably about ZK as it's integrated into blockchain applications.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Padilla. I'm the CEO at Sneakerdoodle Labs.
Snickerdoodle is a decentralized consumer data platform. We help brands get the best-in-class Web 2 and Web 3 data, defragment wallets. We help consumers own and control their data. And some of our applications right now are very much focused on decentralized ad networks. We have this out in Farcaster with Twitter, Telegram, and Discord happening in quick succession. But we've been working with O1 and the team there to develop ZK proofs for cookie deprecation, which really, to Phil's point earlier, if we do this right, this means any type of Web 2 discovery and search can use ZK proofs, can use this technology without people ever realizing they're leveraging the blockchain. That's really, really exciting.
Hi, everyone. I'm Oliver Gale. I'm CEO of Panther Ventures. We're building a zero-knowledge DeFi infrastructure, which allows essentially regulated institutions to execute transactions compliantly on-chain.
But I do think crypto tends to have a condition where, it's expecting much more progress in the future, and you're betting on growth, whether that's consumer adoption or institutional adoption, and sometimes that comes and sometimes it doesn't.
Okay, so let's build on that point for a second. So we're all decentralized AI, decentralized AI, So that's nothing new. So decentralized AI has been around for a very long time. It has never worked. So no decentralized AI company has.
The question, do we see an issue with fragmentation, especially when it comes to assessing projects across different ecosystems? The answer, yes. I think that is a really big problem, because how do we ensure that projects that are getting funded, are they double dipping into every single grants program across every ecosystem? That's something that's pretty common. One thing that I've been seeing that I'm really, really excited about is this idea of hypersearch protocol. So this is a way to, it's an
work so that the simple app that gives you a good yield, that lets you farm
impact as an asset on a blockchain, and it creates like an open data layer that all of these public goods funding mechanisms can build on top of, and so that it creates a lot more interoperability between them. But to answer your question, yes, that is true. We all have to agree on how we want to kind of define the impact that we're trying to defund to some degree, so that these mechanisms can work together better.
What kind of
60% utilization rate is a point at which you don't need the token reward emissions anymore. If you're a really good project, maybe you get there within 5 years. That's pretty aggressive. But really, just like Bitcoin, Ethereum, these other blockchain networks, ultimately you want to survive on the fees alone, not on the rewards.
Yeah. I mean, I like to think that deeping projects could exist without the crypto at all, right? Like, for example, I'll be more than happy than have a demo device in my car just because I'm interested in everything they're offering. I used to run a LoRa gateway in 2016 when I was living in Berlin. I was getting kudos as a reward, but I really liked the network they were building, being able to use the gateway that I was deploying. But of course, the extra incentive is something that makes it a bit more sexy to get started at least, and bootstrap the network like we talked before. You guys have been in the space for quite some time for deeping or crypto narratives. For the founders out there or people they're gonna start a new deeping project, do you have any tips or things that you recommend them to get started focusing on?
Demand. The demand side is the only thing that matters. As you said, it doesn't matter how much excitement you create around a project, but ultimately
the Bitcoin governance process is, and we've written a lot about just how hard it is even to get a Bitcoin improvement proposal known. And there's been some changes in the way it works. They just added some editors recently to kind of reduce the bottleneck. But you sort of built on Bitcoin as is. You didn't need a code change to add a new primitive or to enable this, and I'm curious, based on sort of how dysfunctional Bitcoin governance is that the only way plausibly to move forward?
Well, so I would actually say I don't consider Bitcoin governance to be dysfunctional. It makes people a little bit uncomfortable. Bitcoin governance is an anarchic mob of a bunch of people on the internet who like want to do things, right? And a bunch of developers that all have their own different ideas about what to do and how it should be done. And then they get on the internet and GitHub and Twitter and they fight, you know, they beat each other up and they yell at each other on the internet until some sort of rough consensus emerges and people are some, you know, weird diffuse group of people, we've reached consensus, like whatever that is, and people have sort of an idea about what they want to do. And I would actually argue that this is the absolute best form of governance that Bitcoin could have. The thing that makes people uncomfortable about Bitcoin governance is that there is no formal governance. They can't go like, look, these are the 3 people that are the decision makers, or here's the vote that happens once every year where we decide what's going to happen to Bitcoin, or look at this GitHub repo where these devs are deciding amongst themselves what's going to happen. We don't want that for Bitcoin. Those formal mechanisms are ultimately the way that terrible decisions get like ramroded through the process, right? We actually do want it to be an anarchic, messy process, and fundamentally, we want it to be possible if you don't agree with what, you know, people want to do, that you don't need to adopt it. You just keep running your code the way you want it to do, and it's incumbent on the people who want to make changes to convince everybody that it's a good idea. And of course, this has downsides because it's slow, it's messy, it's weird. You can't point to some, you know, series of votes or blog posts that tell you what's going to happen. But I really strongly believe that this is the best way of doing it that we know how. That being said, I personally would rather drink poison and jump off of a bridge than try to participate in like the Bitcoin, Twitter, GitHub, you know, consensus process. So I've always focused on like, okay, well, how can I like scheme and like trick Bitcoin into doing what I want it to do? And as a result, I didn't have to ask anybody permission. And that is, you know, I think that if you want to make a consensus change to Bitcoin, that's great. And if you have the intestinal fortitude to participate in that process, that's awesome. I don't like it when people yell at me. So if you don't want to do that, you can also figure out how to just sort of tweak your idea until it works on Bitcoin as is.
And so there's a couple of high-profile proposals that people say might make things easier. There's the opcat, the check template verify, you know, but there's also Robin Linus's BitVM, which was the breakthrough there. Same thing, which you don't need any changes in Bitcoin Core. I'm curious, what in your mind is aside from, you know, Ordinal and runes, like what are some of the most promising possibilities for Bitcoin kind of on the horizon right now?
I generally, so I don't have an incredibly like nuanced opinion on these various soft fork proposals. I generally like them, mostly all. Like, I think that one nice thing about these proposals is that the majority of these proposals are proposals for new Bitcoin script opcodes. And if you don't want to use a new opcode, you simply don't have to, right? That's one of the benefits of Bitcoin. These proposals aren't radically aiming to change the Bitcoin network, how it operates in a way that you would somehow be opted into or forced to use it. So for example, you know, op check template verify, which lets you put certain sorts of constraints on how a UTXO may be spent in the future, which can't be done unilaterally. Somebody can't force you to, you know, use it. I think that's generally good. It seems like it's relatively low risk. If you want to use it, you can. If you don't want to use it, you can opt out. It has a simple implementation. And a lot of these proposals sort of fall into this category. So generally, I'm pretty supportive of them and whatever sort of the Bitcoin community decides that they want to adopt. And this is very distinct from the way that Bitcoin and, for example, Ethereum operates. A lot of the time, Ethereum makes changes that if you do not adopt them, you are no longer on the Ethereum network. If you don't upgrade your software every so often with the new, you know, set of whatever weird features, you are no longer on Ethereum. It's hard fork after hard fork. It's my way or the highway. And so that's why I'm much more supportive of these changes on Bitcoin, because you as a user do not have to follow them. You can just keep using Bitcoin, keep using your existing software, and it's business as usual.
All right, I think this is going to be our last question. You're going to have to go fast.
Let's go.
But it's also kind of a hard question, so you're going to have to go really fast. I mean, you've mentioned on Hell Money Podcast that you don't really get paid anything by runes or ordinals?
No. I have not monetized it at all. I haven't printed a token. I haven't even sold any NFTs yet. I've made $0 off of the runes protocols themselves.
But that always makes everybody suspicious. Like,
Yeah.
what is his motivation?
I mean, my motivation is I like having fun on the computer. Like, I like to tinker. It's been very fun to think about and build all of these different cool things.
But do you have any way that you're going to get paid ever for all of this stuff?
So I have a podcast. It's called the Hell Money Podcast with my lovely co-host, Aaron, who's sitting over there. And the community has been very generous in supporting the Hell Money Podcast Patreon. So that's actually the only way that I've made money off of any of this is the Hell Money Podcast Patreon, which is great. You know, I'm glad that the answer to this question is not like, oh, I pre-mined some token and dumped it on a bunch of idiots. No, there's a Patreon that you can sign up for. And the community has been very, very generous so far. So yeah, that's the finance story. But really, I like to tinker. I like to have fun. These systems are weird and interesting, so it's just a pleasure to work on them and see them get adopted by people.
Yeah, well, that was perfect timing, Casey.
There we go.
Question. All right. Thank you so much. Like I say, we are going right over to the town hall square for an AMA. Please join us over there.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Brad. Thanks, Casey. Great job. As Brad just said, if you want to catch more from Casey, you can go to the town square where he'll be doing a speaker AMA. Okay, we're going to take a break now until 12:30. Go get yourself some lunch, take in the sights, enjoy the place. But when you come back, there will be more fascinating conversations pushing the frontiers of innovation, including talks about staking, restaking, and all that good stuff. So we'll see you back here at 12:30.
Those things run on your phone today. So I think Apple is so behind. They've recently published a paper called Mobi LLM that it's telling you they're seeing it, they're working on it, and obviously if they figure it out, they have a massive distribution. Cool. Let's go to a topic that is very close to my heart, and this one you guys are going to have a lot of insight, that is open source and Gen AI. I think we all agree that for decentralized AI to have a future, open models, and these models are not really open source, is the weights, right? Let's call it open models. That space have to flourish. However, there is a massive problem in open source AI today with funding. Like if you go to the big AI labs, you know, they're not working on large models anymore. They cannot afford the cost of compute and many training cycles. Any model costs 10 to 20 million to put together. So they're working on what fine-tuning techniques, optimization, quantization, all those things. On the other hand of this, web crypto is really good at funding open source. Like we do all this gymnastic and we fund the crazy stuff in open source. So could it possibly be that crypto might be a funding engine for open source? Let's start with you, David, because I know you guys are doing some research on that.
Well, I love the premise of the question because, like, we talk about like what is crypto good for and like what are its use cases. Boy, raising money from people who have already generated crypto wealth is one thing we're great at, and all of our software is open source from the beginning. So I love the premise of the question. For me, I would come at it not just from the demand side, but from the supply side. How do we get people being paid millions of dollars a year working at Facebook or OpenAI to say, you know what I'd much rather do is I'd rather not work there. I'd rather take everything I know and package that up into fully open source models and raise money through them through a crypto mechanism. And I don't know if we're seeing enough evidence that people are willing to trade off. I think we're probably seeing a little bit the opposite. And to your point, the smartest people in academia who have worked on AI models, it's not actually the money that's pulling them away. It's that the school or the lab doesn't have the money to do the training, so they have to go to Microsoft or if they want to like work on LLMs, right?
Paulina, how do you guys think about it? Crypto funding for Gen AI?
Yeah, so we think that
I totally agree with David that best AI requires a lot of capital expenditure in hardware and domain-specific R&D, and definitely Web3 plus AI startups could not outweigh the billions of dollars spent by larger corporations. But on the other hand, we think that open and decentralized innovation sometimes can outweigh private R&D, and the example of that is Linux, right? So we think that we're monitoring the space. We are a little bit cautious at the moment, but at the same time, everything looks very promising. So we'll see how it goes.
So Casey, so you invested in Hyperbolic. Congratulations. So this is a project that is tackling a massive problem. It's an AI problem, and they launched a token. So my question to you is, do you have a viewpoint on traditional AI companies launching tokens for financing cycles?
Yeah. Okay, so it's AI is very capital intensive. Crypto has a lot of liquidity and capital to spare. Synergistic.
Yeah, but could you go deeper? Like
I think that, I think that AI companies, a lot of AI companies are thinking about starting to tokenize because it feels advantageous as a business loop, like both from tokens being used for customer acquisition as well as a bootstrapping mechanism, as well as having a more distributed ownership, because they don't want VCs to own 20-30%, and instead they want VCs to own 10 to 15%. Those are the two biggest reasons I think AI companies come to me and say, we're thinking about doing this in this way. I think the final thing is actually regulation. I think AI companies are starting to be nervous about where the Biden administration is taking AI regulation, and if they can have a way to have a more decentralized approach to their own governance, they're really interested in that. And so I see this all the time. I think Hyperbolic is a great example for those less familiar with that project. It's like a very academic team from Berkeley who are basically ML researchers, and they're doing a lot of the optimization for running ML in a distributed way, exactly what David was saying in the beginning. And I mean, they're not at TGE yet, but the plan is to launch a token by the end of the year and supersede some of the top projects right now in crypto AI, which are very, very fickle. Like the things on the market are very fickle. And I think over the next 12 months, people are going to be blown away by the projects that come to market and supersede the top 10 right now.
Yeah. So Paulina, would you invest in a traditional AI company with a token?
It's a difficult
question.
That
sounds like a no.
It's, most likely not at the moment.
Okay, do you want to expand on that? Why?
I think that it will really depend on the use case of the token. Tokens can be extremely useful for growing the decentralized infrastructure, decentralized AI infrastructure. But at the same time, we'll have to dig in their token economics, because sometimes there's really no need in token. So I think it's a question of more research is needed.
You just disappointed half the audience, I'm just saying. Kidding. So let's talk about something quickly that if we don't do it, we're going to get hate email here. That is about agents. So David, one of your partners was telling me that you guys have looked at 20 agent companies. So again, going to you first, make the case for and against agents with wallets, and what is that intersection of crypto financing and autonomous agents?
Well, so we're in a state of the world today where the wallet is the only thing that can cause an action on a blockchain, and it's generally done turn by turn. We've got some evidence of sort of programmable or smart contract wallets, but it's very hard to do things like subscriptions or giving permission over the long-term future. You need to sort of be present for every transaction. And one of the reasons for that is not just by design, but security and but in a world where we could have not just a set of instructions, but an AI-driven set of instructions, can we create some type of autonomy that is blessed with the signature permission to execute on my behalf if certain conditions are met? You don't need AI to do this, right? There is programmatic ways to do it. But there's an upswell of entrepreneurial activity around marrying some independent or autonomous or AI-driven agents to operate on your behalf. And it doesn't only have to be financial transactions, right? It could be information gathering. It could actually be generative AI, right? Like go give this speech for me in 2 weeks on the intersection of AI and crypto.
Casey, agents with wallet. What works and what doesn't work? Agents with wallet, what works?
Yeah, great. I think that we have passed in the agent category so far, but the agent that I'm most interested in right now is like the trading use case, because I think there's actual product market fit there, and I think everything else is mainly storytelling and narrative. And what I really want to see is like an agent protocol start with that as a wedge, and I would be interested in giving money there. So that's what I want to see.
Yeah, so one interesting thing about the agent market is it's an unsolved problem in AI. Like everybody got excited with ChatGPT, and you saw these agent scenarios and the auto GPTs and baby AGI, but there is not like a big agent company, right? Adept is looking for a buyer.
So there are some like Multion, if people know that company, right? Like they just raised a really large Series A, and they're doing, like they have an exclusive partnership with, I don't know if I can announce who yet, but the pure AI company that's doing agentic workflows and really trying to build the infrastructure for non-deterministic flows. I don't know, I disagree with you.
So my point is that most agent companies still hasn't seen meaningful traction. When you add the complexity of a crypto financial layer underneath, it might make things more complicated than that.
Yeah, and the payment as well.
All right, so we have 4 minutes on that. So let's go to a series of rapid fire questions, and now we're gonna go to the entire panel. Short answers, please. So let's start with an idea, something that you believe about Web3 AI that most people in this audience are gonna disagree with. David?
I think the most interesting use case is large opt-in data sets available for training with blockchain as provenance and payment mechanism. And I think almost everything else is much less interesting.
Most people are going to disagree with because it's a hard problem.
Because everyone's investing in all the other stuff, not that.
Okay, Casey?
Yeah. I think, distributed training is way overfunded, not as interesting as people think it is.
Just kill another question. Okay.
You want to do another one?
No, it's fine. Paulina?
Yeah, we like decentralized data set creation. We're looking at this area. And one more sector, I think it's AI-based Web3 security. So we like this sector as well.
Okay. So what is one area of Web3 AI that is completely overvalued right now?
Overvalued?
Overvalued. David?
Training. Decentralized training.
Trading?
Training.
Training, oh. Okay, I'll say a different one. Like agentic flows, like Fetch AI. I don't know if anyone's there from that.
Wow, direct to the point.
I just don't know them. Come find me after. I don't know what you do, but I think I don't think the agents are real yet.
Okay.
Yeah, decentralized AI infrastructure, storage, compute.
Do you guys see a future in which we could have an AI-first blockchain, meaning built with foundations models at the core, language-based consensus, like all that, AI-first Web3 tech?
I'm philosophically aligned with that, but I mean, I feel like just from a practical perspective, we're still trying to prove what non-AI blockchains are useful for. And I think we'd have a longer list of like, how do you prove what that's good for?
Okay.
I vote yes. I think there's actually like these 2 guys from Citadel, I'm thinking about incubating doing this. And their whole thing is like, you would have basically like a vector database and ML native data types embedded within the L1, and it would provide like a much better DevX. And I can play the other side and say like, well, if that was the case, why would we not have gaming L1s? So I could see the anti-case, but I actually am pro this category.
We think
say
that
no. Say no, please.
yeah, it's so we think it's probably yes, but definitely not now, not now.
Okay.
And
So,
in some form.
what is an area of Gen AI Web3 that is likely to create the next generation of valuable startups? Training is not a valuable answer here.
So I would say proof of personhood, right? I still think that's a current generation product, right, with WorldCoin, but we're overwhelmed. I mean, like if Gen AI solves one problem universally, it's an abundance of fake content, and like what is the centralized answer for solving that problem? There isn't one. So I think decentralized, proof of identity and personhood is like could be one of the most successful things in this intersection.
Agree with digital identity, and also we think decentralized data set creation is very interesting and valuable, potentially.
I think payments, digital native payments is finally going to work because of agents in the long run. And then I also think that, yes, proof of personhood, but in a way where like identity again never really had a good use case until now. Everybody I don't know if you guys remember Uport in 2017, but it's like, why would you care that you're a human? And it's like, we finally do have a reason of why it really matters. So both of those.
So last question. So describe like a heretical idea about Web3 AI, the type of idea that this audience is going to hate you for. You don't have to believe it. You just need something really controversial. I'll tell you mine. So I believe there is a non-trivial probability that if we don't get real rigor into the Web3 AI space, we might never catch up with Web2, and this whole decentralized thing is never going to work. Who wants to go first? Come on.
I mean, my controversial idea, I think there's going to be 3 companies in the world that benefit from AI. And just about, NVIDIA's one, OpenAI's another. And I think we're going to have massive roadkill because of it, and we're all working for Sam Altman. So enjoy it.
I thought you were going to say that distributed training was going to work. But, okay. Casey?
Okay, this whole people are going to own their data thing, it's really hot right now. Everybody thinks it's going to work. I think that it's extremely idealistic to think that way. I don't think this is a problem necessarily solved by crypto. I love the category too, but I just think we're way romanticizing this, and I think data ownership is one of the hardest problems to solve.
Alina?
I would agree with Casey.
No. You have to pick your... Okay, that's it.
She thinks tokens are worthless.
We're out of time, guys. Thank you very much to the panel. This was awesome.
Thank you guys. That was amazing and wildly informative and insightful and nuanced and had depth, and we got way deeper than the usual platitudes about this stuff. I love it, and that is our mission here today, to go beyond the bubble, beyond the hype, beyond the buzz, and really dig into what we're talking about, why this all matters, how it's being built. And to do that, we have another big brain I'm excited to welcome onto the stage. This is someone who's given a lot of thought to the intersection of Web3, crypto, and AI for years. He's the former chief economist at Consensus. He has thoughts on the long lens from a very big perspective of where we've been, where we're going, and how it's going to even kind of give rise to a new machine economy. Please welcome the founder and managing partner of Generative Ventures, Lex Sokolin. Lex.
Thank you so much for having me. It's absolutely fantastic set of content and people that you have in these conversations, and not just because I'm part of the agenda. Before we start, I do want to ask, kind of get a sense of you. How many people here own Bitcoin? Okay. How many of you have hands? That's a surprising amount of people that don't have hands over there. How many have used ChatGPT or another AI provider? Okay. And how many of you are mining, deepin, or have used a Web3 AI service? This is like DeFi in 2018, right? You should do it. That's the next phase. And it's also really exciting because in my experience, we are now at an intersection of a bunch of trends that have been going on for probably the last 20 years, if not more. And so my fund is investing in what we call the machine economy, which is the overlap of financial systems, financial infrastructure and sort of economic systems, blockchain protocols, and the development of artificial intelligence into machine labor, into something that actually contributes to GDP and creates an engine of economic growth, which is kind of a longer-term view of what we're doing, and not just the science fiction uploading of people onto the metaverse and sort of turning all of us into goo that goes on rockets into Dyson spheres around the sun. That comes later. So what I want to articulate is that this is not a one-time crypto theme. This is not like the narrative rotation of meme tokens into AI. Rather, we are at an outcome of a process that's been going on probably since the mid-2000s. And there are a couple of sectors that I'm going to highlight in terms of what they've contributed towards this development, towards the machine economy, and the role that they've played. And for us, for the fund, and for our experience, it starts with fintech and the distribution of financial products. It goes into crypto assets and computational blockchains with a DeFi economy. And then it walks through the developments around machine learning, neural networks, generative AI, towards being a productive agent of economic growth. And finally, it lands into the opportunity that we see today, which I think is quite unique and sort of has boiled up to a real revolution. So let's kind of start at the beginning. Like, this is a crypto conference, but we're going to zoom back out. If you think back to 2006, in that moment, it was the introduction of Web 2, of the attention economy, to the financial sector. Sort of the marquee project at the time for this was called Mint.com. Does anybody remember Mint.com? Rest in peace, Mint.com. I'm so sad to see it go. Mint was the first big fintech exit to Intuit. It was also the first project to sort of liberate financial data and make it available on the internet. And you can trace from Mint.com a whole bunch of stuff. So if you're a user of Robinhood, or Chime, or Revolut, or Monzo, or even Coinbase, that user experience has deep roots in the way things were designed in that moment. And you can see the application of largely Silicon Valley to financial services products. What's happened as a result is that instead of going to a store or a bank branch or an ATM, you have all this stuff on your phone. So the distribution layer of finance has turned digital as a result. You don't expect to talk to a person, you expect a mobile app, you expect a website, and this is sort of the top layer of internet finance. The next key to what we're talking about, of course, is Bitcoin. And the key element of Bitcoin that's relevant is the invention of a digitally scarce financial product, or a scarce digital asset that lived on chain. Prior to Bitcoin, you could not have a scarce digital asset. You have Web 2 digital assets, which you can copy and infinitely replicate. They have zero value because they have no marginal cost to produce. And so Bitcoin gave us the first key to manufacture financial products for the internet. We already have digital distribution. Now we have the ability to make one, to create a factory of financial products on the internet. A little bit later, but in the same breath, you also had the development in neural networks and artificial intelligence around 2014, 2015, which has a history that is quite long. It has a 50-year history in terms of the underlying artificial intelligence math and the design of neural networks. But what happened in 2014 is that because of the processing power that we have in our hardware, the capability of a neural network to do a human task exceeded the human ability to do it. So there's a competition called ImageNet. You decide if something is a cat or a dog. You have, some cats are very dog-like, some dogs are very cat-like. It's hard at the edges. But in 2014, neural networks made a lower error. They were more accurate in determining what the image was than an average human. So this is one of the kind of the key examples of machine judgment becoming better than human judgment. And of course, every other sense and every other human capability is subject to the same laws, right? So on the right, you'll see a chart of human performance across different things. And as the hardware has become better and the software has become better, machines have come closer and closer to replicating more and more of our capability. If you go further around this time of neural networks and towards the introduction of Ethereum, blockchains became computational. So you go away from just a single asset that can do digital scarcity to having chains that are computers, that are application stores, right? So it's not just Apple that can offer you an application store. It's a global decentralized network on which you can run software. And of course, we know that today we're looking at billions of users and accounts, billions of accounts, hopefully millions of users, and soon billions of users in Web3. And that quickly translated to having real industrial financial power on blockchain networks, right? So we all know DeFi as a sector today, but the introduction of these manufacturing capabilities has allowed us to have payments, banking, lending, insurance, asset management, trading, and all of these things in one open source infrastructure that is fully composable and permissionless. If you're a finance person, this is insane. The asset classes don't usually cross. Core banking and portfolio management and the Visa payment rails are not the same thing. But once you put everything onto Web3 financial infrastructure, they become interoperable, right? And so today we're at 100, 200 billion or so of assets. This is trillions of assets in a decade. Now we get to 2022, just a couple of years ago. Pretty much everyone said that you've used ChatGPT. And the transformation that happened in machine learning or in AI went from being sort of a human judgment replacement where you start with information, you run it through a machine learning model, and then you have an outcome, some sort of decision, towards generative AI, where you don't need to start with the information. You're manufacturing information. You're hallucinating outcomes. So when you're hallucinating outcomes, all of your thoughts are hallucinations rendered in our minds. When you're hallucinating outcomes, you are literally performing labor to create digital assets and digital products, right? So the outputs of artificial intelligence today are all digital. They're not sandwiches. They're not laundromats. They are all digital objects. And of course, we have a magnificent machine infrastructure already in place for owning digital objects, for transacting in them, for having exchange, market venues, and so on. So we start asking questions of, we have this engine for GDP, right? We have this engine of creating digital objects and digital assets. This thing is scaling into the trillions, right? So if you look at projections of economic activity, we'll expect 2 to 4 trillion of net new economic activity coming from generative AI. On the other side, we have financial infrastructure built over the last 15 years, purposely with the sort of the goal of owning and moving around digital assets and doing that in a permissionless and open way. And so the core of our thesis is that these two things are the same, that crypto is internet money, and the internet is primarily robots. 60% of internet traffic is robots. At least 20% of Twitter is robots. 95% of trades put into the capital markets and equity capital markets is robots. Probably at least 10% of you are robots. The people that didn't raise their hand for having hands at the beginning are absolutely robots. And so what we're coming to is the confluence of all these trends to create what we're calling a machine economy, right? Not just software on its own or hardware on its own, but the marriage of human productivity, the creation of GDP, and then the use of computational blockchains and machine networks to intermediate the financial activity. Today, there's kind of, if you spend time at the conference, you'll see a bunch of individual symptoms, right? And crypto is all about like these stories and memes and rotating, and it's very short term. And so today you'll see this as the deepen sector, the deepen.
Since 2013, institutions have trusted BitGo for their digital asset needs. Backed by Goldman Sachs and other top investors, BitGo brings together the best of Wall Street and Silicon Valley to deliver institutional-grade security, compliance, and financial services. Today, we support all major coins and blockchain protocols and process 20% of all on-chain Bitcoin transaction volume for over 1,500 of the world's top institutions. When it comes to crypto, institutions trust BitGo.
Hello, and welcome back to CoinDesk Live at Consensus. We are coming to you from the CoinDesk podcast studio presented by BitGo, founded in 2013 with the first institutional-grade Bitcoin wallet. BitGo is the gold standard in custody, staking, and settlement. Today, BitGo's supports over 800 coins and processes 20% of all Bitcoin transactions by value. Check them out at bitgo.com. I'm Jen Sinesi, and I'm here with my co-host for the afternoon, head of product at CoinDesk Indices, Andy Bear.
Hey,
Andy,
Jen.
how's it going?
It feels pretty good to be here, right?
It feels really good. We are on day 3. So much has happened so far. Talk to me about the highlight for you.
Well, the highlight for us was the announcement with the New York Stock Exchange that we're partnering with them to apply to list cash-settled index options that settle into XBX, the CoinDesk Bitcoin Price Index. So this would bring fundamentally critical risk management tools to U.S. investors. And so subject to regulatory approval, we can get some Bitcoin options trading on the NYSE available to investors around the world. So we're really excited about that.
That is a really big announcement. I bet you've been working on it for a long time. How does it feel to finally let the cat out of the bag?
You know, emotionally years in the making, structurally months in the making, and we'll see, you know, if we can get a good approval cycle here. It would be great to see these things go live and start to get some liquidity.
Now, outside of the NYSE announcement, what have you been experiencing? I know you've been walking the floor. I know you've been attending talks. I know you've probably been taking meetings. Talk to me about your experience over the last 2 days.
First of all, big difference from last year. Last year, I think we were all trying to keep our heads and, you know, keep the faith. We had come out of crypto winter, but there was a lot of uncertainty about what was going to happen next. Now we have 60 billion in Bitcoin ETFs. We have the CoinDesk 20 index, which has traded $5 billion in perps on bullish and is available to investors in a number of wrappers already. We're about to talk to another user of those in a moment. So it's a lot better from the advisor and institutional investor conversations we've had. Still more education, still more early adopter phase, still more growth. So we're on more solid footing, but we still have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, to that note, it feels a lot more serious this year, right? And I'm curious to hear, I know you joined so many different news shows as a commentator. If you were surprised about the spot ETF approval, were you as surprised as the rest of us?
100%. In fact, I think I went on one show hours before the announcement saying, it's not going to happen. So
I think everyone did. Yep, everyone said,
I feel like I was in good company, but you know, it was an unnecessary risk to bet the other way. The 19B4s have been improved. The S1s look like they're coming in a reasonable period of time. Is this an election year hug from the government? Who knows, but we'll take it.
Well, tell me a little bit about the timeline from here. When could we see an ETH ETF hit the market? I don't think a lot of people are talking about that.
I think the times, we never know, right? And things will happen when they happen. I think that the vibe is a little bit more that things will be under a reasonable period of time. We saw some recent refilings of S1 statements. So I think things are moving along. We'll see, but it looks like it's not going to be how we felt about this time last year.
All right, let's bring in our next guest now, Franklin Templeton's Executive Vice President and Head of Digital Assets, Roger Baston. Welcome to the show.
Great to be here in Austin with you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, we were just talking about the vibe at the conference. Talk to me about what you've been experiencing as a traditional firm. I know that you are one of the more forward-thinking traditional firms, but as a traditional firm here at Consensus, what's your experience been like?
Well, look, I think over the past months, especially with the, coming to the market with the spot Bitcoin ETFs, seminal moment in the industry, not just for the crypto industry at large, but also the asset management industry. And we're just super excited about what this allows for clients to access in these more traditional brokerage dealer accounts, these opportunity sets, which really should help clients with their total outcomes and solutions when they're thinking about investing, whether you're an individual investor or whether you're an institutional investor exploring all of this.
I know Franklin Templeton puts out a lot of research about a lot of different corners of the industry, really trying to understand what's going on. What kind of conversations are you having when you're walking the floor and talking to all the folks who have booths and exhibits here?
Well, to be honest with you, we probably spend almost, I would say about 60% of our time outside in a lot of different interesting conversations with folks. We've done two things. Franklin Templeton offers advice. That's what we've been doing for 76 years. We are a trusted brand of investment advice. That's what really makes me most excited about blockchain technologies, how it might unlock a vast variety and increase of opportunity sets for clients to weave into their portfolios. That's the most exciting thing that I do. But we also have built substantial infrastructure related to our Franklin On-Chain U.S. Government Money Fund, which we affectionately refer to as Benji. That opens up a lot of conversations for institutions who are beginning to come in this place, but don't want to spend the years that we've been in developing in order to get themselves accelerated into the marketplace. So we have a lot of great conversations about all those. It helps that we do have, through some of our social media presence, have had some pretty interesting uptakes on some of our things. People know Franklin Templeton and they want to talk to us about any number of things.
One of the things that you're known best for is active management, right? And I think where do you see the future of digital asset active management in the advisor channel?
Well, boy, if you think about the number of things that might be considered digital assets, not just the tokens that represent the tokenomics of the underlying blockchains, but CBDCs, NFTs, meme tokens as well. The opportunity set is rapidly expanding. How do you navigate those waters to protect yourself? Active management is going to play a part. I think just getting exposure through beta is also a pretty important part, and that's where I think these ETFs, both the spot Bitcoin and then the oncoming of the ETH ETF, will also help do that. But by and large, it is a wild world out there. Seeking advice is always a good idea.
Do you think that we'll have good wrappers for those more, enhanced or more active portfolios? I know that you do some work with some SMA platforms. Like, how are people going to get access to those best portfolios?
I think just like we've seen in TradFi, those access points are going to come through a number of different ways, depending on, what your adoption may be. Super excited again about the ETF, and we've seen the massive success of that. That's going to be a delivery mechanism, but SMAs in the TradFi space, because of the customization and the tax considerations that people have, are also an important delivery item. We just want to offer that advice where we can meet the clients wherever they are.
How are you thinking about remaining competitive? I know you brought up Benji. I know BlackRock's tokenized fund recently overtook that with the spot Bitcoin ETFs. We saw a bit of a fee war that everyone was talking about. With more of the asset managers coming into the space, with more asset managers starting to look at the different corners of the industry, how is Franklin Templeton remaining competitive?
Well, one of the things I think that makes us competitive and compelling to speak with about this advice is the fact that we are building in blockchain network environments. Benji started in Stellar. It's migrated toward Polygon. Last year, this time, we had an announcement about Polygon. I think you'd expect us to think about these. We like to call them digital nation states that we want to bring product into. So we understand the core technology about that. We're not just offering advice because of what we think may be, I don't know, supply and demand or other things, but we're building in the environments. We have opinions about which environments are suitable for RWA projects, quite frankly, and collaborating for the past years as we have with the SEC about that, I think it gives us a good position there. In addition, we operate nodes on these networks. We are part of the networks. We're not just opining and offering services. We have a variety of things that we're doing that help support this idea that we offer great advice in this space.
Let's talk about Solana. I know that Franklin Templeton has come out and said Solana could be the third biggest cryptocurrency. Why Solana? Talk to us a little bit about the research that was done there.
Well, there's a lot of really compelling stories, obviously, built around Solana. And I think if we were trying to forecast what might happen next in these ETF delivery mechanisms, I think there's some speaking about that. We're really excited about the maturing of the industry. This idea of your announcement with the NYSE and options, risk management tools are vital for all investors to participate in here. And so I think as we continue to see those develop around any number of tokens, whether it's Solana or others, that is going to be another place where adoption moves from not just kind of the do-it-yourself and the crypto natives, but into the more traditional delivery mechanisms and institutional investors.
Let's go back to Benji for a moment. I think that whole concept might be underappreciated, right? Because people are thinking, I can already get this. Why do I need this in this format? But when you think about how on-chain portfolios or crypto-native portfolios need things like collateral enhancement or need a tokenized version of somewhere to put unrisked, de-risked cash and get yield, do people understand that, or is that still an education process to unwrap the significance of something like that?
I will tell you that in the overall crypto industry was really surprised, what was it, a year and 3 or 4 months ago when the events of Silicon Valley Bank and First Republic, the lack of understanding from financial managers about the difference between a bank account and a fully collateralized money market fund was entirely absent, right? And so conversations within the community obviously began to accelerate. My 35, 40 years in asset management, the one product that I know that you can use the word stable in is a money market fund. Stable NAV. If we can continue to unlock and work collaboratively with our friends at the SEC for permissions about using public blockchains as part of the underlying ecosystem, I think you're going to have another complementary product alongside stablecoins with that key differentiating that you just pointed out, yield, that comes to the investor, the user of the product, as opposed to the stablecoin operator themselves.
Right, so that sort of removes the problem of onboarding and offboarding if you want to access that money market yield again. You can keep everything in tokenized form and not worry about it.
Look, maybe I'm being very basic here, but I think of stablecoins are very similar to banks. Give me $1, I'll give you that $1 back. I'm going to invest that to earn return, and the bank, is going to take that. Banks and money funds have existed side by side literally for decades, and literally there's trillions and trillions of dollars across the planet Earth that are in money fund constructs. We think inside of these walled gardens, these permission gardens where we know who the clients are that go through AML, KYC processes, that using tokenized money funds is a great addition to the overall digital asset ecosystem that will benefit users of all types.
Now, Franklin Templeton is known for putting out research, like I said, about many different areas of the industry. What part of the industry are you investigating now for maybe potential products?
Well, again, I think we're focusing on this watershed event that has happened over the past couple of months. I mean, a year ago, if we all sat here and said, are we going to have a spot Bitcoin ETF, and is it going to be the most successful ETF launch ever that occurred? We'd all been really surprised.
Said no.
They said, no way, right? And so the dynamic of the great thing about being in this space and industry is things are always fluid and changing. I think what Franklin Templeton represents is 76 years of a brand of trust, of advice. And so things that are lasting and things that actually have real value, we want those benefits to accrue to our shareholders and clients globally. And so we will find those wherever they may develop in the space ahead.
Is there ever any internal tension when we're talking about digital assets with maybe some of the more traditional folks who have worked at the asset manager over the years, or is everyone kind of accepting of the innovation that's happening?
Well, I think one of the benefits of Franklin Templeton, and we saw her yesterday, my boss, Jenny Johnson, on stage here, you have to have the direct leadership. You have to be able to have a vision. And one of Jenny's great attributes is she spent so much time in the operations part of Franklin Templeton. And this is where we've really uncovered value. Using public blockchains for a core function that we need to be involved in. We have to maintain records and long-term records for all of the clients and all of our funds activities. That is a huge record system, and we see the public blockchains as being an advancing technology in that record-keeping system. And so having uncovered that and figured that out gave us massive confidence that these blockchains are going to be used by any number of industry and economic actors for the same sort of purpose that we're using them for. And so we're excited to be a part of that. Is there tensions that develop? There are, but I think when people begin to have use cases, I think the institutional adoption will come when within these organizations, they find use cases for blockchain in what they're doing. That happened to us, and we're looking forward for that unfolding in the months, quarters, years ahead.
Roger, thank you so much for joining us. We hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Was, Franklin Templeton's Executive Vice President and Head of Digital Assets, Roger Baston. It's time to take a look at what's happening on stage, now live from Consensus 2024. When we come back, Pascal Saint-Jean joins us. Stick around.
And you'll have to pay it. At that point, they've driven the taxi company out of business. You have nowhere else to go. And the last thing I'll say is that you need open source and you need Web3 to work together to combat that.
Yeah, because something I learned at this show in another AI talk, and I didn't know this, that the big breakthrough that ChatGPT had was they figured out that human sorters were a big part of the language training models. They pay people in the Philippines to say dog, cat, until for hours and hours and hours.
Yeah.
And they're, it's a job. Like, it's not bad.
Yeah.
And I heard that ChatGPT spent, they're going to spend $1 billion this year on people, just humans going. So indeed, we need humans to put this data, to tag it, to upload it into a node, and hopefully make more than the $1 or $2 an hour the folks in the Philippines are making for doing this stuff.
Yeah.
That would be great.
Yeah, I think that's where Web3's already solved that issue by staking, by validating someone's work. That's like at the core of Web3. So funnily enough, it's funny it's two big buzzwords. We a lot of people interested. AI, Web3. How does it fit together? Are we just driving up a bunch of money and a bunch of people hopping on? But when you actually go under the hood of how humans interact to form AI and form learning models and neural networks, it's crucial to have a decentralized system from the monopolist angle, but also just pure. There can't be a centralized system can't handle that kind of work, and not in a fair way. So.
This centralized system of event production can handle the work of going overboard. Please, warm round of applause for Shashank, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Since 2013, institutions have trusted BitGo for their digital asset needs. Backed by Goldman Sachs and other top investors, BitGo brings together the best of Wall Street and Silicon Valley to deliver institutional-grade security, compliance, and financial services. Today, we support all major coins and blockchain protocols and process 20% of all on-chain Bitcoin transaction volume for over 1,500 of the world's top institutions. When it comes to crypto, institutions trust BitGo.
Welcome back to CoinDesk Live at Consensus 2024, brought to you by BitGo. We're joined now by 3iQ President Pascal Saint-Jean. Welcome to the podcast.
Thank you, Andy. Pleasure to be here.
Could you tell us a little bit about, I mean, your brand name is fantastic, but I think there's probably one or two people out there who would love to know what 3IQ does.
Absolutely. So 3IQ is definitely an OG in the space. Been in the space since 2012, but really our claim to fame came in 2020 when we finally got approval to be the first regulated Bitcoin and ETH ETP product globally. So we really brought the ETFs to the space through the Canadian regulators. Since then, we really continued expanding our mission of bringing digital assets to the world in a safe, secure, and simple way. Today, we have presence throughout North America, the UAE, Switzerland, and recently been acquired by a public company in Japan. And so they're helping us really bring our DNA and our products to Japan and the rest of Asia. So we're really excited to be here and continue on our path to innovate.
Fantastic. So, Ether is a big topic here in the United States with as we were saying a little bit earlier, kind of everybody was a bit caught off guard when we had some advancement in the regulatory process of Ether spot ETFs in the United States with 19B4 approvals. But of course, Canada has had Bitcoin and Ether spot ETFs with not that much collateral damage, apparently, for the last 4 years. Your Ether ETF has a special feature not present in some of the competing products. I'd love you to talk about ETHQ.
Yeah, so thank you. On our perspective, we've always taken an educational approach with the regulators in Canada. And so we always work with them hand in hand in terms of giving them guidelines in terms of where we'd like to go with our roadmap. And so for us, after the approval of Bitcoin and ETH, it was natural after a proof of stake was approved and basically kind of was working well with on the Ether chain, but it was time to start looking at bringing staking into these products. Of course, there's a whole bunch of complexities in terms of how is it seen by regulators, where is there maturity of the infrastructure. So that was a 2-year journey. So it was a 3-year journey to get our ETFs approved, and then a 2-year journey to get staking approved. And so recently, we were proud to announce about 6 months ago that we were the first ETF globally to stake our ETH, and since then, it's been a lot of fun.
So hang on, that was 6 months ago, and it was a 2-year process, which means that takes us pretty much back to way before the merge, right?
Basically, during that time when we were seeing the roadmap of Ether, we were starting to have the conversations at that point.
Caught everybody else unawares. And so that brings what? What does the investor get from that, and how do you see that kind of process evolving over time?
Absolutely. So the investor gets, so we were exploring from a tax perspective, should it be distributed in dividends or reinvested? So it is accretive to the fund. And so basically the staking rewards are generated, and essentially there's a portion, of course, that comes back to the manager to continue supporting the innovation, but a huge part goes back to the investor. And so if you invest in our products, you're outperforming ETH while holding staking. Now, where that evolves is all about liquidity management. And this is where, again, we were quite fortunate that the regulators were open to test this out. And so there's a percentage that's staked, not all of it.
Yep.
And the whole goal is to work with several providers, some of which are here, like North Stake and others, where we are partnering on the technology side to explore adding more liquidity management so that we could get eventually to 100% of the fund staked.
Yeah, the North Stake solution is really interesting. I've been looking into that as well. So we're all feeling very different this year at Consensus from last year. And the elephant in the room is there's $60 billion of U.S. spot Bitcoin ETFs that weren't there last year. How is that reverberated up into Canada? Is there a different vibe there? Is it reinvigorating the spirit of the idea?
Yeah, I would say it's opened up the minds globally. So like I said, we are a global firm now. Past year and a half during crypto winter, I was traveling around, getting a pulse on the different regulators.
It did get pretty cold.
Yes, it was. Right? Yes, it's cold in Canada plus crypto winter, so you need a very warm jacket. So traveling in different jurisdictions, talking to alternative managers, wealth managers, to get a pulse of what jurisdictions are open to the future of digital assets.
Right.
And it was interesting because everyone was saying at some point we need to have a playbook, but we'll wait. And that was during the FTX collapse and those kind of things. On that same trip, BlackRock had made the announcement that they had the intent of launching a Bitcoin ETF, and everyone called me back. And so on that same trip got extended, and since then, it's been very interesting conversations on a global scale, and you'll be seeing 3IQ in the coming year partnering with a lot of different folks and becoming sort of the infrastructure play to help other alternative asset managers start offering digital asset products to their clients directly using 3iQ because experience, DNA, and infrastructure.
That's fantastic. Now let's get to the fun part of the conversation where we're talking on camera here, but we talk a lot off camera. So we made an announcement yesterday about 3iQ and CoinDesk 20. So tell me about that.
Yeah, we're really excited about this. This is something we've been exploring for a while when we look at the roadmap. So basically the roadmap after Bitcoin and ETH was, well, we want to get different types of digital asset approved by the regulator. That's one challenge. The other one was staking. So staking got through. And so now we're really focused on getting different asset classes approved by the regulator. And the main question they come back with is, what's your selection criteria? And so there are a lot of basket products out there. They're all managed by the asset manager. We wanted to find a partner that had the most robust governance process, a professional level methodology, and a brand that would demonstrate credibility. And so for us, when we explore that and then basically started talking with CoinDesk indices, it was a no-brainer. And so we were really thrilled to announce that yesterday, Alan and I, at the conference. And the playbook for us is twofold. The first is for us continuing to work with regulators and CoinDesk to establish that gold standard in methodology of selection. But at the same time, we want to give access immediately. And so that's why our commitment was both work for the long term to eventually become an ETF with the CoinDesk 20, but immediate access in 6 different jurisdictions. And so we've committed to that in 2024 and getting to work right away.
Fantastic. And as you said before, it can take a couple of years, not a couple of months, to get regulatory approval. So the upfront investment in launching a new digital asset product is significant. You kind of can't get too many of them wrong, right? It's not like you issue 50 ETFs and 2 of them were successful and you can ignore the other 48. So what sort of cements your conviction that the investing public is ready for an index product?
So we meet with a lot of wealth management firms and investment professionals in various countries, and this is where their questions are basically either they're like, we're not ready for digital assets, or we are. And if we are, then it's split into 2. We understand Bitcoin and ETH, and we want to allocate to that, or we already have. So the other ones are, my clients want digital assets. We want to give them exposure, but we're not sure if it's going to be Bitcoin or ETH, and should we go all in? And so they want diversity. It's like saying you don't want to go all in Google or go all in Amazon. Us who are living this day to day may have an opinion, but for investment advisors, they want again to feel that they're advising their clients in the right way. And sometimes going with a proper basket, with a proper selection methodology like CoinDesk 20 is something that's going to give a lot of credibility for them and peace of mind.
So it's not only what investors are going to like and what regulators are going to like, but it's what the marketplace is going to be able to generate. And, we all, I think every single day, I think a lot of people ignore how much market structure is in place behind the scenes, right? We don't have the same infrastructure that traditional asset classes have. So are you finding that you can get the right liquidity and service provision and all the things you need to have a successful and efficient product?
And so that's the next challenge that we've always worked on since day one, is bring together the parties to make this happen. Definitely the space is mature from an infrastructure perspective. It's more about where can it be onboarded. So different regulators, different jurisdictions enable different types of onboarding. And so you got to work with best in class. And that's what we saw with CoinDesk, that you really you didn't just focus on the governance methodology, but you started from day one working on that infrastructure, whether it was the perps or your partnership with BitGo or others. It's making sure that the right players are in place to be able to create these structured products and bring them to market in a safe, secure way, which is very important to us and our investors and really important to regulators.
Your perspective is really unique and interesting when you look at, we're all wondering if this kind of warmth we're feeling with U.S. regulators is related to the election year, or if it's just a change of heart, or it's just the momentum around 60 billion in ETFs. What's your view? Are we being warmed up before November elections, or do you think there's really a sea change?
I mean, there's multiple factors, right? There's politics, there's macro, there's adoption. For me, my whole career has been in disruptive tech. So early web, early open source, and now in digital assets. And when you come to conferences like Consensus, when you speak with different pension funds and asset allocators. So recently, for example, was in Australia talking to some of the large super fund managers, and they've started allocating Bitcoin to their model, so getting it through investment committees. 2 years ago, that was nowhere to be found, right? So you got to look at a global view. You got to look at what people are saying, what dominoes are next to fall. And so, of course, when you look at the short term, there's a lot of things that are very exciting, the halving, the elections, the approvals of products. But when you zoom out, we are of the view that we sometimes overestimate what can be done in the year, but underestimate in 5. So we always take the 5 to 10 year view, and the space looks extremely promising over that period of time.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you, Pascal. That was 3IQ President Pascal Saint-Jean. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll talk with Ian McAfee.
Since 2013, institutions have trusted BitGo for their digital asset needs. Backed by Goldman Sachs and other top investors, BitGo brings together the best of Wall Street and Silicon Valley to deliver institutional-grade security, compliance, and financial services. Today, we support all major coins and blockchain protocols and process 20% of all on-chain Bitcoin transaction volume for over 1,500 of the world's top institutions. When it comes to crypto, institutions trust BitGo.
Let's kick off day 2 and let's go for a run.
We're excited that Consensus has chosen Hong Kong as its first destination to expand its global footprint beyond North America.
In 2025, Consensus is coming to the city of Toronto.
I just want a Mustang at Consensus.
I'm excited to be here at Consensus 2024. It's been fun so far, so let's go.
Hello and welcome back to CoinDesk Live at Consensus, brought to you by BitGo. We're on day 3, the final day of Consensus, and what an event it's been. From the pitch fest to the biggest names in crypto taking to the stages to discuss, debate, and deliberate on the future of this industry. I'm Andy Baer. We're joined now by Shift Markets CEO, Ian McAfee. Welcome, Ian.
Thank you very much, Andy.
So I have to confess, I'm not schooled enough to know much about your business. I'd love to hear about it and love for you to share with people what Shift Markets does.
Yeah, thanks. So, yeah, we've been a Consensus sponsor since the beginning. We're a technology provider that helps our clients get into the digital asset space. We give them a tech stack that lets them white label the stack and put their brand on it and offer digital assets to their customers.
Okay, and I know that it's it's derivatives related, and so your clients are financially oriented companies, or what's your client base look like?
Yeah, so they're financial institutions, so they have their own customers and maybe in other asset classes. Maybe they started in FX or securities or something like that, and they've thought about getting into digital assets and want a tech stack to be able to do that.
I see. And so who's holding the risk? They're holding the risk, they're using your tech stack. And what kind of derivatives markets are you modeling this on? There's a lot of different ways. Is this kind of a futures-based thing, options, all of the above? And what kind of asset class is going to be most familiar to their experience using Shift Markets?
Yeah, so we started off in the spot markets. We just launched derivatives. We've been doing FX since 2009 and got into crypto spot 2017 and just now getting into crypto derivatives. They're doing futures mostly, so our perpetual futures, like they do in our clients do in FX. So it's like margin trading and things like that.
Tell me how the business has changed since maybe 12 months ago, 18 months ago. I think there was a lot of interesting risk opportunities then, but people were cool to the idea. So, we're both markets people. We know how this works, right? The best opportunity is when everybody else is scared, but at the same time, you're scared, right? So has your business development kind of followed that same path, or what's been the trend since Consensus 2023?
Yeah, so I think last year in the crypto space, there wasn't as much going on, and it tends to go in cycles, but it does tend to be a great time to get in because no one else is looking at the space. So what usually happens is the market dips down a little bit, the excitement dies off, and then some of the smarter guys get in earlier, and then they start, and then they're ready for the next cycle. And then we kind of see that cycle over and over again. But it's good because it's healthy. People are learning more and more about the assets. And
this is why trends should work, right? You have
exactly.
people coming in at different times, and so where are we in that trend now? I mean, if that trend maybe started a year ago, I feel like we're in the belly of it now. But how far does it have to go? What's your pipeline look like? What in terms of growth over the next 6-12 months?
Yeah, I mean, I think our biggest clients are talking to us like right now. So it usually takes a few months before the cycle really picks up. Our sales cycle is a little slow because it takes time for someone to really get in and transition their whole business into something like this. So I'd say we're about halfway into the cycle, but now is probably the best time for us.
Right. And so thinking about the derivatives and the risk, are your clients mixing and matching traditional assets with crypto to try to find different opportunities? Somebody was talking to me this morning about mixing gold and Bitcoin, and those markets have their own characteristics, their own volatility properties, their own forwards. Is that an interesting area for your clients to explore?
That's one of our targets right now. We see that a lot of our clients might have a big gold book, a gold derivatives book, and they kind of live and die by the volatility of their major assets. So we're trying to get them to look at Bitcoin and other assets to smooth that out. As more users look at the digital assets, there's more volatility, there's more opportunities for the financial institutions to make money. So we're trying to convince them that, and especially with the younger traders growing up, there's a much higher interest in crypto from the younger users. So it helps them sort of stay relevant.
So on Wednesday, the New York Stock Exchange made an announcement that it is going to apply to list index options, cash settled index options, settling to a Bitcoin index, the CoinDesk Bitcoin Price Index. Once approved, that will open up a big world of risk management and fantastic options market for users in the United States and around the world. Will that drive more business into you because there'll be more overall activity? How are you thinking about that kind of progress in the United States?
Yeah, it's healthy for the space. So the more types of activity you have, the better the liquidity is. You have different people doing different things for different reasons, which tends to drive price action and liquidity at different price levels, and that's great for everybody. I think the more opportunities there are, the more ways there are for people to trade how they want to trade, it just makes the whole market a little bit more smooth and more liquid.
So we're all operating in this business for years now, maybe some of us up to a decade, and the banks are just not participating, right? They just can't. Yet now we have ETFs, and you're starting to see some 13Fs being filed, and they're going to end up on some prime brokerage sheets, and they're going to end up on bank balance sheets at some point soon. Derivatives may be another way for banks to start participating in this asset class. Is that something you're thinking about? Because, of course, this is the biggest untapped pool of interest and capital and activity. How do you think about that in using Pascal's idea, like looking 5 to 10 years forward rather than 6 to 12 months?
Yeah, I think banks tend to be the slowest of the financial institutions to move, especially in the U.S. And there's a lot of regulation, uncertainty right now. But I think that's, like you said, big potential in the next 5 to 10 years. So we're hoping that those things change as the next years come through. There's other countries doing different things and opening things up a little bit faster. So we're hoping that comes to the United States as well.
Do your clients, they're serving other clients, right, who have speculation or risk management? Your clients are brokers or people who are, taking principal risk against their clients. What's your sense is about how risk management has evolved over the last couple of years, right? Hopefully, one would wish that you were seeing a better balance between risk management business and speculation business. Can you detect that from where you're sitting?
I think the people that don't do risk well tend to get shaken out pretty quickly. So I think it's a good time if you have good risk management sort of processes in place. I think it's a good time to get into the space, just because you have that clarity from your history, and this asset class is no different than anything else. You do have to pay attention. You do have to put in your parameters. So I think it's a good time for anyone that has comfort in that to really get involved.
I'm older than I look, and I was sitting on a desk when the euro happened, right? And was wondering where all these FX people who were doing, Deutschmarks versus French francs, what they were going to do. But, the FX business has been great. That being said, you see a lot of FX intuition and a lot of FX intellectual property work its way into the derivatives markets in crypto. How vibrant is that space? Are you seeing a lot of familiar faces that you would have seen in your old life? And, is the FX derivative, I guess, construct as compared to equities or rates kind of the right one to think about for something like Bitcoin?
Yeah, so I think a lot of the FX clients we had in the past are now getting into digital assets. It is very similar in a lot of ways. They're used to the 24-hour nature of the market, although not in the weekends. They are used to the 24-hour market, which is a nice easier transition from some of the other asset classes. So yeah, we're really pushing towards our old industry, the FX industry, to look at this asset class and really get into it in a big way. So yeah, we're excited about that.
Here's a big question. Bitcoin sort of needs a yield curve, right? And we have to be able to think about forwards properly and transparently. So how do you think about that now? Is that just priced by the market, the borrowing and the lending? There's no LIBOR for Bitcoin, right? What kind of structure do you think is going to be needed to firm up the way that part of the market works?
I think standards and indices, things like you guys are doing, I think it's important to have just that price discovery at the longer time cycles. I think as institutions who know more about this get into this space, we'll start to see that more. Right. It's largely been a retail-driven market in the early days, and you don't have that familiarity with some of these things. So I think that's changing and will continue to change.
So what's your hope if we're sitting in these chairs at Consensus 2025, which will not be in Austin, but will be elsewhere? What do you hope to see happen at least in the next 12 months?
Yeah, I think I'd like to see more of the yield curve, more of the derivatives, more of the more structured products, the things that you need to do other things in the asset class. I'm excited to see what happens. I'm excited to see some of the bigger institutions get in. I'm excited to see what happens with the regulations. Hope that goes our way and just grows the industry.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ian. That was Shift Market CMO Ian McCaffey. I'm Andy Baer here at CoinDesk Live. We'll be back.
Of the traditional finance and on-chain finance world that we're collectively building. And so if I look at like the three key pillars that are enabling that bridge, it looks completely different this time around. So the kind of three key pillars being, first, from a legal and compliance perspective, we're having way better legal structures, and as a value-added investor, we kind of provide legal analysis and advice to help support building better legal structures that tie these two worlds together. From a technology perspective, we're having better platforms. Like, for example, the other speakers on this stage are really advancing that the technology and the platform and products aspects forward. And then finally, you have a growing monetary base that is also conducive for bringing more on-chain assets, more assets on-chain, right? Like, so the 150 billion in stablecoins as kind of a starting point for where those assets can be deployed into, or what funds those assets can be deployed into. And with these better pillars, and with a more like efficient bridge, you're seeing players from both sides of these two worlds reach across kind of the chasm and start to connect the two structures, right? With BlackRock, Superstate, with Maple, and et cetera. The bridges are only getting better, and I think, like, from my perspective, tokenized assets is getting to a point where we can see some real adoption.
I'll give a slightly different but complementary answer to what Robert and Kevin said, which is, I think back then you didn't have enough of a wealth effect in crypto, so the market cap wasn't enough to start. The market cap of crypto wasn't enough that you had wealthy crypto holders who were willing to buy real-world assets or invest in them. Stable coins, so there weren't enough dollars that you could actually buy or invest in the real-world assets with. That was still a very new concept going back to like 2017, 2018. And then also just the number of users. So I think we have a far larger number of wallet holders and active DeFi and smart contract users, as Robert was saying. now than we did back in 2017. So I think all of those are almost environmental factors why, and reasons why it was a great idea back then, but the conditions for success didn't exist back then.
Okay. I guess now that we've discussed all of these conditions for success that are now here, let's take a look at the data. So there's around 150 billion of assets on chain, or AOCs, that is I guess the new lingo, and I would say the large majority of that are stablecoins. And if you actually strip away the stablecoins, it's only really about 10 to 15 billion of things like treasuries, private credit, and I guess alternative asset classes, alternative assets. And this is according to the data provider, rwa.xyz. So I guess, we're still very far away from 1 trillion. And we also have a lot of institutional allocators here at Consensus. And there was one actually at the RWA Summit on Tuesday. He was at a major pension fund and that manages hundreds of billions, and essentially said something like, your size is not size. And so, the panel is about getting to 1 trillion. We talked about why all the conditions are ripe. What are some of the obstacles preventing us? Is it just a matter of time? Is there just no demand? I guess let's start with you, Kevin, and then work our way this way.
Yeah, for sure. So I think from an investor perspective, one of the challenges is still that the assets on chain are not necessarily the assets that we see from an institutional demanding perspective. That's what they want. Like from a risk-adjusted perspective, it's been difficult for institutions to get on board because they can either acquire the same assets if you're tokenizing sort of like a treasury or a security, public security that you could otherwise get through Wall Street. You're taking on, or some would perceive yourselves as taking on additional risk for getting the same underlying asset. So how do we solve for that? You add value via these on-chain primitives that change the risk-reward dynamic so that these institutional allocators are incentivized to deploy into these assets at size on-chain. And we're seeing that occur with the on-chain assets today with various partnerships and composability of these assets that are just not possible in the traditional world. And I think the other aspect is just we need more we need to continue to keep the foot on the pedal in terms of like issuing greater and greater diversity of assets on chain. I think we made a great splash with the tokenized treasuries so far. I'm excited to see what more we can do in the public securities space, in the private credit space, and so on and so forth. So I think that's...
Well, there's nothing stopping $1 trillion of assets from coming on chain. The thing that's the gap between where we're at now and when $1 trillion comes on is just time, right? When Bitcoin's market cap was $10 million, there was nothing stopping Bitcoin from eventually becoming $1 trillion asset, except for time. When stablecoins were a tiny speck of an asset, there was nothing stopping them from reaching the $150 billion that exist in stablecoins now than time. Every single year, generally there's been significant growth. And we just happen to be in essentially year 2-ish of RWAs. We're in year, 12 of Bitcoin. We're in year 7 of stablecoins, right? These assets grow over time. We just happen to be early. And so I view this as inevitable, but not inevitable next month and not inevitable next year. This is probably another 5 to 6 years for us to get to the $1 trillion mark, but we will.
Okay. I would add that we will talk about this later, which is regulation, which I would add is probably an obstacle from preventing the assets from getting on chain. But we will get to that after, but Sid, your thoughts?
I wholeheartedly agree with Robert that we're going to get there in a matter of time, and whether that's 5 years or 10 years, I'm not sure. It's very difficult to call. But what I will say is, I think at this stage, all the RWA protocols and assets are really quite limited in who can hold them. And so I think buy-side constraints are a major factor. So at the moment, you can only issue them or take on accredited investor customers. And so that's a really narrow set of users within crypto and DeFi.
In the US, every country has its own rules.
But every country has its own rules, and that is one of the reasons that we launched Syrup the other day, which is an effort to get more, make it more accessible to retail.
Since 2013, institutions have trusted BitGo for their digital asset needs. Backed by Goldman Sachs and other top investors, BitGo brings together the best of Wall Street and Silicon Valley to deliver institutional-grade security, compliance, and financial services. Today, we support all major coins and blockchain protocols and process 20% of all on-chain Bitcoin transaction volume for over 1,500 of the world's top institutions. When it comes to crypto, institutions trust BitGo.
Hello and welcome to the Mining Pod live from Consensus 2024. We're coming to you from the CoinDesk podcast studio presented by BitGo. Founded in 2013 with the first institutional-grade Bitcoin wallet, BitGo is the gold standard in custody, staking, and settlement. Today, BitGo supports over 800 coins and processes 20% of all Bitcoin transactions by volume. Check them out at bitgo.com. Okay, we're going to take a look into the world of control boards, mining hardware, much more with Epic Blockchain. Welcome to the show, Earl.
Thanks for having me here, Will.
Yeah, really excited for today. Can you tell me a little bit about yourself, a little intro, bio, classic podcast questions, and then we have so much to talk about in terms of the hardware market, which I will preface before we get into this. Like, one of my favorite things to talk about in Bitcoin mining is the hardware side. I think some people's eyes roll a little bit, but this is the foundation of the Bitcoin network we're talking about right here.
Yeah, so to put it short, my background is in chip design. So I spent a decade and a half at ATI AMD building GPUs, and one day someone came to me, one of my founding partners came and said, let's go into Bitcoin. And I looked at him and he said, we can do it. And I told him, you don't have the money to do it. And that's how it all started. So we raised money, started Epic Blockchain, really started off in the altcoin space. Our whole business model was flowing around, let's not go after Bitcoin right away. Let's do altcoins when mining was still big, and then proceed to Bitcoin. So over the years, we've progressed from building our own miners, developing our own chips, to providing hardware for anything blockchain. May it be mining, may it be devices for IoT, Web3. We're involved in all those things. And we also do a lot of research. So our company is heavily engineer-based. So about 20 of us are engineers out of the 25. And we're based out of Toronto, North America, in Canada. And that's who we are, and that's what we do.
Awesome. Well, next year, we'll have Consensus in Toronto, so maybe we can do another show there. Let's talk a little bit about some of the products you guys offer for like 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Then later in the show, I actually want to go back into that. And then from there, I want to go into some Bitcoin mining stories with you, because I know you've been around the block, and it's cool to get veterans on the show. You guys have seen things other people have not seen.
Seen a lot of things over the years.
Yeah, but tell me about the products really quick, just for some context before we dive into that.
Epic Blockchain has three main lines of business. One is what we call fleet enhancement, where we provide control boards, custom firmware, power supplies, so kind of enhance your fleet.
Okay.
Our second line of business is designing custom rigs for mining. A lot of people in the industry like what they can buy off the shelf, but there's people out there who believe that building something better, more suited for their infrastructure, more suited for their needs, and they come to Epic and we build systems. And our final totem, as you could say, is building chips. That's our bread and butter. That's what we've done our whole lives. We haven't done it recently, but we are planning on getting back there one day.
Chips. Okay, that's a big thing that we're going to talk about here is like the silicon wars that are actually happening within Bitcoin mining. People don't talk about it because it's like such a small sector, but I think it's like endlessly fascinating. Let's go into Bitcoin mining origin story for you. So you mentioned earlier that you were at a chip manufacturer, you got interested in Bitcoin, you founded Epic Blockchain. Dig into that a little bit more, and then I do want to hear about some like the earlier stories with Epic Blockchain circa 2019, 2020.
So my introduction into mining was on a netbook. Someone told me about this Bitcoin network. You could run a node, you could mine, and I turned it on my netbook at the time. These are those small little low-powered Atom processors from way back in the day, and I tried it, and I mined Bitcoin, and that's where it stopped. I made a few cents at the time.
Nice.
It's not like I'm well off because of that mining.
Yeah.
But a few years later, when someone approached me again, a friend, a founder at Epic Blockchain, said we should do this, and I looked back into it. By then, mining moved from CPU to GPU and then bridging onto the FPGA world. And that's when I hooked up a bunch of GPUs that I had access to. I am from ATI AMD, so we have a a nice collection of video cards, and we started mining again. And it looked profitable. And that's when the whole thing caught on. A lot of us didn't not believe in Bitcoin. It was just too new. We're very corporate based. We're old guys who worked for 15 years, and telling us to jump off this bridge and go after Bitcoin was scary.
Yeah.
And that's where we are.
Okay, so for the altcoin stuff, you guys attacked that market first. I mean, for those who are kind of newer to the industry, Ethereum was a proof of work coin previously, and there was a lot of different coins that were within like that non-Bitcoin but mineable sector.
Yeah.
Ethereum probably being the most dominant. So I'm assuming Ethereum mining was something you guys looked after, and then a few other coins?
So we've done a few projects over the years, few chips. Ethereum, Sia coin, or Sia coin as people call it. We did custom chips for miners that we don't even publicly state, because that's who we are. We build you a chip, we build you a product, you pay for it, and we deliver. And we've delivered over the last 7 years. So everyone thinks that you can go out there and just buy off-the-shelf stuff to mine. But if you have the capital and you have the plan, you can build your own hardware, and we can help you do that. And that's where the altcoin space really kind of moved forward. Back then, there was Ethereum that was big, and then you had Bitcoin, obviously. But there was a slew of coins that were profitable from an ASIC design point of view that you could go after if you were the only one. If you were to take those machines and sell it to the public, you would just kill yourself by the end of it. So a lot of these...
Why is that? Why would you kill yourself?
There's only one piece of the pie.
Yeah.
And it gets divided every time a miner is released.
Yeah.
And if we produce 10,000 miners, back in the day, what would happen is someone would sell you 1,000 miners, but go turn around and sell another 10,000 to the next guy, and your piece of the pie just shrank overnight. And that was a business model that a lot of manufacturers to this day still do. So a new coin comes out, they produce a machine, but they never tell you how many. And it's a fallacy. Everyone buys it because the numbers today look wonderful.
Yeah.
But a week from now, 2 weeks from now, where are those numbers as you see this hash rate constantly increase?
Yeah.
So working with private miners, building custom hardware was a niche business that was fun for us. Because it's not just the same algorithm that you see today, which is SHA-256 or ETH hash at that time. You had all these unique algorithms that someone in the blockchain space decided to make proof of work on.
Yeah.
And some had legs, some had math behind them.
Yeah.
Some were just a mishmash of algorithms, like the whole X11, X15 type algorithms.
Gotcha.
So it was a fun time, and there was a lot of money flowing in the space. But as we see it today, mining slows down.
Yep.
Right? Proof of work has gone away for various reasons why people argue it shouldn't exist. Proof of stake is better, according to some people. I don't believe so.
Yeah.
But everyone's view is different, right? So that's where we are.
Okay, so no, that's some interesting background context. Let's jump to Bitcoin mining itself. How do you guys go from the altcoin space to jumping in Bitcoin, which, for some context, it's basically dominated by two companies. Bitmain, huge percentage market, I would say like 78%, and then MicroBT, kind of the end of that market at 20%, and then there's of course like a few other players in there as well. But how did you guys decide like, hey, we want to jump into Bitcoin mining and leave the altcoin market behind?
So it kind of changed over time. In the beginning, we were doing altcoins, and altcoins were falling off. A lot of the problems we see with blockchain is no one's using it.
Yeah.
And you can have a network, a layer one, but if no one's using it, what happens next?
Yeah.
And then the mining kind of dies down because there's not enough rewards, because the coin price depreciates. So we had to look elsewhere. And the only kind of proof of work left, well, to this day for us, remains Litecoin or script mining or Dogecoin. BTC mining, may it be for Bitcoin, Bitcoin Cash, or some derivatives of that.
Yeah.
And that's where we are today, right? So we had to kind of branch into there.
Yeah.
And we spent a lot of time doing chip development, where to a point we would start vetting other companies that were doing Bitcoin ASICs.
Yeah.
The process of building an ASIC is something we know well. It's a long, slow, tedious process.
Yeah.
But what we were building was SHA-256. It's 100 lines of code that you could review over and over again, but now you're just converting it to a circuit.
Yeah.
Right? So it's not overly complex, but if you look at it, Bitmain's done this for generations. And where are they today versus where were they years ago?
Yeah.
You kind of have to figure out how they got there. So we started reviewing and partnering with a lot of companies that wanted to get into the space. We decided internally that the capital required would be a gamble. You're betting the house on a product. Our business model was based upon the fact that someone would pay us to develop and we would deliver.
Yeah.
Right. So there was that risk taking. So after reviewing a bunch of chips, some were fake, Some had no legs. Some guys didn't know what they were doing, and some guys were truly advanced. We started partnering with them. And one of the first Bitcoin ASICs we got to work with was Intel. So Intel as a company produced 2 generations of ASICs, and they were giving it a second go. Their first time around, we talked to them, and it was a very interesting conversation. There were a bunch of guys who knew how to make a chip, but couldn't build a system, couldn't build firmware. Having the chip only doesn't get you anything in this space. And Intel went off to sell their chips to various companies, and Epic provided systems and solutions for them. And that was our first foray into Bitcoin. Our running joke at the company is we've built a product on 7 nanometer, 5 nanometer, and eventually 3 nanometer without having to pay the cost of taping out those chips, taping out the process of making that mask and ordering wafers. Right?
Let's talk about that process actually. Again, you said this earlier, like, you know how to build an ASIC. Epic knows how to build an ASIC. You guys know how to build the ASIC chip, and then you guys know how to build the whole form factor as well. So tell me a little bit about that process, that learning curve, and maybe just describe what the sort of parts that we're talking about here for an audience that's not familiar.
The chip design process, in a nutshell, in a high-level summary, is you have to build something. In this case, it's the SHA-256 algorithm. Well known, the code's documented all over the internet. You can find reference hardware code there from FPGA mining back in 2014. So everyone can see it. But now you take that code and you have to make it into this physical piece of silicon. The circuit involved there can either be done by automated tools, it can be drawn by hand like back in the day, and it can be done through a mixture of the two. So those are the 3 approaches. We call them digital, which is what I prefer because I like doing complex designs, GPUs, video manipulation, 3D gaming. Then you have mixed signal, which kind of uses both of them. A little bit of custom work, a little bit of actual digital work to enhance your flow. And then the full custom work is where Bitcoin chips are today. And that's a completely different beast. So you take this code, you make a circuit, and then you design the full chip with a circuit, and then you go make a mask set. And mask set allows you to mass produce these chips in volume. And the mask sets are the most capital-intensive part of this whole process. Everyone looks at them, how much is it going to cost? The numbers are safely guarded in the industry because the foundries give everyone different numbers to make sure whoever says it leaked it, right? But you're looking in the orders of tens of millions to produce a mask set at 5, 4, 3 nanometers nowadays. And you take that and you mass produce chips. And then there's a whole back-end process of taking this piece of silicon, testing it, packaging it, and then finally putting it onto a board where you get an actual device in the end.
Okay. So it's quite a process, and a lot of people are figuring out right now what has made. This is going back to your comment earlier about Bitmain. What has made them better than other people at it, and how hard is it to compete at the levels and standards we're seeing with the Bitmains and MicroBTs today?
So the way the foundries work is TSMC in their early days basically had a lot of customers in the crypto space, especially on the mining side, and TSMC doesn't like the whole ups and downs of crypto. They like to schedule, they like to say commitment, and then volume. These customers would come in and say, I need more right now. So TSMC in the end said, we can't do this. You guys are going to fill what we can't use, but you're never going to get proper allocation. So that went away eventually when Bitmain decided we can only support a few of you. And out of TSMC China, you have Bitmain. That's why you saw the MicroBTs and the other companies move to Samsung. And in North America, it's an open field. In the rest of Asia, it's still an open field. So out of China, a lot of the original companies, the Canaans, the Bitbangs, eBang from back in the day, InnoSilicon, they all came out of that same region, and they're like, we can't do business with you like this, right? So that's how TSMC as a foundry chose a partner, which gave a technological lead to Bitmain. So that's one thing, the foundry. It's what we rely on to make these chips. We design them, but we don't manufacture them. We go to a foundry to do it. May it be TSMC, Samsung, or even Intel today. There's a few others in China as well that are not as popular. But now, Bitmain has access to the best technology, and they have the capital to try. And that trying part is what separates them from the rest. If you look at their history on how many 7 nanometer tapeouts they did quite a few. They did a shotgun approach, is what we call it, where they just tried everything and hoped something sticks. So I don't know if you know that 7
Yeah, go into
nanometer.
that. That's really interesting.
The S19 generation has a few different chip types.
Yeah, definitely.
Even though it's the 19 generation, and those are the shotguns that they had.
Yeah.
So you had the S19, then you had the J. Now you have a further iteration of that they have out that they're
J Pro, J Pro Plus, and then
Some of those are the same chips, but some of those are really iterations of that same thing, fine tuning it.
Okay.
Right. But the 19 original S19 Pros, were bad.
Okay.
They did not hit what Bitmain was targeting, so that's why they tried again. As a smaller company, if you're trying to compete against them, you're paying tens of millions of dollars for the mask set, and you fail, you call it quits.
Okay.
So we believe Bitmain's strategy of shotgunning and iterating with capital makes them better than everyone else. We have teams today developing Bitcoin ASICs. Every time we go into a bull run, there's a bunch of chip companies that will come out, start building the chips, and in a few years, you'll see where they land. And then it's try one, try two. So I mentioned before, Intel had 2 tries at it. That's 2 tries publicly. I don't know how many they did behind the scenes.
Oh, yeah. That's a good point.
So that's what makes Bitmain so good at this. They have the technology access. They have the engineers to do it, even though a lot of their engineers have spun off to great competitive companies. And now what you're seeing is Bitmain has a nice, comfortable lead, and they've been dominant for a while. And everyone's waiting for them to either falter, stutter, or you'll see what I believe is convergence in this industry. All chips will be made at similar type foundries, and we're not going to see anything better than the other drastically. Processors, GPUs today, we used to race the gigahertz war. I'm slightly older than you. So I remember my first gigahertz processor where we thought we're going to get to 10 gigahertz processors eventually, then 20 gigahertz, but it stopped. It all converged, and then you look at the other value adds that processors brought. Multi-core CPUs were a big thing now, where we have 16 cores on our CPUs. Do we need it? That's the only way they could branch out. We're not going to 10 gigahertz. So the chip-wise, I believe we're all going to converge similarly on some joules per terahash. May it be 10, 8, 5. But then that's it. Everyone's going to be so similar. You're going to have an 8 nanometer, 8 joules per terahash from Bitmain, and a 9 joules per terahash from their competitor. Is there that big of a difference anymore? You have to find the next phase of differentiation. And that's where Epic is trying to play in, where the system, the firmware, tied with the infrastructure is where we're going to play.
Right? I love that. Okay, I want to go back to ask a clarifying question from earlier. So you're talking about like the chip level, and they did the shotgun approach. Was it on the chip level that they were kind of fine-tuning things, or was it on the form factor as well with some of the other things, firmware?
It's all about Bitmain's firmware has been notorious for a while now. So
I wondered if you could pick that up.
It's not the firmware side that they finally are taking it more seriously. Epic produces firmware that differentiates it from the stock. But from a chip design point of view, they do a few things that are risky. I don't know if you look down at the board levels, all the repair guys should know that Bitmain's chips run at 1.2 volts. Which doesn't make sense for a 4 nanometer chip where the standard cells, the actual transistors turn on and off at 0.25, 0.3 volts. So why is this chip running at 1.2 volts? Everyone's like, I don't know, that's what Bitmain made, right? But really inside that one chip, there's 4 chips stacked in series.
Oh, okay.
Right? And doing 4 chips stacked in series on the same piece of silicon requires an artistic type of work. It's voodoo science sometimes. And they were able to successfully do that. And there's reasons for them doing that. Higher voltage, lower current, less copper needed to bring power to the chip, more efficiency coming out.
Interesting.
But there's 4 in there. Companies like Intel did 2. And then there's companies that are not going to gamble on that risk for the first generation. So you have the other chip manufacturers like Borodine and a few others. They're just going to do 1. And you have an efficiency loss right there off the top of the bat because of your design choice. And that's what I mean by they were able to try to do these things to eke out and squeeze out a little more. Right?
Let's talk you brought up a ton of great things I want to get to. So the first thing, let's talk about like being a startup and competing against a giant. So like, if anyone's seen like what's that show in the 80s about the computer wars in the 80s, Catch Fires, like Halt and Catch Fire. I don't know if you've seen it, but they talk about like the first generations of PCs, like laptops, and how they're like trying to build these things out. There was obviously like sort of like an 80-20 market at that time. It seems very similar in Bitcoin mining. How do you as a startup sort of compete against these larger guys? And what's the relationship with these teams? Is it competitive? Is it like elbows, or is it like pretty friendly, sharing information?
So what we've seen is the space is dominated by Bitmain. You mentioned that before, and there's no way you can compete against them directly.
Yeah.
Early on, when we were designing altcoin chips, we learned our lesson. We learned something of a concept called a paper tiger.
Yeah.
My boss, Jim Cito, lots of stories.
Shout out to Jim.
Paper tigers, I'm like, what is a paper tiger? They will announce a product just to compete against you.
Yeah.
And that announcement alone will make the consumer pause and wait to see which one comes out. But you need pre-sales.
brutal.
So the whole industry was based on pre-sales.
Yeah.
We sold more miners before we finished the project than we did after we finished, because there was a slight crash in crypto during that time frame when we finished. But a paper tiger, you announce it just to slow down your competitor.
Yeah.
And there would be no pre-sales now because you don't know which one to go with.
Yeah.
And back in the early days of mining, paper tigers were notorious. So there's no way you could compete directly with them. So we chose the other path. We stayed stealth. We did private mining.
Yeah.
We supplied to these private miners because we did announce a project, and somehow a team in China announced a competing project, and they used my spec down to the rounded numbers that I put in there. I'm like, I can't compete against that. And one of my largest customers came up to us and said, that guy is making the same thing, but it's cheaper.
Yeah.
But he wasn't sophisticated or educated enough to know that that's not going to exist. And to this day, you see a lot of paper tigers. There's a lot of noise in the space, right? So competing against Bitmain, we could never do head on. So we decided to work with them in a way, making custom control boards, custom firmware to improve their machines, better power supplies for the use case, may it be immersion, may it be ultra high efficiency power supplies, so that you can eke out more out of your hardware, make it last a little longer.
Okay.
So never against, but using that knowledge, we're now building systems that compete directly against them.
Okay.
Right? So that's been our approach.
Okay. And some of the systems you mentioned earlier are like fleet refresh, control boards, firmware, but you guys also are building your own ASIC, if I'm not incorrect there.
We don't publicly say we're building our own ASIC. It's on the wish list.
It's on the wish list.
If anyone is out there and wants to fund us $30 to $50 million,
I'd love
we'll
to raise some money,
entertain
but no, I don't have any. But tell me a little about that. Like, so you guys are focusing on like these smaller aspects. What are some parts, and how do you guys go about building those things?
So one of the big things that Bitmain has is a huge supply chain and buying power. 120 millimeter fans is my perfect use case for that one.
Okay.
They are very popular for certain applications, but the PC fans are not the same as these industrial fans that we use for mining.
Yeah.
But Bitmain made them the standard. WhatsMiner moved to a slightly bigger fan, the 140 mils.
Yep.
But they're not as popular as Bitmain fans because a whole industry was spurred because of that one fan size. You had resale of new fans, better fans that you could buy from some other suppliers, but Bitmain created an industry.
Yeah.
And it kind of pigeonholes your design philosophy. You have to use that fan because I can get it cheaper.
Yeah, okay.
Right? So when you talk about parts and supplies, a lot of it does come from Asia, from China region.
Yeah.
And that buying power of Bitmain kind of creates smaller sub-industries of these parts.
Interesting.
Power supplies, as much as people think that you can grab a power supply from anywhere, it's not like the PC industry where you can grab a gold, bronze power supply from different vendors and swap it in.
Yeah.
There's only a few players in the power supply industry, and they all know each other.
Yeah.
And that's how the game is played.
Yeah.
So then you have to play nice. I want to build a power supply. We all know that building a better power supply will cost more money. You can't sell your machine for more. That's a problem. So you have to play that game. And then you have various vendors that you can go to. But in the end, we're all building something very similar. So you get pigeonholed once again to using that power supply, even though you don't want to use it. Right?
And you can see this in a lot of like the newer units that have been coming out, like the R9 unit, the form factors, a lot of these things are very similar.
So that's one of the things we're seeing in this industry is everyone's kind of tired of building infrastructure just for this, I call it a shoebox miner.
Yeah.
And you build infrastructure for that shoebox, but that's not the best way to build infrastructure.
Okay.
So we talked a lot with a lot of miners out there and really asked them the question, what's your ideal miner?
Yeah.
What would it look like? Can we build it for you? And they come back to us saying, we can save a lot of money if we do this, this, this. May it be dropping the PDU, moving to 3-phase, which Bitmain finally did.
Yeah.
But there's talks of using higher end voltages and distribution of DC voltage at a data center level that some of the data centers actually use.
Yeah.
Or can we cut out the PDU altogether? Why do we need it?
Yeah.
Right? If you cut a PDU open and look at it carefully, it's a bunch of solder and wires. There's nothing else in there.
Yeah.
And plugs.
Okay.
Right? So moving towards that, our customers are asking us for different types of miners. And I think that's where the industry will go once the chip consolidation occurs. What can we do better as an industry? A better miner? Does it have to be as loud? Is immersion the future? Hydro? Those are the questions all out there that we're seeing right now.
Okay, to go back to the parts thing with the PDUs, PSUs, hash boards, hash rate, control boards, how do you choose which vendors to work with in Asia? And what do you know, how do you not get scammed? And how do you know you're working with like the best people and you're getting the best product from them?
So when you're buying parts and components in Asia, there's a few ways to do it. I was just in China about 3 months ago to visit some of our vendors.
Yeah.
So we have a list of parts that we use that we know cost a lot or we use a lot of. And initially, you don't have that buying power to go buy directly from the vendor.
Yeah.
You go through a broker. And the broker is what usually finds the parts for you, charges a little bit extra, just like buying a miner, but they do qualification. You send it to a lab and you qualify those parts.
Yeah.
And you do find that there are a lot of forgeries or secondhand parts or parts that don't meet spec.
Yeah.
So trying to find the right broker to do business with. One of our partners is Sunnyside Digital, who's a broker for miners. We trust them because we know that we're paying you a price, but you're going to get us what we asked for. And that's the kind of thing that we look for initially when we're sourcing parts. But the second stage is once you're big enough, go talk to the vendor, go meet with them, get your own sales channel with them. And that's how you secure parts. Our processors are from STM Micro, a French company that does automotive processors and the likes of it. And we source our parts directly from them. We secure our allocation, and at least we know those are never our long poles.
Yeah.
And then you work down the list because looking for these parts, sometimes they're just sold out.
Yeah.
Control boards for Bitmain went through many iterations of different processors, starting with the Xilinx FPGA core to the Beagle Bone. So now even using their own AI chip for some reason inside their control boards. And they struggle with the same thing. They need to secure their source and try to source those parts and make longevity.
Okay.
We chose an automotive part because anything in the automotive industry has to be supported for decades. So it's never going away.
Yeah. Right. Oh, that's an interesting fact. I didn't even think about that. Okay, so we have about 3 minutes left here before we go to break, and then we'll be back with you after the break. Tell me a little bit about the next generation of ASICs right now. So we have Block saying they're working on an open source unit of some sort, and then we have Auradine working on theirs, Chain Reaction. We've had all these guys on the podcast besides Block so far, but
Chain Reaction is a partner of Epic. We're working on them with their next generation design. That's coming out later this year. Auradine has announced that they're going from their latest chip to a new spin down to 3 nanometers, I don't believe. So they went from 4 to 3, and they're going to have a chip by the end of the year as well. And then finally, you have Block. So all these companies, I see them from the last time around.
Yeah.
And now when I'm here at this conference, even though it's consensus, not really mining, I've met with 2 other chip vendors who are going to make it another go. Right?
Really?
So
okay.
This space will be very busy. I hope all of them do well because each one of them will need a system and firmware, and that's where Epic is.
Okay. So they're giving it another go. That's an interesting thing to think about because the Intel story was, they 2017, 2018 they did it, and then again now in 2021, 2022.
So Intel as a company aren't focused on Bitcoin mining.
Yeah.
They're focused on other things, and with AMD, I'm a longtime AMD fan and former employee, started taking their pie away.
Yeah.
They started shifting their focus from these extra projects to focus back down on what they need to focus on.
Gotcha.
Will it come back? I don't know. There's been rumors. It's actively still researched. I know that. Intel.
But that didn't scare a lot of people away, or did it scare people away and there's just a few people bubbling up at this point?
You learn that was the first kick of the can, second kick of the can. Yeah. They think they have the secret sauce now to go.
Okay.
If they do it or not, I don't know.
Okay. So we got about 2 minutes left here. Tell me a little bit about how you see competition for these new guys popping up. Do you think, how are they going to enter the market?
So from a chip point of view, they will all design a Bitcoin chip that can mine. May it be more efficient, less efficient? That's what we'll have to wait and see. But in the end, they need to make a system. And if you're just going to try with the traditional shoebox, a Bitmain machine, a WhatsMiner machine, even a Canaan machine, they're established. Go buy that. But now can they enter the market with Epic, with another partner to kind of go more custom? Build something towards the infrastructure. I think that's where they're going to have to lean towards. If they have the best chip in the world, then they don't care.
Okay.
but I believe everyone's going to be around there. We have Bitdeer, who's coming out with a product later this year.
Should have mentioned Bitdeer as well. You know, these Tether announcement.
Tether made an announcement of 150 investment. I think JP, one of my engineers, told me earlier today.
Yeah.
So they're entering the market, and I was in their event in Dubai, and they've got a long-term plan. They publicly stated that they will be accountable and open with how many chips they produce, what chips they produce, and what they're doing. So I find that an interesting approach. Instead of we don't know what they're doing behind the scenes. Are they overproducing, overselling? But that's new to the industry, and it's something to look forward to. Transparency is, I think, a lot of complaints that people have with these machines. No one knows where they come from, how they're made.
Yeah.
They just show up on a pallet one day.
Yeah.
Right?
That is the case. Okay, we'll be right back with the same conversation in a little bit. We're going to take a look on stage what's happening at Consensus 2024. We'll see you here at the same stage in a few minutes.
I think of Mike Belshie, the CEO of BitGo, as more of a pioneer in the crypto space, in the crypto custody space specifically. And I know, Mike, you probably like to talk about the future and everything like that, but maybe just to start with, if you'd like to talk about a little bit about the history, and maybe even how did you get, even how you got into this crazy space and those early years to start with.
Well, I think people that got in early got in because we were excited about what we could build. And you know, custody isn't usually a word that you associate with something exciting. And yet, you know, here we are, we're having a whole panel about it. So I hope everybody here likes it, right? Custody's exciting, yeah? Yeah? You know, we're reinventing finance, right? And custody, when you think of State Street, JP Morgan, Bank of New York, Mellon, yeah, that's not very exciting. Those are commodities, right? You think about what's going on in digital assets. Some people want to say we're commoditized in custody as well. Find me two custodians, anyone in the planet, where the two crypto custodians look alike, right? Do they have the same token support, the same technology, the same management team, the same management structure, I should say, the same regulatory structure? Like nobody has the same thing. They're all different. So anyway, there's a lot of pioneering that's going on. I got into the space, long-winded answer, because it's fun. Like, we are figuring out a new financial system, and like, I think that's what brings 15,000 people here. It's exciting to be here with Consensus. I don't know how many of these conferences I've been to. I remember one a few years back now. We had a promotion at Consensus. We gave away these buttons that had numbers on them, and you had to find somebody that also picked up the same number, and then you'd get 0.1 Bitcoins, which wasn't a ton of money then, but I don't know, it's a lot of money now.
Well, I mean, I've sort of covered the custody space a bit over recent years, and like I've seen it evolve a bit, and you know, I know that some of the technology has changed as well, and there's, you know, we've got multi-sig, we've got cold storage, and it's novel. It's not new, but kind of novel type technology is safekeeping technology, something like multi-party computation, MPC. I mean, just without going into an inappropriate level of detail, because I know you do both those technologies at BitGo. Do you want to explain just briefly what
Sure. I mean, this is part of what keeps it exciting, because there's always more to build. So look, at the core of any custodian is keep the assets safe. We have no controversy with our clients. Our clients want us to keep it safe. We want to keep it safe. We have no controversy with our regulators. They want us to keep it safe too. That's what we do. So you figure, like, what's the best way to keep it safe? We pioneered multi-sig back in 2013. You know, people were losing their coins. They lose them individually. They lose them on websites. You know, there's a lot of fear and trepidation about like how do you secure this stuff. And that technology evolves. Look, on Bitcoin, you've got layer 1, you've got multi-sig on-chain. It's absolutely the strongest way to secure it. But on other chains, you may not have multi-sig layer 1, right? So if you're on Ethereum, you want to use like maybe an MPC instead. You get a lot cheaper fees. So look, both are appropriate. BitGo's the only company that pulls out all the stops to figure out what's the best solution to secure Bitcoins on each of the chains. It's not like a single, like, hey, we're going to create this MPC and we're going to use it everywhere, even if it's not the best, or we're going to use the multi-sig everywhere, even if it's not the best. It's our job to pull out all the stops, secure it, and then of course, the other thing we do with multi-sig is we do this 2 out of 3 technology, sometimes called threshold technology, but it's got built-in capability to A, eliminate single points of failure, and B, have a backup at all times. So, you know, a lot of the MPC vendors out there are still using 2 out of 2, 3 out of 3. The big guys are all still using that. That's because it turns out that the threshold stuff is harder. But BitGo, we don't do that. We do 2 out of 3 everywhere because we think that that backup key is absolutely essential. And of course, there's been a bunch of people that lost money, not on being hacked on the multi-sig or the MPC, but they lose their ability to recover on their backup.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this is accurate to say, but I think you do get fashion in technology as well. It's kind of, there are fashions and trends, and this MPC, from where I was coming at this as a journalist, there was a period where it was a must-have. You know, if you were a bank or a large company, it was like, I want to buy one of these Israeli MPC shops because these guys are super smart, and we need to have one. And an example would be PayPal acquiring Curve, right? And there was a little M&A trend at that time, around that time, and I know you guys were quite involved in some of those deal-making discussions and so on. And I mean, I was aware that Ripple, for example, were shopping for a custodian, and I mean, I'm not sure, we're not off the record, but you know, I think maybe even Brad and you had a little dalliance. I don't know if you ever got up the aisle with him or anything like that, but you know, in the end, there was a Galaxy situation. I don't know if you want to talk about it in a lot of detail, but bring it up because there was a change recently in how that's going. And you mentioned backstage that sooner or later they're going to give you some money. Is that an okay thing for you to talk about? It's kind of interesting.
Well, you said a lot of things there. Look, I mean, Ripple's been around a long time. Their client, by the way, they have multi-sig native on-chain on XRP. If you like that one, that's what we do there. In terms of PayPal, you know, PayPal bought a company that they thought they could afford, and you know, they used that. But you know, anyway, I think there's a lot that goes into M&A decisions. And then, yes, we were entangled with Galaxy a while back, and you know, look, during the downturn, some of the financial services, investment banking stuff that didn't have the technology platform to survive through the downturn, you know, they were looking at big losses. And so, you know, all of a sudden, you know, paying for Bitcoin was too much for them. So, all right, we ended up in a little dispute about that, and we'll figure out. Ultimately, they'll pay us a lot of money, but it's all right.
Sooner or later.
We're doing just fine.
You guys are all friends, I'm sure. And maybe, as you say, you guys raised quite a lot of money in what I thought was a very impressive muscular raise, given the time you did it. And you know, BitGo's now a large company. Maybe an IPO is would be the route for you guys to go now. I hear rumors about companies are trying to get their ducks in a row for that.
Well, look, the administration today isn't very favorable to crypto companies in the IPO space or in the public market space. It's obviously hindered a number of companies. You can like it or hate it, but it's a reality. But you know, BitGo continues to grow. We've been around for over 10 years now, and you know, we're able to sustain. We've raised less money than any of our competitors by factors, hundreds of millions of dollars. Sure. And the reason for that is because we manage it really well. And like, we start with a core of like, you have to build value for your clients, and you know you've built value when people are willing to pay you for their products. So we continue just with that. We continue to build. We feel very fortunate. We've got a great team. We've been growing, you know, both domestically and abroad. And at this point, you know, our value is pretty high. Obviously, we raised money at a significant valuation just last summer during the downturn. You know, we didn't get the top of the market kind of frothy valuations, but look, I think we're going to just keep growing, and I think traditional firms are going to continue to likely struggle for a while, and we're going to eat up the future of finance. So this is what we're trying to do.
Yeah, no, lovely. You mentioned at the start there about this idea of the commodification of custody, of custodians. It maybe lacks a uniformity, right? And what that means, I think, is that it's harder to build these services on top that you would have in maybe some sort of traditional finance, stuff like that. Although I know you guys have been working on that stuff. There's the BitGo Go network, the in custody settlement network and liquidity. You guys partnered with Copper. Copper is a London-based, or they were London-based crypto custody firm that had a lot of clients on their Clearloop settlement thing. And it made a lot of sense to me, I thought, you two guys joining forces. Do you want to maybe talk about what in-custody settlement networks do and how that's going with them over at Clearloop?
Sure. Like the simple part of custody is like hold the asset and return the asset. And BitGo's proven over the years that we're pretty good at that. But then some people want to hold the asset for a long period of time, but in general, people want to put their money to work in very interesting ways. So you have to support a very large breadth of coins. Those coins have very, very large differences technologically in terms of how they operate. And then as a custodian, like where we add value is by letting our clients use their money. So how do you let them use their money? Like we've got staking services. We do a tremendous amount of staking today. Obviously, we've got access to liquidity. This will get into market structure in a moment, but everybody's complaining. Raise your hand if you store your coins on exchanges. And raise your hand also if you're nervous about it. Look, market structure in other asset classes starts to separate out the functions of what each participant is doing. Crypto doesn't have very much of that today. Hopefully it's going to get better.
Since 2013, institutions have trusted BitGo for their digital asset needs. Backed by Goldman Sachs and other top investors, BitGo brings together the best of Wall Street and Silicon Valley to deliver institutional-grade security, compliance, and financial services. Today, we support all major coins and blockchain protocols and process 20% of all on-chain Bitcoin transaction volume for over 1,500 of the world's top institutions. When it comes to crypto, institutions trust BitGo.
Welcome back to CoinDesk Live from Consensus 2024, brought to you by BitGo. I'm Will Foxley, and this is the Mining Pod. We're going to jump right back into our conversation. Let's talk about Bitmain now and talk about how, well, first of all, I'll tee it up, a little context. There was a tweet from Bitcoin Mechanic. He's the CTO of Ocean Pool, a new Bitcoin mining pool that was backed by Jack Dorsey. He's a co-founder of Twitter and the co-founder and CEO of Block, formerly Square. And Bitcoin Mechanic put out a tweet saying that Bitmain is block withholding in an interesting way against competitors, are causing, I'm going to leave it to you to kind of describe it a little more, but basically causing like stale work to be propagated from pools. This is a pretty technical and nuanced part of the conversation, but we got the right guest to talk about it.
So I got a lesson on this after talking to one of my engineers with us, JP Comagnone, who basically we argued back and forth over breakfast this morning, trying to figure out where the advantage is in doing this. And from what we understand, what the mechanic is claiming is that certain machines are mining empty blocks longer. It doesn't mean they're not mining, doesn't mean they're not making money, but if they do find a block, they're not going to receive the transaction fees as well, which is a significant part of the block reward nowadays after the halving. That being said, this is only happening on machines that are running stock firmware, but not mining on Antpool or an Antpool subsidiary. The pool space is very consolidated. A lot of the smaller pools can't survive with how things are and the pay structures that are being made. So a lot of them are using the same block template as Antpool. Antpool delivers it out to everyone else. And that delay, or no delay, the mechanic has claimed up to 60 seconds. That's 10% of the time where your potential revenue, if you find a block, is going to be less. And that's basically it. How are they doing this? Why are they doing this? Make more money is the theory. How can we prove this? People have been on Twitter, on X, and they're trying to get to the bottom of this. They want people to show more data. But we're trying to figure out how can we prove this. Epic Blockchain writes custom firmware for Bitmain. We send work to these chips. We can show you when the work is received from Stratum, may it be empty or not, and how long it takes to propagate the next piece of work. And we don't know if it's 60 seconds, but it's something we can go measure. And we can measure this on Ocean's Pool, we can measure it on Antpool, and compare. What JP has come up with is, let's take it to another level. Bitmain's never going to print us that information to know what they're sending to their chips. We're just going to do it our way. From a hardware point of view, we're hardware engineers. We're going to scope the lines with a logic analyzer, look at it, and look in real time what's being sent to the boards or not. And we'll decode that and figure it out once and for all. And that will give us the answer. We'll probably provide the data. JP loves the open source community, providing all this data out there, and let other people analyze it from their perspective to give you the answer. I don't know what they're doing exactly, I will provide the information, the data, and someone else can answer that question.
Yeah. Well, so for context here, Bitmain has always been a polarizing company within the Bitcoin industry. I mean, they are the largest, and so there's a competitive advantage there. But there's been things like amp lead and ASIC boost and things like that they've used in the past to kind of build an even larger advantage over the Bitcoin mining industry and competitors, but also some would say like a nefarious advantage over Bitcoin itself. And so I think there's like a little bit of coloring here there, which I would lean against and say that we shouldn't like think that it's a negative thing from the start. They might just be trying to like build an advantage for their company, right? And it's Bitcoin's an open source protocol, so why not do it? But here, when Ocean's claim, or Bitcoin Mechanics claim, it seems like they're trying to take advantage of how pool fees work and pool structures work to try to hurt other pools, which would hurt network decentralization, right?
So this is always going on with money. As long as there's money, you get greed, and you want to extract a little more out. And how can you have an advantage over your competitor?
Yeah.
In the mining space, it's highly competitive, and people will do little things just to get that little advantage over the next person. We're all using the same machine now, but how can I be better than you? One of the early kind of philosophies of this came back to, if I find a block, I'll just hold on to it for 5 seconds.
Yeah.
And then I'll announce it to the world. During that 5 seconds, I now have the next block being worked on, and I have a slight advantage over you. And that has been done before.
Mm-hmm.
And especially if you're a larger pool, you have that advantage because the odds of you finding the next block are even higher.
Yeah.
And then you basically make everyone waste work. And that's an advantage. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. There's ways to try to prevent that. There's talk about new Stratum protocols to do things better. But I believe Bitmain is trying to make more money.
Mm-hmm.
And if that's what they're doing, how do we fix this?
Yeah.
Do we go down to what they're doing and do version rolling on the chip, which is everyone's been doing since covert and overt ASIC boost?
Yeah.
Or do we block it in a different way?
Yeah.
But someone's going to voice their opinion and tell everyone what's going on.
Yeah.
There's sensitive topics that I was going to discuss. Having pool fees is one thing. What about dev fees?
Yeah.
And that's the other topic that's very sensitive to a lot of people, because the industry for custom firmware is either you pay a dev fee or use their pool and pay no fee, but you're paying somewhere, or you have companies like Marathon and Epic Blockchain now who provide hardware and give firmware for free without a dev fee.
Yeah.
Right. So that's all these little advantages can go back and forth, and the dev fee part, I'll stop there for now because
Yeah.
there's a slippery slope that's not 10 minutes won't do.
Yeah, it's a whole other conversation. Okay, but I appreciate what you're saying about the Bitmain part. From my perspective, maybe the opinion doesn't matter, but your business, you're trying to make an edge here. I think within Bitcoin maximalist camps or just certain Bitcoin camps in general, there's this idea that like Bitcoin is a public good. We need to protect it. My opinion is Bitcoin is the most hyper-competitive market on earth. And so if you are a business running a Bitcoin, then you have an obligation to find that edge. And that's how I see what Bitmain might or may not be doing. We still don't know.
We don't know for sure.
It's an allegation still.
I'm actually okay with it. Bitcoin is open.
Yeah.
Everything's there for you to see. Everything's there you can do. They're doing it.
Yeah.
They found a way to make more money. I'm slightly disappointed in myself that I didn't find that myself.
Yeah.
Because I would have tried it, right? I'm curious, right? There's a lot of things in the industry. And it's all about min-max optimizations at this point. It's been here for a while. We've been mining for a while. There hasn't been a large change in the landscape in terms of mining, in terms of what you can eke out and have advantage of. And this is fun.
Yeah.
Right? And now, if this is true or not, once we find out, how can other people now take advantage of this? That's what I'm curious about.
Yeah.
Right? It's one thing to know what they're doing, but now can you do it and do it better?
Yeah.
And just like version rolling and ASIC boost back in the day, we all adopted it.
Yeah.
There was a BIP proposal put in to actually put it in there. And so Bitcoin adopted it, right? So things can benefit from these types of situations. But squeezing out that little bit more is all a miner tries to do all day long.
Yep, it's all about the margins in Bitcoin mining. Okay, so we have about 10 minutes left. Let's go over to the end game for mining, which you did talk about at the beginning of the show a little bit. You think that like a lot of these ASIC units are going to drift towards very low joule per terahash count. And for those who aren't super familiar, when we talk about Bitcoin mining, we're talking about terahash, which is how much Bitcoin you can kind of squeeze out of the work you're giving to the Bitcoin network. And these Bitcoin miners obviously consume energy. and we measure that in joules or watts, and oftentimes we say joules per terahash. So how much energy do I use to mine certain amounts of Bitcoin? And we're converging towards like a single digit here right now. So Bitmain's out there with like 15 joules per terahash on the bleeding edge. Most public miners are around 25 joules per terahash, maybe a little bit higher towards 30. And then like your plebs out there like me are, in the 35 and we're just like not making money. But you're seeing convergence towards a low joules per terahash. You're seeing convergence on what these ASIC chips, the individual chips look like. And I would also say that you're probably seeing convergence on the form factor, the different parts with it. Where do we go from there? What sort of services what is Bitcoin mining going to look like in 5, 10, 20 years when things have converged like you're foreseeing?
So as you mentioned, we see the industry kind of converging on that efficiency point where a chip will be efficient enough and other things will matter much more. May it be the features of firmware and software that could provide data, telemetry, or even curtailment features. Quick boot times is always an ask for our customers. But we see that those kinds of services being pushed and out being more important.
Yeah.
When you look at it from a big picture, where are there other inefficiencies in this whole mining landscape where we can kind of target and kind of optimize more? We just talked about Bitmain trying to squeeze out a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah.
From a mining point of view, I believe a lot of the large miners build quickly. They build well, build quickly, but now they can go back and look at their infrastructure, and if they're going to expand, how can they make it more efficient? May it be a different form factor miner or a different way of delivering power, those optimizations can make your efficiency better.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, where we're going in this industry. So as a chip game, it's great that we're converging. There hasn't been large innovations in the last 3-4 generations of chips beyond the foundries, the chip manufacturers, making chips smaller, more efficient, faster. So now you look at the system as a whole, you look at the infrastructure as a whole, and you start optimizing those one by one. And everyone's got a plan.
Mm-hmm.
I've talked to a lot of miners out there, and everyone's got their ideal vision of what a miner should look like. I'm not the guy to tell you what I should build for you.
Yeah.
You tell me what your dream is, and we'll make it reality. That's Epic Blockchain. We provide solutions for you.
Mm-hmm.
But the funny thing is, everyone's got a different view of it.
Yeah.
May it be a larger miner or a megawatt miner. Everyone's got crazy ideas that they believe if I build you this miner, they will build the infrastructure around it, and it will cost them less to build infrastructure. It'll make them more efficient in terms of power delivery.
Yeah.
And that will give them their competitive advantage going into the future.
Gotcha.
So Bitcoin mining as a whole, I think, is converging, but you're going to see customizations kind of branch out and very interesting solutions for the next few years. Who's right, who's wrong? I'm not here to tell you that.
Market will find out first.
Market will find out. If it works, it works. And 5 to 10 years from now, you will see that everyone's vision of what they think is the best infrastructure will come to fruition.
Tell me about the AI HPC sector. That's obviously very hyped. Is it overhyped, underhyped, and how do you see it sort of being built out within Bitcoin mining?
Running joke at our office has always been, why don't we just tack the letters AI at the end of Epic Blockchain?
Epic AI.
And we might as well just move into AI because we are GPU developers, GPU designers by trade. But I think the AI space is something very competitive for a Bitcoin miner to try to enter. We've heard a lot of announcements of people who want to move into that space as a public company or private company. But I don't know. You've been to a few sites. I think I've been to a few with you as well.
Yeah.
Not all of them are friendly to these high-end GPU style components.
Coops. Yeah.
They are chicken coops. We've gotten returns of machines with bugs that are flying out of them still alive. Like I don't know where these
some with moss grown into the fans, you know.
Humidities are not good for electronics. But there's a few of them that I strongly believe that can do that pivot.
Yeah.
Remember, power is one of the biggest assets of these large miners. And if they have power, they can use that for either Bitcoin mining or do that for AI computational inference trading. So I think that's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
Today, there was an announcement with Core and CoreWeave, Core Scientific and CoreWeave, that they've done a trial and they are branching into the AI space as well.
Yeah.
And I think their building of that data center makes sense because they have certain facilities that are better for that. None of us are going to do AI computational workloads in South America or Africa yet because the infrastructure is not there.
Yeah.
So not everyone can do that pivot, but the ones that can, I think, can really hedge against their Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Either you do Bitcoin mining or you're going to do computational workloads.
Yeah.
And your power is going to be used either way.
Yeah.
which one makes more money, we'll decide.
Well, that's one of my favorite things about Bitcoin mining is like you kind of have this elephant, right? And like every part you touch is a little bit different. If it's kind of going along with the analogy. And for Bitcoin miners, you can like think of the ways of building revenue can come from so many different ways. You talk about dev fees, you talk about firmware fees, you talk about energy generation, you talk about the Bitcoin mining subsidy itself. There's now extraneous services on top of Bitcoin, whether it be like Marathon Slipstream service, or we can even go to like Ordinals games. There's now MEV on top of Bitcoin, and then you just mentioned AI. So there's tons of different ways of building this out. It does seem, just like kind of put a bow on this, it does seem like you're seeing like the more practical brick and mortar Bitcoin miners converging on one sort of scope, but then having tons of different extraneous services out of that.
Yeah, so you see a bunch of companies kind of branch off into different things. Slipstream from Marathon. Marathon now is having two divisions, so to speak, one focused on Bitcoin itself, and one focused on hardware and infrastructure.
Yeah.
You have Core Scientific branching between traditional mining, hosting even, they're getting out of hosting slowly, and then now providing AI services. So they're back to hosting.
Yeah.
Right? So they spent a long time moving away and self-mining, and now it makes more sense to pivot.
Yeah.
Right? And they have options. They have power. They are supporting the network. They're doing work that's invaluable to all of us that we take for granted.
Yeah.
Right? Despite block times being 10 minutes. That's another story for another chat. But that is securing the network. And that's what makes Bitcoin so interesting.
Yeah. Okay, well, thanks so much for joining us today. Where can people find Epic Blockchain and yourself?
You can find us online at epicblockchain.io. We have our site there. You can see our products. We can talk about the services that we provide. If anyone's out there who's looking to make custom hardware, custom chips, custom solutions, reach out to us. We're at conferences. We'll be in Mining Disrupt in about a month's time. So hopefully I'll see people there.
Are you on Twitter?
I do not use Twitter. I stay off social media.
Good man.
I consume it.
Okay.
But I don't post because it only can get me in trouble. That's what I've learned. I'm slightly older than you, and I've learned my lesson with social media.
Appreciate that. Well, thank you so much for joining the Mining Pod today. That's a wrap from the Mining Pod live from Consensus 2024. I'm Will Foxley. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back here in a moment.
We're working towards getting regulatory approval to launch options on CoinDesk's Bitcoin index, the leading Bitcoin index in the market. So we're incredibly excited about it.
I can tell there's some of our colleagues. Some of our colleagues must be in the audience. Yeah, we're really excited about it. We have great colleagues at the CoinDesk index business, and they're always cooking up new ideas for products, and Lynn's always cooking up new ideas for products.
The two biggest things that will shift the landscape in the US around crypto is this accounting rule being passed or being overturned and the market infrastructure bill, right? What does the accounting rule do? It allows Bank of New York and State Street, the world's biggest custodians, to start custodying crypto. And the market structure bill, not good for me because the day after it passes, Citibank's going to be calling the headhunters to call for my employees. But what has stopped Wall Street at large from being a participant in the digital markets is regulatory uncertainty. It's the fear that the Fed is going to call and say, no, you can't do that. The fear the SEC is going to be down their throat. They feel that they're going to get a Wells notice, just like almost all the crypto companies. And so as that goes away, you will see a stampede of Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley and Citibank and Jefferies and everybody else into this space. I'm hoping, in some ways, I hope it gets delayed a little bit, allows guys like us to build our muscles a little stronger, because like that's really when the big show happens on who's going to be the service providers to the universe that comes in.
And we have developed a suite of tools powered by advanced cryptography that allow developers and deployers to access real-time visibility and control across their AI workflows, regardless of where models or data are stored. So, the suite that we have developed is comprised of 4 parts, and we call it
Awesome. Wow, these things are on. Okay, perfect. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. I'm Kara. I'm one of the partners on the A16Z crypto investment team who focuses on consumer and application layer investments across crypto. I spend a lot of time looking at and playing games. So I'm really excited to be moderating this discussion about virtual worlds and the infrastructure that makes them possible. Joining me today, we have some of the most recognizable players, both up and down the stack.
Since 2013, institutions have trusted BitGo for their digital asset needs. Backed by Goldman Sachs and other top investors, BitGo brings together the best of Wall Street and Silicon Valley to deliver institutional-grade security, compliance, and financial services. Today, we support all major coins and blockchain protocols and process 20% of all on-chain Bitcoin transaction volume for over 1,500 of the world's top institutions. When it comes to crypto, institutions trust BitGo.
Hello and welcome back to CoinDesk Live and Consensus 2024. I'm Ben Schiller here with Radix CEO Piers Ridyard. How are you doing today?
I'm very good. Thank you very much for having me on.
So we're both British, which is nice. Yep. This big American conference is kind of good.
Absolutely.
To have a bit of a British connection here. So tell us about Radix. I mean, what does Radix do to start with?
Sure. So like very high level, Radix is its own layer 1, it's its own blockchain. And it's a blockchain focusing specifically on decentralized finance. And to do that, we basically started from scratch. So it's its own consensus layer, its own execution environment, its own programming language, and its own UX experience. And the reason we did that is we believe that the only way to build mainstream DeFi, the only way that you can actually get the world using it and institutions using it, is to build something that is inherently scalable, usable, and developer friendly. And unfortunately, all of those things aren't really true about what we've seen in the space. So we spent about a decade building the technology that we thought was necessary for the future of DeFi.
Right. So, I mean, most trading in crypto is still on centralized exchanges. Yep. We saw in the last cycle that was true with FTX and things like that. I mean, how do we move the needle from, that volume being, centralized to being decentralized, do you think?
Yeah, it's a really good question. And I think it actually comes down to like user preference. Like, why are users choosing to go on centralized exchanges versus decentralized exchanges? And there's a bunch of answers to that. One of them is security and another of them is usability, right? As a user, when I go log onto a centralized exchange, I don't have to remember a seed phrase. I just put in my email address and password, right? And once I'm on there, I don't have to worry about faffing around with a wallet or anything like that. I can just go ahead and trade.
Right.
And so there's this user experience that Web 2 users, people who are used to trading on things like Robinhood and stuff like that, are coming into and are expecting.
Right.
And as a result, you're seeing like 100-to-1 user-based ratio, about 100 users on exchanges versus 1 in Web3 and DeFi.
Right.
And to actually move the needle from a user-based point of view, especially for like retail or people who it isn't their job to be spending time in crypto, you've got to match the experience. The experience has to be as delightful as it is to use Coinbase Mobile on your mobile phone, right? The second thing that needs to happen is the security of the platforms. Like in crypto, we've kind of become a nerd to this idea that, oh yeah, there's just another hack and it was $10 million or $100 million. Oh yeah, if you sign something by mistake, you may end up having all of your money taken. Oh yeah, if you authorize a trade on Uniswap, in 2 years' time, if you authorize the wrong token combination, you might wake up and find that your wallet has been drained.
Right.
Like, those are just things that we accept, but they're entirely unacceptable for mainstream DeFi. And so these are like part of the things that we really focus on Radix. Like, all of the things that we built into the stack were all around how do you ultimately make it user-friendly. So we built in things like smart accounts into Radix. Smart accounts is like abstracted accounts, but on steroids. So you're familiar with abstracted accounts in Ethereum, right? Where instead of it being a smart contract, it's an enshrined object of the ledger. And once you have that, you can do things like have seed phrase free onboarding, because you can have recovery systems and all of these things that go on in the background. So you can have an experience that feels familiar to your user. Oh, I lost my phone. I can now recover my account, no problem. But then you also need to have this incredibly delightful experience about connecting to Web3 applications. If you've ever used Wallet Connect or MetaMask, you know how difficult and frustrating that can be.
Yeah.
And on Radix, that's incredibly easy, very, very user-friendly, and it's all user-focused in how we've built the stack. But then the other side of it, security, is Scripto, our programming language, and the Radix engine. We spent 4 years and interviewed over 1,000 developers and looked at the low-level exploits that are happening all across DeFi, reentrancy, recursion, signature manipulation.
Yeah.
And we built a stack that basically gets rid of 90% of the issues that you're seeing in DeFi today, and gives developers a set of tools that makes it much easier for them to build the kind of DeFi applications in a way that is much more guaranteed to be secure.
Right, great. So a lot of this conference here at Consensus has been about regulation, the kind of political debate, the policy debate.
Yeah.
What would be helpful in that arena for a business like Radix to become more institutionalized?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think that we're still finding our way as an industry towards regulation. One of the things that I found really interesting is, as more institutional capital has come into crypto, what they've started to do is talk more the regulator's language when they're describing risk-based approaches to interacting with crypto. Like, if you look at something like Chainalysis or Elliptic or Crystal, these are blockchain analytics companies that you use for AML KYC processes. They give you this ability to have a risk-based discussion with the regulator. The regulator will go, how do you know you're not dealing with laundered funds? And now they can say, well, no, look, we've got these chain analytics systems.
Right.
And they show us, they have much more transparency than the banking system does. Hey, we can actually see the flow of funds back through the entire history
sort of
of the
ironic,
ledger.
really.
Right, it is. Yeah. It's 100% ironic. But it means that regulators and institutions who have the understanding of how to apply a risk-based approach from the traditional sector are coming across and convincing regulators in many jurisdictions that, hey, these tools are sufficient for us to interact with permissionless DeFi. And I think that's a huge win that is going unnoticed. Like, the fact that there are actual financial institutions who are now using things like Aave to borrow money from, because it's a cheaper borrow rate for them than it is via their counterparty, like, is kind of mind-blowing because of the process they had to go to convince internally that it was a risk-adjusted approach to do so.
Right. So what is the stumbling block with the regulator? Is it security?
No, the stumbling block with the regulator is always, how can you show to me that you are doing all reasonable steps to prevent the things that we think are important around money laundering? Right? How are you showing that you're doing everything reasonable to prevent money laundering occurring? That doesn't mean that if money laundering occurs, then you're instantly in trouble. But you have to have shown that you followed all reasonable steps, right? Now, I think that there are two parts to that. The first is chain analytics and getting regulators comfortable, and the second is identity piece. Like, how do I know that the counterparties that I've been trading with or that I'm trading against are, on the whole, good counterparties? And a lot of what we're seeing in Consensus this year, and a lot of what we're seeing sort of get bigger in the crypto space in general, is more and more of these identity solutions of going, let's apply Web3 thinking in terms of passportability, in terms of composability. So instead of going, to be able to interact with this institution or with this platform, I need to have KYC'd, AML'd with that institution or that platform, you go, well, how do you create standards for this? And then how do you make those standards work in a way that are then composable with other applications?
Right. Okay, I think we have time for one more question. I mean, what is your expectation for institutions doing DeFi in this cycle in the next couple of years? I mean, how much growth are you expecting to see?
I think a lot, and I think the main way it's going to come in is real world assets and real world asset tokenization. Like the core benefit of tokenizing an asset is its reusability. Right. So if I have a tokenized fiat like USDC or USDT, I can go and use that in Uniswap. I can go and use that in Aave. I can go and use that in synthetics, right? I can also use it as, I can get more yield on it. I can provide it as liquidity. Now, at the moment, we've only really done two types of assets. We've done the most liquid forms of fiat, and we've done crypto native assets.
Right.
What we're starting to see now is things like treasury bills.
Right.
And we're starting to see more and more of the very liquid, but slightly more esoteric, slightly less generic assets coming on Ledger. Now, why is that powerful? Because...
Could you give an example of one of those?
Yeah, so, I mean, a lot of people like property, real-world tokenization.
Right.
There's a lot of credit and debt tokenization. There's a lot of things that I think will eventually end up looking like securitization. So instead of it being a individual risk, you'll be taking a basket of, you know, maybe 100,000 properties and putting them into some aggregate product.
Right.
But the reason that people like BlackRock and things like that are starting to tokenize funds is because they become more useful for financial institutions. I can now take a long and short-term view. I can go, I'm going to park my money in this fund, but then I'm going to be able to borrow against that fund position to be able to go and do short-term, you know, sort of arbitrage.
Right.
And that's really how the financial market works. It's taking long-term assets and being able to turn them into capital that you can then do short-term strategies on.
Right.
And that's what DeFi is doing. But it does it in a way that's disintermediated. It does it in a way that's incredibly transparent. It does it in a way that settles instantaneously rather than T+1 or T+3. And all of the capital that we were seeing this sort of like two-way process. All of the capital that is in DeFi is starting to be pulled into traditional finance, the Bitcoin ETF, the Ethereum ETF. Right. But all of the big capital that was in traditional finance is coming into DeFi. And DeFi wins in many cases. I know of a fund, of a hedge fund, who is trading on the CME, the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. They're trading Bitcoin futures, and they're using Aave as part of their flow of funds. Right? So this is a proper financial institution that trades millions or billions of dollars on a centralized, regulated exchange using DeFi as part of the way in which they fund their trading.
It's like a new tool in a toolbox then.
New tool in the toolbox.
Yeah. Right. Okay, that was Pierre Richard, and we'll be right back with more programming. Thanks very much for listening. Okay. Good job.
Thank you.
Since 2013, institutions have trusted BitGo for their digital asset needs. Backed by Goldman Sachs and other top investors, BitGo brings together the best of Wall Street and Silicon Valley to deliver institutional-grade security, compliance, and financial services. Today, we support all major coins and blockchain protocols and process 20% of all on-chain Bitcoin transaction volume for over 1,500 of the world's top institutions. When it comes to crypto, institutions trust BitGo.
is the major conference across the world, and everybody is on the blockchain.
Franklin today has a huge number of people, a couple hundred people, who just reconcile between systems. And then we have to reconcile with our counterparty at another firm, right? So who has a bunch of people reconciling between their systems? And so if you looked at it and you said, wow, from a cross standpoint, if this is technology that has this general ledger and a source of truth, you've solved two big IT problems, right? You've solved the source of truth and then the timing in which that truth is updated. And so we looked at it and said, okay, this is going to drive ultimately atomic settlement, and the fact that you can have the money transact at the same time, and you can have the trust validating who the two parties are, you're going to take out a huge number of costs in that. And so, you know, we're in a business where we're constantly being pressured to drive down the cost of the delivery of what we do. And I looked at this, and we as a firm sort of said, this is going to be the future there.
Consensus 2024, baby.
Consensus is a great opportunity where different ideas can come together and you find synergies to, I think, get breakthrough ideas.
Our customers, and once we hear consistently what it is that we need to help them grow, we will go out and build it. So we build products based on listening to what our customers are asking us for, and then putting our own perspective on that, right? Part of our job here is to see around corners, to understand what the ecosystem will need to help them scale and accelerate faster. When you add the combination of those two ingredients, it helps us have become the largest community of Web3 builders participating in the ecosystem.
Based off of those conversations and where actually each of you sits in the stack, what do you think are the biggest technical challenges that remain to be unlocked as we go into sort of what I hope is a next big cycle of consumer adoption? We can go round robin style,
I think, you know, when we think about infrastructure, like I think, like including some of us here, like I think there's a lot of concrete foundation pouring happening in this industry, right? With expectation that, like, you know, big cities and skyscrapers and malls and stores will be built by everyone. But I think the reality of it is, like, a lot of people don't even know how to build a simple home, right? And so I think there's sort of still this a little bit of a gap there for additional hammers and nails and tools and contractors to sort of like make the building easier once the concrete foundation is actually laid, right? And so I think, like, from a layer zero perspective, like, we look at that concrete foundation, we look at the city, and
Since 2013, institutions have trusted BitGo for their digital asset needs. Backed by Goldman Sachs and other top investors, BitGo brings together the best of Wall Street and Silicon Valley to deliver institutional-grade security, compliance, and financial services. Today, we support all major coins and blockchain protocols and process 20% of all on-chain Bitcoin transaction volume for over 1,500 of the world's top institutions. When it comes to crypto, institutions trust BitGo.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to CoinDesk Live at Consensus 2024, brought to you by BitGo. I'm Cam Thompson, and I'm here with my co-host, Leah Cowan-Butler. Leah, how are you doing?
I am fantastic. This year has been absolutely amazing at Consensus. I'm loving the vibes. It's just going super well this week.
Amazing. Well, I'm very excited to keep chatting about Consensus themes. Well, introduced our first guest is the Casper Network Director of Strategy and Ecosystem Development, Alize Carley. Alize, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. Great to be here.
Awesome. So I would love to first learn about what is the Casper network?
So Casper is an incredibly performant and high security blockchain, permissionless blockchain that has its own virtual machine, and it has been created to power the most complex problems, to solve the most complex problems, and to really bring this level of high security that large organizations need. And more recently, we have developed incredible products into the AI governance space. So this is what Casper is in a nutshell.
Amazing. I've been following you guys on Twitter. I think you've had some amazing recent developments. Like you've had listings and on and off ramps, and you're doing DeFi and gaming. What's been the latest? Because it seems like you guys are really building and shipping.
Yeah, absolutely. We're very much focused on capability, building unique capabilities, a really easy developer experience. So we have a whole new tool called Audra, where you can abstract the complexity of building on Rust, which is a great language that millions of developers master. And with Audra, you can now build on Casper almost instantly. That's very powerful. In addition, we focus on access for retail, access for investors, builders. So that's a big focus of Casper.
Nice. Yeah. So I'd love to learn a little bit more about how your experience as a senior energy transition consultant and business advisor at McKinsey has influenced how you're thinking about your role at Casper in terms of building decentralized platforms.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a very strategic approach that I bring to this space. I think this space is incredibly refreshing, innovative, and pushing the boundaries, bringing decentralization and empowerment in the physical and governance space. And what people like me with my background can bring is a lot of structuring, bringing also very important topics like diversity, equity, and inclusion, and how you bring these best practices to that space. So that's what I'm trying to do. And of course, being a servant leader, so serving our communities, empowering them so that they can pursue their own dreams and their own ambitions.
Absolutely.
I think you contributed to the WEF's Sustainability Coalition white paper as well, right? Yeah, I was interested to know a little bit more about that and how blockchain played into that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so that was an amazing time where with some of my colleagues we contributed to a paper that wanted to change the perception in, typically people think, okay, blockchains are very energy intensive.
Yes.
Yeah, they're very polluting technologies, which is absolutely not true. There's a lot of different types of blockchains. So you have Bitcoin, of course, is proof of work, which is more greedy in energy. But which energy? If it's renewable energy, it's quite different. If it's energy that would go to waste, it's actually very different as well. You have other blockchains that are around proof of stake, so that are actually incredibly efficient. And we wanted to, structurally describe what blockchain can bring in terms of being sustainable, but also in terms of solving big problems. So one example is the voluntary carbon markets. There is a lot of fraud. There is a lot of people have been fooled into some of these programs that were completely fraudulent, and actually blockchain can play a role to authenticate, verify, and be an authentication layer in these use cases. So that's what we produce.
Super.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So shifting gears a little bit, outside of Casper, how do you see the amplification of women's collectives contributing to enriching Web3 and crypto communities?
How do I see it? Well, I think it's incredibly important. I think we underestimate how small initiatives can lead to bigger changes and systematic change. And I really want to reinforce that you don't need to do super complex, expensive things. You can start with really easy steps. So first of all, the fact that you actually do have women in this space that are leading teams, taking on grant programs, etc. And just the fact that they're here is inspiring for many other women, and that plays a role. So that's very easy and free to do. And then when you want to have even more impact, well, it's also very easy to just join local gatherings that are incredible organizations like HerDAO, Crypto Girls Club, Women in Web3. They have local chapters, and it doesn't cost a lot to take 2 hours of your work week to attend an event, and that may lead to speaking opportunities, new business, and little by little this builds up to a much bigger outcome. And so I think they've done an incredible job, and many of them actually were able to create profitable businesses out of this, advising in recruiting, sourcing developers that are experienced and are women, etc. So yeah, they play a big role.
I love that so much when you're talking about that opportunity to just be able to go along to a meetup and make new friends and kind of get involved with the industry that way, because I think crypto and blockchain can be a pretty intimidating space sometimes. And I actually wanted to ask you something. I saw on your Twitter bio that it says discomfort is the currency of our dreams, and I love that so much. Like, can you expound on that? I'd never heard that before, and I love it so much.
Well, yeah, it's really my motto in life. I think that if you want to achieve something big, you need to push yourself a little bit, or every day a little bit, and taking that extra step is in the end going to compound to much bigger things. So that's my motto, and I agree with you that the space is intimidating, and fortunately you have a lot of people that are not dogmatic about how to reduce the gender gap. They are very pragmatic, and I'll give a concrete example. I've met recently Sébastien Borger from the Sandbox, and he's like, amazing. He's just like anybody who's going to say, oh, can I organize a small gathering for women in Web3 in my office? Why would I say no? I say yes instantly. I don't even think about it. Like you just have to say yes. That's all it costs. Or I'm not trying to find people where they're not. So if women are not yet in a position to take super complex roles and responsibilities in Web3 software engineering, then just start with meet them where they are, give them opportunities where they are. So his example is that he sends them tokens, so that when you have tokens, then you open a wallet, then you learn about what a wallet is, and then this, then this, then this. So
actually, just follow-up question, if you don't mind, because I know Sebastian really well. I'm actually sitting on the board of the Blockchain Game Alliance, so he is the president, and they have done so many fantastic inclusion initiatives. But just to dovetail off that, I couldn't help noticing that you guys have got gaming on Casper, and I think you're even playing Play Beast League. So I work in the Web3 gaming space, so I would love to hear about your foray into Web3 gaming.
Yeah, I love the gaming space because you have gamers are early adopters of new technology. Typically, they're quite enthusiastic. They love to collaborate, to be with communities. There's quite a social aspect to it. And this is why I think blockchain is really a suitable technology to enforce this collaboration. Also ownership and being rewarded for playing and investing so much of your time building stuff on games. And Beast League is a team based in Israel that's building an incredible Web2 game. So they really, from the start, and this is years ago, said we just want to build the best, most enjoyable game, point blank, and then we'll use blockchain where it makes sense. And they use, a great suite of products that we have on Casper that's called the Casper Suite. It's a suite of integrated products, like a bit like Apple, so you have a wallet, you have Casper Cloud, you have Casper Click. So this is where you can develop in no time, and you can give access to wallets like via social logins. So they merge, a really cool game that everybody's addicted to with the best of blockchain, and we're super excited to have this game on Casper.
I love that.
Awesome. Well, I'm super glad we had a segue towards gaming. Before we close out, what are your predictions for gaming in the next 6 months to a year? I know there's a lot that's anticipated to release and really big announcements. So in the space in general, what are you looking forward to?
I'm not an expert in gaming, but I think gaming is we're only seeing the very beginning of what it's going to bring. I'm incredibly excited to see how metaverse is going to play a bigger and bigger role. I think metaverse was still very early until now, and it brings really that social component. So I'm excited to see how gaming and metaverse play together.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Alizé. That was Casper Network Director of Strategy and Ecosystem Development, Alize Carly. If you're just tuning in, we are live from Consensus 2024, where some of the biggest builders, influencers, policymakers in the space have come together to discuss, debate, and make deals. On our programming, we've already spoken to SEC Commissioner Hester Pierce, Ready Player One creator, and Litecoin creator Charlie Lee. Later, Animoca Brands chairman Yatsu will be joining, as well as Eric Voorhees, who has a new AI adventure. So let's intro to our next guest. So joining us now on the show is Elliptic Director of Global Policy and Regulation, Liat Chatret.
Consensus 2024, baby.
Consensus is a great opportunity where different ideas can come together and you find synergies to then get breakthrough ideas.
All right, so joining the show now is the Elliptic Director of Global Policy and Regulation, Liat Chatret. Liat, welcome to the show. How's Consensus been so far?
Hi, thanks for having me. I'm delighted. I've been trying to coin the term happy consensus. So I've been walking around waving at everybody frantically, happy consensus, everyone, and I think it's catching. So it's been great. I think particularly this year, the emphasis on the regulatory space, you're seeing a lot more folks coming in from agencies, which obviously enhances the conversation, the quality of the conversations. And it goes beyond the celebration, right? We're getting down to business.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so look, there might be some people watching that aren't familiar with Elliptic. Do you want to give us a little bit of an overview of what Elliptic does and how it's really, positioned itself as a real trailblazer in terms of financial crime and compliance?
Absolutely. So Elliptic is a blockchain analytics company. And what that means is that we essentially index information that's available on chains, I should say, because we cover 98% of the market.
Oh, wow.
And we essentially create insights that are delivered to companies, to law enforcement, to governments, to help them take risk-based decisions, compliance decisions, anti-money laundering decisions, counterterrorism finance decisions, to avoid, for example, cashing out to sanctioned entities. And essentially giving eyes and ears on the blockchain, tracing, risk mitigation, wallet screening, and really doing all those kind of bread and butter things from traditional finance, transaction monitoring, but in crypto, right? And so that's kind of the gist of it. We've been around for about 10 years now, and it's going great. I think we're moving mountains here. We're definitely innovating, and it's been really good to also work more closely with regulators to make sure that we can demonstrate that crypto can be secure. We can follow AML policies and practices and be successful at it.
Awesome. So you said that Elliptic has been around for 10 years, and I'm sure that in those 10 years, there's been a lot of change within the crypto space in terms of how financial crime can happen. So I'm curious how you think about understanding and staying on top of all of those from an organizational standpoint.
Yeah, so obviously criminals are opportunistic. They're going to wander and look where they can exploit, and it's almost our approach that it takes a network of law enforcement and tech stack folks to chase the funds and give them kind of a counterbalance. So I think what we're seeing is we treat it from a typology perspective. So we look at typologies that are happening in criminality. We kind of publish all that. We disseminate that to crypto exchanges, to any opportunity that there might be to off-ramp potential illicit crypto, and that helps almost wave a big banner to say, stop. You don't need to cash out. Let's take a second look. And there's an opportunity for businesses to maybe put funds in escrow and escalate and have a second look at those and check them out.
And you've had an amazing career in capacity building. Sorry, now you're laughing. I'm like, you have, just own it. I mean, it really is incredible, the experience that you've had. But so much experience in capacity building and technical assistance in AML. How do you take some of those learnings and experience and apply it to the crypto space? How does it influence your job today, everything that you've done in the formal financial markets?
Yeah, I mean,
I guess crypto is becoming more and more formal. I shouldn't say that, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, I mean, on a very personal note on live TV, I have to share that I've pivoted to crypto because chasing cash just doesn't go anywhere. And blockchain technology and everything that the crypto promise offers us is a magnificent opportunity for financial empowerment. And I think we often talk about financial inclusion, but increasingly the term is more financial empowerment. And so I've really had the distinct honor to do this capacity building work in emerging economies and conflict zones and post-conflict zones, and really see what happens when access to finance is cut off at the individual level, at the country level. You can't import food, you can't export anything. So I think we have a real opportunity to structurally and systematically change that with crypto, and that's why I personally came to this space. And if we can do it while being safe about it, while meeting national security objectives, while focusing on anti-money laundering and financial empowerment, I mean, that's, again, the promised land, and here we are all very lucky to build it together.
Absolutely. So I know at the beginning when I asked you about your thoughts on consensus, you mentioned just the regulatory landscape, or at least how that conversation's kind of at play. I'm curious if you could just elaborate a little bit more beyond this event, kind of what you're thinking about right now in the space. What are some main themes of 2024, or maybe at least the past month, because lots has happened. So would love to hear.
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot has happened, continues to happen. Elections are on the horizon. I think all of us are kind of eyeing that and trying to suss out and understand what does that mean for crypto. We've also seen, FIT 21 has made its way through the House, and it's bringing the conversation more towards market integrity concepts, more towards consumer protection concepts. So all of us are looking towards that idea of how do we really maximize on that. What's been really unique, and I think even the past week we've seen, is many more state-level regulators are really throwing their hat into the crypto ring, coming out with guidance, coming out with regulations, and that's the kind of dialogue that really will encourage adoption. Because if we're getting to the state levels, so I'm looking at state elections, not just the presidential elections, to see how we're doing on the crypto front, and really trying to keep a pulse there. Many good peoples and organizations are active in Washington, globally, all around the world. I think particularly for me, innovating on digital identity is a big deal. I think that is a massive piece, not just around adoption, but also coming back to AML, CFT issues. We have to crack that nut. We have to come back to how do we do global digital identity and really internalize a globalized economy, which we all heard about ages ago, but didn't really operationalize when push comes to shove.
Awesome.
Yeah. Oh, I was just going to say, I'd love to hear more about that, on the digital identity thing, because I think we've been talking about it for years, but it's never really taken off, I guess, from a Web3 perspective. So what has changed, and do you think the time is right now to really see some decentralized digital identity solutions come out?
Yeah, so I almost fall off the philosophical conceptual deep end with this question, because we go back to sort of nation states used to have the power, and everything was kind of negotiated at that level. And what Web3 is doing is it's really kind of moving us past that. We've seen obviously non-state actors come in and really change the power dynamics. And power dynamic is again evolving, it's revolutionizing. So now power is being devolved even further to companies, to stablecoin issuers. There's a lot more stakeholders that we need to be having around the table. Where is this table? Who is running this table? How do we get invited? Is it going to be inclusive? Are we going to have all these women that are here at Consensus now at that table? There's a lot of questions, and I think we're really jumping to an end state of digital identity, but we haven't defined the process. It's not even about defining what are we trying to do. How do we get there? And we can't go from a current state, Web 2, transition to Web 3 and skip the transition. So we have to slow that down. And, I would say if we had a global organization that we could all lean on and say, hey, let's take digital identity, but that's been tried too. There's cultural issues to be taken. It needs to be local and regional and interoperable, all the buzzwords in one big, soup bowl, but practical. And so I don't have a great answer for you on that. I would just say it has to be locally relevant. It has to be relevant to people who don't have addresses, who don't have bank accounts, who cannot bring their clan eldersmen to prove that they are who they say they are, and that's a lot of hurdles to overcome as barriers of entry.
Absolutely, barriers of entry certainly, and onboarding is certainly something that a lot of people are thinking about. I'm curious with this conversation of digital identity and the onboarding process. How do you see it being involved in crypto or less involved with blockchain, or at least what that might look like for someone? Are they going to know that this is a blockchain-based digital identity system, or will they not? I'm curious what you're thinking about that, I guess, crypto's role in that experience.
Yeah, so Leah, you've just touched on it. There's so many companies right now that are innovating in this space. You're seeing sovereign identity, zero knowledge proof solutions. You're seeing that there are a lot of people who are dedicating time and resources to solve and crack this really important nut, because we know that this is really kind of a big deal. It's solution to health, it's solution to food, it's solution to a lot of different elements that are also at the moment exclusionary if you don't have a birth certificate and identity. I think where it meets kind of our crypto world comes back to who, again, do we have at the table? And all these companies that are innovating, it almost seems like everybody's solving for a different part of the know your customer identity problem. And there's no real orchestration. And it's almost terrible to say, but do we need to centralize in order to decentralize? Do we need to first establish some kind of parameters, good fences make good neighbors? Like, let's figure out where we all sit, and then from there decentralize and devolve into the identity issue. Because what concerns me most is that we have a lot of really terrific companies that are innovating, but they're in different countries and they're not talking to each other. And will I be able to send money from here across oceans and rely on the same system? So there's a lot of thorny issues there, but really exciting ones at the same time.
Like progressive decentralization to get to real decentralization.
Yes, new centralization or nouveau centralization, or some kind of way to reach the decentralized lands, but with some kind of guardrails to help us achieve that, while considering all the things that we talk about, privacy, all the surveillance questions, all these things that we talk about and try to unpack in a roundtable at 2 p.m. in the afternoon, in a hotel. But maybe we need to connect the dots better and be more structured about, process.
Absolutely. Well, I'm fascinated to see how that's going to unfold. Thank you so much for joining us, Liat.
Thanks very much.
Happy consensus.
Happy consensus.
That was Electric Director of Global Policy and Regulation, Liat Chatret. Let's take a look at what's being discussed on stage.
Photo was one of the problems was the photo was circulated on X by verified accounts, right? And so that, whatever you think about X or whatever you think about what verified even means anymore, maybe not what it used to, which might be, in some minds a good thing. But anyway, we're not here to talk about that. But it is an issue if there isn't a filter, essentially, at that distribution layer. You need all parts of this ecosystem to be attacking this problem. And if one layer isn't doing it and you're leaning too much on human verification, which that's the best solution, it simply can't, what's the say in tech? It doesn't scale, right? And if you rely too much on this technical solution at the root layer, then you could get things like, the Google Gemini stuff, where it's like, okay, we really, I know that's not what you're talking about with content provenance, but it's like that's a focus on the generation of it, right? And then that can get too extreme. So the middle layer is also important and needs to be part of the conversation.
And actually, I don't disagree with you. I think these are problems. These are human problems. They're problems with our society, and I think we need to incorporate human solutions to them. A lot of people are trying to use deepfake detection technology, which I think is really valid right now. It's something that we need to do. However, I don't see that system as being something that's sustainable. I think it's going to be a constant arms race between the deepfakes getting better and the detection trying to keep up with it. What we instead try to do is create tools that can be used by journalists, lawyers, historians, to make that human verification, to make that human determination of, is this what it claims to be? So if we can prove that a photograph was taken at the time it was captured, we can hash it, which makes it an immutable digital fingerprint of it. We can cryptographically sign it and we can put it on blockchain. We have an immutable source of exactly where this came from and when. We have exactly what it was and exactly when it existed. And I think one of the challenges that we're all facing right now is how do we evolve as a society to be able to evaluate these deepfake problems, these deepfake media.
So what this amazing group of panelists have laid out is the fact that actually there's no one silver bullet answer to this enormous growing problem, but it's a problem that's going to affect every single one of us and for generations to come. So here's my question to our panelists here. You've mentioned technological solutions, you've mentioned grassroots expert level solutions, you've mentioned middleware or distribution path solutions, but what about policy? And there is a whole flurry of governments right now coming out with, some of them are calling it AI safety regulation, some of them are just calling it AI regulation, whatever have you. In the EU, it's already passed. A lot of people are criticizing that. It's actually going to stymie innovation. How do you find a right balance? I'd love to get your thoughts on that. Can we have good policy that could actually help safeguard against what's happening right now?
I think one thing we've seen in just the trust and safety industry broadly is that, before the advent of generative AI, the major platforms have started to invest more and more in trust and safety and mitigation efforts because of the real or looming threat of regulation. So I think just the presence of regulation is critical to ensure that companies are investing in safeguards against generative AI harms. Obviously, regulation can be slow and bureaucratic and have its issues, but there certainly is a role, because I think without even just the looming threat of regulation, it can be hard to get companies to invest in safety and safety in their design.
So, not to disagree too hard.
Oh, please disagree if you do.
So as a journalist, sometimes trust and safety kind of makes my skin crawl a bit and it's not really just as a journalist, it's more as a media person, because the whole idea of trust and safety in advertising has been a huge problem for news. Like if you say that you don't want your advertising beside hard-hitting news stories, that kind of stymies news, right? So I don't think it doesn't have a place. I do think there is a danger of overreach when you say like, oh, we have trust and safety, and it becomes this sort of industrial complex on its own, and then starts to spread and have knock-on effects that you didn't predict. Now, with respect to deepfakes specifically here's what I would fear if there was like too much on the regulatory aspect, or whether it's at the filters layer or the law level, is that you might have seen this deepfake a few months back. It was actually a while back now. So it was a deepfake of Hillary Clinton endorsing Ron DeSantis. And if you watch this video, it's a short video, but if you watched it all the way to the end, she actually says, "Hail Hydra." And I thought, once you see that, you're already sort of thinking throughout it, this sounds weird, this looks funky to me, and she says, "Hail Hydra," and you're like, oh, it's obviously satire, it's a joke. Now, wait a minute. If we have like overreaching trust and safety mechanisms, I could see that being banned and kept out of the right context. And even though there's a very strong case to be made at satire. Now you might disagree, you might think the damage caused by it, even for a little bit, is bad. But I do think you need to make accommodations for satire, for free expression in whatever trust and safety is. And it's really kind of too easy, in my opinion, to just go like, no, let's just not do it.
Yeah, I think this is a really, really nuanced problem, right? Take, for example, Section 504, I believe. That's a law that sort of says social media platforms aren't liable for what other humans post on social media. It's very contentious. It's really hard to draw the line between, what should they be responsible for. I think what I would hope to see is collaboration between both the technology companies that are the ones dealing with this on the front lines, and governments, and those human institutions that help govern it. There's a really great initiative called the Content Authenticity Initiative, which is a bunch of large tech companies coming together to try to develop a standard for making sure that we can embed this provenance, this chain of where something has been and what it is, into media. And we're starting to see platforms put it in there. LinkedIn should be putting a feature on there where you can inspect the provenance of a photo that's on there. Adobe is doing a lot of work in their editing tools by including this chain of provenance, this technology called C2PA, into the photos. But I think it's really nuanced. It's hard, right? We want regulation so we can move forward and we know what the rules are. But at the same time, we live in a country that I'm very glad embraces free speech, and we need to keep that going.
I'm glad you raised that, actually, about the point of the United States has, for good or for bad, there are certain value systems that every country and every, frankly, community or group of people have. And sometimes they're not actually the same. Some people have very different views about privacy and about what we would call transparency of what you're doing in your day-to-day activities versus other countries where people don't safeguard that as much. And I think one of the things that we're seeing in the US, and I wanted to get your opinion about this, one of the pathways to resolution around some of the deep fake work is lawsuits, which I find uniquely American, because if you go to other places in the world, people are a lot less likely to just go and file lawsuits. However, in the US, we're beginning to see lawsuits, we're beginning to see litigation, legal actions, collective actions by groups of people pushing back. How do you see this happen? What do you see in the next year as this trend seems to be emerging? Do we see more of it? Do we see different flavors of it? Let's just focus on the US for the moment.
I mean, thinking about some of the lawsuits we've seen thus far, like I think about news publishers who've been suing some of the generative AI companies for, alleging that their content was, their models were trained on their content without proper compensation. And who knows exactly the chain of events and reactions, but then, fast forward a few weeks later, a few months later, now you're seeing generative AI companies signing multi-million-dollar licensing deals with the news organizations. So who knows if the threat of litigation was what led to that, but.
Welcome back to CoinDesk Live at Consensus 2024, brought to you by BitGo. I'm Cam Thompson, here with my co-host Leah Callan-Butler, and today we've been chatting with some influential women in the crypto space, learning about what they're thinking, what they're building, and how they're shaping what's going on. So we're now joined by Unstoppable Domains Chief Operating Officer Sandy Carter. Sandy, welcome to the show. How's Consensus been?
Thank you so much for having me, both of you. I'm so excited to be here, and what a great show you guys have put on this year. It's amazing.
Awesome. So what are some things you've been thinking about walking around at Consensus? What are some themes you're noticing? How have you been enjoying the conference?
So, a really big theme that I've been seeing is digital identity, of course, which makes me very happy because there's so many things going on in the space. Also, the convergence of blockchain and AI. And I think that those two technologies together are very powerful. So I've loved seeing the way things are being talked about as well. And then there are so many new companies out here as well. So not companies that I'm used to talking to that have now grown up, got funding, and they're doing exciting things. And then, of course, was combat karate. Did you guys go to combat karate?
That was wild.
That was amazing. And I can't believe I was talking to the chief business development officer at Hedera, and the coin for the wildly spread sport is on Hedera. So I thought that was cool too.
Absolutely.
It really was. So before we dive right into the conversation, for anyone who is watching who might not be aware, maybe you could tell us a little bit more about Unstoppable Domains, and also what are you guys doing in the Web3 space?
Yeah, so Unstoppable Domains is a digital identity platform based on blockchain. So that means that the data that you have is your data. The digital identity is your digital identity, which I think is so powerful because ownership is a human right. I think it's an essential part of who we are. And then it's really cool because with your digital identity, you can do so many things that add a lot of value. So for example, we do 30 million wallet resolutions every week. Wow. 30 million. So taking sandy.polygon to a wallet address and vice versa. And then our second most used use case right now is doing an encrypted group chat. So using push protocol technology that we've integrated in, you can now do segmented chats with your customers. So like Luca from Pudgy Penguins for our .pudgy, he has a group for influencers, he has a group for storytellers, and now he can chat with them in a very easy fashion. And so you've got digital identity that you own that has this essential right to it, but then you also have really cool utility that you can leverage as well. So I think it's a combination of community plus utility.
You just, sorry, I was going to say, you just mentioned sandy.polygon. Is that TLD? I think you guys just announced that this week, your branded community naming system is...
Yeah, so we have now a whole set of community branded TLDs because we've seen the power that it brings to a new community. So we launched .polygon, which is the chain that we mint on. And then we also launched this week with Secret. Shh, you've got a secret, which is, I think, super cool. In fact, we got a ping from Victoria's Secret, because it's .secret, to make sure we reserve that for them.
Nice.
Really cool. And I think these branded TLDs are so powerful. They couple with the ones we've already announced, like .pudgy, for example, or .austin, some of our more popular TLDs, to really give that strong community feeling as well.
Super cool.
Absolutely. So when talking about digital identity, it seems like a lot of people think about the metaverse and just the metaverse. This is where your avatar lives and breathes and exists, and that's your identity. But from what you've spoken about, it seems like there's a lot more use cases beyond just this one platform. So I'm curious how you think about communicating the use cases of digital identity in this age where there's been a lot of criticism about the metaverse and the growth of some of these platforms. So how do you think about kind of telling the story of why this is important?
Yeah, and one of the things we've learned, Cam, is that telling the story to different communities needs to be customized. So, for example, we launched .austin. And for .austin, .austin is really for citizens. And so we talk a lot about tokenizing your membership in the Austin Chamber of Commerce, for example. Eventually, tokenizing your driver's license, your house deed, your car deed. All of these things would be really nice to have in your digital identity. And that brings a true power to the user, something that they really want and need. And I think that's really interesting. I was just chatting yesterday to someone who wasn't born in our country, and she was asked for her birth certificate, and her mom couldn't find it. And so she was so imagine if that birth certificate was tokenized, it lived in your digital identity, how powerful that would be.
That's huge.
And then, if you look at a different community, like let's take Pudgy, for example. They're an amazing community. If you don't know Pudgy Penguins, they now have the stuffies that exist in Walmart and Target. That community is very much of a Web 2 community. And so we need to make it really super simple for them. And the value prop then really goes along with what Pudgy stands for. It's community. So we have badges for influencers and badges for storytellers. And so I think the value of your digital identity right now varies by community, which is why I think these powerful community branded TLDs are just doing so well.
And is this something that could help with scams and phishing attacks? Because I feel like that is just becoming more and more of an issue, and the amount of scammers impersonating real people. I mean, even some of the smartest people in crypto are still falling for these kind of things. So, how could this perhaps, contribute to solving that problem?
So one of the things we've been working on is this intersection of AI and blockchain. A lot of the deep fakes are being helped or accelerated because of AI. And so now, because your identity can live on chain, you can actually verify, I said this. Let's say I was doing an interview with you and you were quoting me. I could say, yes, I'm verifying that I said that. Or a picture. We always remember the Pope who was in the Bauman jacket that got tweeted everywhere. That really wasn't his picture. It was created by a deep fake. So now you can verify that on chain. So I do think some of these scams where people are trying to impersonate someone in a video, in a quote, in an article, in a picture, can be helped and assisted with a verification, something that we've been working on and have been really ensuring that we can get out to the public as well.
So needed.
Absolutely. It'll be very interesting to see how all of that unfolds. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Sandy.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies, for being here. Really appreciate it.
Of course. That was Unstoppable Domains Chief Operating Officer, Sandy Carter. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
I think it's important that they can be regulated in a way that we have a regulatory infrastructure that protects against fraud, protects against predatory practices, but also makes cryptocurrency is absolutely transactional, which you can't with Bitcoin. You can't. It's not really transactional now because you have to pay taxes on every purchase, right? If you go buy, an apple or a lunch, you have to pay taxes on that, and that's not a good outcome. We need them transactional the same way the currency is. And I don't think we're equipped now. The banking infrastructure in this country and the regulatory infrastructure is not equipped to regulate them in ways that are rational and that encourage their transactionality. I mean, we also need to guarantee self-custody. We may need to make them transactional. We need to make them transparent. And as I said, decentralized.
Hey there, it's Sam Ewan from CoinDesk, back here with Leah Cullen Butler, and some amazing guests, both Tina and Eric Voorhees from Venice AI. We're so excited to learn about this new project that you guys have. So first, I would love one of you just to tell us, what is Venice? Why did you decide that this needs to exist in the world? And also, how does it relate to kind of the blockchain industry in relation to other AI projects that often are trying to not have transparency and openness in their systems?
Yeah, well, Venice is a AI chat app, like a ChatGPT. You can do text, image, code with it. The main difference is that it does not spy on you, so it's private. All the things that you say aren't being warehoused by a centralized company, and it is not censoring the answers that you get back. So it is private, it is permissionless, it uses open source models, and that's the main distinguishing factor.
Was there, I guess, what was wrong that you guys were seeing with the existing AI, the llamas of the world and the ChatGPTs and what Google's doing that made you decide this was something that needed to exist in the world?
I personally don't want all of my conversations with an AI to be stored forever by a central party to be offered up to the government as soon as they ask for it. Anyone who doesn't have a problem with that might not find Venice that interesting, but anyone who cares about privacy, not just for today, but like over the entire lifetime that they're using these things, we're offering something materially different. And anyone who has used these systems and seen how the answers come back in a very distorted, biased, censored way, if that bothers you, try Venice out, and you might find it to be a little refreshing.
And Tina, what about you? Because you've had an incredible career influencing the development of robust and balanced regulatory systems on the crypto side. What brought you to work in AI?
Yeah, I think the technology is really important, and the potential for humanity to increase their knowledge and understanding is exponential. So that's really exciting, but equally at the same time, I think there is this precipice that we're at around, I mean, I don't even want to dive into the regulatory implications, but there's a lot of decisions that are made in the name of safety, right? So there's a lot of permissioning going on. And with any new technology, I think if you start to put those rules in place too soon before you really know what you're talking about, or the risks that are being identified aren't necessarily balanced with the risks that exist today. So generative AI and AGI are two very different things, right? And so I think that there is the real potential here for developers and for people like Eric and I to build solutions that address some of those risks in a way that demonstrates what good looks like. So around privacy and censorship, that then don't create even a bigger problem that we need to regulate for later.
So there's a quote that I've been repeating to people all week, which I read before I came here, which is the idea that, and it's from the Counterterrorism Task Force in Europe, that 90% of all of the information on the internet will be synthetically generated by 2026. Now, I don't know if that's fully accurate, but I think we can all see where this is going to go. So I also keep thinking a lot about the need for some sort of proof of humanity within these systems, where we know that the things we're seeing, audio, video, text, are either generated by people who we can verify that they're real, or being very transparent that this is an AI system creating it, and ideally we should know where they got that information from. How do you guys approach this idea of, synthetic information versus human-driven information, and is there sort of a right balance as we go into a world where trust becomes hard in all the information that we see in our daily lives?
We as Venice are not trying to solve the problem of attestability in authenticity. It's a problem. Society will need to figure out various ways to handle it. We're not trying to solve that problem. I guess where we would come in, however, is that if there is one or a few large centralized AI companies and they say something is true, how do you know that that's right? I don't think most people want to live in a world where there is one authority of truth. That sounds very Orwellian to me. That sounds very dangerous. Truth is a process by which humanity is constantly challenging and arriving at new understanding. So Venice is basically an alternative to centralized intermediaries of knowledge. And we think that's important in AI, just as decentralized money is important. Same kind of, same vibe.
And Sam, I think the other thing is that you say that it's going to be synthetic information, and maybe it is generated through some type of machine. But today, those machines are only generating information that a human prompts them to generate. So it's not that the machines are creating synthetic information on their own, right? So I think that there is this balance of we're still in control of what these machines are producing. And if you are using centralized black box mechanisms that you don't really know how they've been tuned, what their system prompt allows for, and where those biases might lie, everything is biased. We're never going to go away from bias, right? So when you're using open source models, then at least you have an idea of how they've been trained, what information they have, and the ability to potentially tune those to your own preferences. And so I think that transparency gives a little bit more comfort around being able to trust the information. But, one of the things that Eric says a lot is this is not a truth machine, right? If you get something out of this that you don't think sounds right, you need to keep digging and look at other resources as well.
Yeah, I think most people are not scared enough of the phenomenon in which either a malicious human actor or a malicious AI actor wants to do something sinister. If it has all the information about you that you've ever shared with an AI over years, it will know every personal, intimate detail of your life. The ability for damage from that knowledge in one centralized place that a person can never get back once they've given it away, I think is unacceptable. And so people need alternatives. Not that everyone will care about the privacy, but for those who do, they need a way to implement it.
But Leah, back to your question. If you couple everything that you put into these AI tools, right? You're asking questions, and typically it's a very personal experience, right? You're seeking oftentimes. And you could be talking with this in a way that maybe you don't feel comfortable talking with a friend, for example, right? There are, AI therapists, for example. If you couple that information with your financial information, with your location information, with all of this other data that's out there, and you're able to triangulate that, it's not just where you went, who you went with, and how you spent your money, but it's also what you think. And what goes on in our brains is personal and private, right? So I think that we are used to giving away our data in exchange for services. But I think that now that this data potentially is about who we fundamentally are as people, we need to be very careful with that information.
I love what you just said there about how we're used to giving our data away. Like in Web 2, that is really the business model. So how are you actually going to bring this issue to, I guess, a mainstream audience? I mean, like, we're here at Consensus. Everybody here understands the need for decentralization and the need for privacy. how do you see, like, how are you going to take that narrative to a mainstream audience and get them on board with this?
I think anyone that has tried Venice and has asked it a question that might be controversial and asks that of one of the leading chat systems, they will see immediately the value of the lack of censorship. So will we be able to get people to care about privacy? I don't know. Some do, some don't. But when people get back answers that feel paternalistic and belittling, or they feel like there's some kind of forbidden knowledge that they're not allowed to have, and then they try Venice and they're like, oh yeah, actually this is how machine intelligence is actually supposed to work. I think it'll be self-evident to them, and we just need to get it in front of people, and it'll be pretty clear.
I also think as some of the big tech projects continue to do what I think is like crazily, blatantly nuts, right? Like Slack a couple of weeks ago said, oh, we're going to start scraping all your company information. That's cool, right?
Really? I didn't know that. Wow.
And they did it in a like tweet. I mean, it was very kind of subversive. So if you didn't see the tweet, you wouldn't have known that you could opt out of this.
Wow.
Or, Microsoft's new product. And I understand why they're building it, but they're positioning it that we're going to create this curated AI experience for you based on taking screenshots of everything you do every 30 seconds. And so for some people, they might think, that's amazing. This thing's really going to know me. But I just think this is a surveillance tool, right? And I don't know that I want anyone to know me that well, right? It's certainly not a piece of technology. I'm no longer in control. So I think that for people that think that that's creepy, maybe you don't necessarily know you care about privacy, but you don't want to like pee with the door open, right? You like shut the door. Things are private.
And you guys, what I really like about even the way you positioned the launch was very openly, you don't need an account. Like you can come and just try and play. So tell us about how like the tiers work and how do you protect the privacy of someone who is wanting to try the system? Is it all through a wallet-based technology? Is it a different type of sign-on? How are you ensuring trust in the privacy world?
Yeah, so the way to protect people's privacy is to not take their information in the first place.
Right.
So the fundamental mechanism in Venice is that when someone sends in a prompt, text or image or code generation, that's going through an encrypted proxy server to a decentralized GPU that does the processing and sends the result back through the same encrypted proxy server. It's never held on Venice's servers at all. That's the bulk of it. If someone wants to sign up, they can just use like a dummy email if they want. They don't even need to sign up with an account if they really want to be like no email even. And if someone wants to pay in crypto, they can do that too. So it doesn't matter where they're from in the world, like they can be as anonymous as they want. We don't want to know who they are. We don't need to know who they are. And we give people privacy not through some like 15-page privacy policy that promises how we will respect their data. We just don't take it in the first place.
And I love this statement that you guys put out. I'm just going to read it, which is the only way to respect user privacy is to not violate it in the first place. To what you guys were just talking about, we've been violated for decades now with every big tech company in the world. That I think people are like numb to the fact that we are being scraped and sold every single day that we exist. So what do you think has to happen on the larger internet scale for this? I mean, it's wonderful that you guys are putting this in place, but the minute someone goes off to somewhere else, they're back in that funnel of being marketed to. And I guess I wonder if you just have thoughts of what could we collectively as a community here do better? Is it about asking our systems to be more respectful of our privacy, demanding those, or is it about like what you guys are doing is just building our own?
I think we don't need to do the advocacy. What's going to cause people's minds to change is when the abuses become increasingly obvious. And I think that's inevitable. As this data gets warehoused and centralized, the incentives to abuse it will grow and grow and grow. That abuse will continue. And over time, maybe it takes a whole generation, but people will come to learn that like they shouldn't give up their information without at least thinking about it, right? Like sometimes it's fine to share your data, but at least be thoughtful about it. And we're going to provide an alternative. I think we only win if we actually make a product, however, that like everyone loves, right? So like everyone likes to say they like privacy, but if our product's inferior, we're not going to get customers. So we're building an app that when people have used it, they immediately love it. It gives them like most of the benefits of what the big firms are doing, but without the censorship and those who care about privacy, that's just like an added benefit.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. When you look at behavior, we all know that behavior is hard to change, right? People just do what they do. And to get somebody to change their behavior is really, really hard. And I think that's one of the things that has been a challenge for crypto, right? You have to completely change your relationship with money, how you think about it, how you think about sovereignty. And for a lot of people, that's like a couple steps too far. They just want it to be easy and simple. And I think the beauty of Venice is that it is really low friction. It is very intuitive. It is equally on par with a number of the other experiences that you can have that cost a lot more and are monetizing your data and will give it to the government if they ask for it. I think what's fundamentally different about this, people have been indoctrinated for lifetimes to have the relationship with money that they do. And we learn about banking and saving and all that stuff from our parents. And so you're having to unlearn behavior when you kind of switch into, a decentralized sovereign money, principle. But AI is brand new, right? And so hopefully if we start giving people good alternatives now, then they just start on that path and we don't have to kind of transition them from an unprivate service to a private service. The second thing I think is we are loosey-goosey with our, posts on Facebook and, our vacation pictures. But I think when people really understand that this AI has the access to the way that we think, and we can be incepted by some of the responses that we get, it can change the way we think, which changes ultimately who we are. That's a little different than just your data, right? That's your person. And so hopefully the privacy thing will start to stick with people. And I think that as some of the other companies have some faux pas, like for me, the Gemini thing, when the images wouldn't, create Caucasian people, I mean, it was just so stark. And it was mainstream news, right? Crypto hasn't been mainstream news. I think AI is in a slightly different position.
On that, just thinking with this focus on open source and privacy, the Web 2 business model is really entrenched in terms of, scraping data and selling it to advertisers. That's how we make money. So with these new business models, we need to find new ways of being able to monetize. So how are you thinking about that?
Ours is super easy. You can use it for free. If you want like the advanced features, it's $49 a year.
That's it.
Sign me up.
We're not going to sell your data to anyone.
Thank goodness. My final question for you guys is, we're also a lot of conversation around this conference about AI agents doing actions on our behalves, non-playable characters in metaverse games. How do we ensure that even our relationships with those types of entities can remain private? I'm just worried about what happens when, even though you guys are building a system that maintains your own identity, your own privacy in your own identity, that we're going to be soon interacting with a lot of other AI entities, whether we know it or not, who might be still trying to do the same scraping of us through conversation, through looking at the output. Is there a world where we need to think about us being able to give permissions to other AI entities in the future?
You should always be careful who you're talking with. Right? Like, this is a very fundamental human thing. That issue is not new to AI or to, made up characters in a game. Humans manipulate each other, right? You should always take responsibility for the things that you convey, and you should assume that you live in a world where people and machines will try to take advantage of you in big and small ways. That's just part of the natural competitive environment, and to just take responsibility for yourself. It's not that big of a deal as long as the AI isn't forcing you to talk to it. That gets pretty scary. But if you have the agency to decide when to talk and what, then all that matters is to whom are you talking. And in Venice's case, you were talking to a structure that is private and isn't going to store all your information forever. So that's really the goal.
All right. Thank you guys so much. This has been Venice founder Eric Voorhees, Chief Operating Officer Tina Baker-Taylor. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. We hope you have a great day.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
We'll see you guys right after a short break.
I think it's important that they can be regulated in a way that we have a regulatory infrastructure that protects against fraud, protects against predatory practices, but also makes cryptocurrencies absolutely transactional, which you can't with Bitcoin. You can't. It's not really transactional now because you have to pay taxes on every purchase, right? If you go buy, an apple or a lunch, you have to pay taxes on that, and that's not a good outcome. We need them transactional the same way the currency is. And I don't think we're equipped now. The banking infrastructure in this country and the regulatory infrastructure is not equipped to regulate them in ways that are rational and that encourage their transactionality. I mean, we also need to guarantee self-custody. We may need to make them transactional. We need to make them transparent. And as I said, decentralized.
All right, welcome back to the show. We are coming to you live from the CoinDesk podcast studio, presented by BitGo. Actually, it's our TV studio, not a podcast studio. Founded in 2013 with the first institutional-grade Bitcoin wallet, BitGo is the gold standard in custody, staking, and settlement. Today, BitGo supports over 800 coins and processes 20% of all Bitcoin transactions by value. Check them out over at bitgo.com. We have spoken to so many influential people over the last 3 days. Very excited to have our next guest. Our next guest, Lamina One co-founder, CEO, Rebecca Barkin.
Hi.
Rebecca, so great to see you. Rebecca and I have only ever met on Zoom. So it's the first time, when you see someone and you're like, either they're taller, they're shorter, they just look different. I feel like this is that moment.
There's a history there, yeah. I mean, because you've been involved in immersive work for a long time, too.
I know. Yeah. I've only seen you in the metaverse.
Yeah, it's true. That's true, yeah. Anyway, it's nice to be here. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Rebecca, I would love, before we even get in, I think you have such a fascinating history. So I know you're here at Consensus. We're going to talk about Lamina, but I would love you to give us the 30 seconds of just how you got to this moment.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for asking. Yeah, so I started my career in the entertainment business, actually in music, right when they were kind of going through this really difficult transition of trying to figure out what the value of IP is in a digital era. And then I went to film just in time for them to go through the very same thing. And it became really clear to me that where we were headed with entertainment, if you really valued IP, you needed to understand, because tech was kind of in the driver's seat at that point. And so I moved up to Silicon Valley, and I took, it's now that I think about it, it was a integrated music and hardware and software company, and then positional tracking. I just kept going down the whole positional tracking. And then I went to Magic Leap, where I led the studios there for 4 years in the development of a slate of AR applications, which was a really great learning about where everything was going, spatial computing and immersive, large-scale, location-based, and what were the things that were kind of holding us back. When we shifted to enterprise, I led the redesign of the operating system for Magic Leap 2. And then I went to MSG Sphere, where we were working on, what kind of content and technical partnerships were needed to bring immersive at that scale to really make use of that tech in a way that resonated with people emotionally. And I was there when, Neil and I worked together at Magic Leap for years. So I was there, we worked together on adapting some of his IP to world scale augmented reality, games. Yeah. And so he called me when I was at Sphere, and he said, hey, I'm on tour for Termination Shock right now, and which was his book at the time. And he's like, people keep asking me about the metaverse and what I think of Mark Zuckerberg's version of the metaverse. And he said, I figure I could keep traveling around the world talking about it and this, what's wrong with it or what I'd do differently, or I could build the rails myself. And so he asked me to come do that with him and Peter Vicenis, the third co-founder. Yeah.
So Lamina One, so co-founded by Neil Stevenson and famed author of Snow Crash, as well as many other books. I was lucky enough to interview Neil 2 years ago here at Consensus, and I think that was when they first announced Lamina One. Very exciting. But one of the things that stuck in my head when he announced it was that he really wanted to create something that wasn't the same as some of the other L1s and L2s that were coming out that were very financialized and really just focused on just shilling tokens. Maybe you could bring us up to speed. Is that still the vision today?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, even more so, I think. So what we wanted to do was improve upon creator economics. And we felt like the current sort of system for financing creative content, distributing it, monetizing it, and connecting IP holders directly with their fans was just broken. And that sort of IP licensing system and the studio system was a bit outdated. And so we felt like blockchain was a critical underpinning. Even at Magic Leap, we talked about how blockchain was a critical underpinning of open metaverse, because really, your identity needs to be able to travel fluidly with you and your assets through this world of interconnected world of physical and digital experiences. Yeah. And really only blockchain could do that. And then as AI comes online and becomes more and more important, there's the how do you verify and how do you make sure that this is someone's identity and you are protecting someone's IP? So, Neil has a long history himself as an IP holder. So really, who better to be at the helm than someone who understands and protects aesthetic quality and narrative in the way that tech is developed? And we had that same philosophy at Magic Leap. So we just kind of carried it forward. But what we realized really quickly was it's not enough to just build a protocol. It's not enough to just build a layer one. And we felt like a lot of what needed to be unlocked was actually at the application layer versus the consensus layer. And so we really focused our time and energy on how to build out not only a protocol, but the platform stack on top of it. There was no code that would connect IP holders directly with their fans. And we made we always thought Avalanche had a really great architecture to enable that, because it can keep developers' costs low and predictable. It protects performance and allows this ecosystem of interoperability all the way at the core. And so we adopted that as our consensus layer, and we really just put all of our energy and effort into building out the application layer stack.
And Rebecca, this has been a big week.
Yeah.
Right? You guys went live with your mainnet.
Yeah.
So tell us about, just the launch, what that was like, and then also how everyone from IP holders to developers can build on top of the platform.
Yeah. So it was a really exciting week for us, for sure. 2 years through the roughest market. I mean, metaverse and crypto were toxic terms for the last 2 years, but we really stuck to our guns. We did shift our focus a little bit just to say, you don't want to focus just on VR or AR. So how do we build a platform that is welcoming to a much larger, broader set? And we really decided to focus on transmedia. So how do we just take an IP holder who has this kind of a broad transmedia set of content and connect them directly with fans and make it easy for those fans to co-create with them? That was number one. And then the tokenomics design. So we really just wanted to make sure that we were enabling a novel kind of economic design that encouraged creative reinvestment. So this week, or actually on May 17th, we had our TGE, which was a huge event for us, a big milestone. I mean, we're a small but very, very mighty team of 9, so we pulled that off over the last 2 years, and we had our mainnet go live on 5/17, and then just on the 28th at Consensus, 2 years to the day, we announced public access to the beta platform. So really, developers can go to laminaone.com, and that domain is actually entering our hub, which in the hub, you have a wallet. It's a very Web 2 kind of login process, super simple and streamlined. And then you get in there and it's very experience first. So you can explore other content creators. And then our Creator Studio allows people to actually upload and publish content, to create web-based mini games where you can have co-creation within permissioned sort of IP to build together. And so, we have a Unity SDK, we have an Unreal SDK. We're just trying to embrace all the great tech that's already out there, but weave it together in a way that's really simple for people to use and onboard. So that is up and running. People should go check it out. We're in our very early days. So that's why we say it's beta on the public platform side, but the mainnet is live. So.
keep talking about interconnectedness and interoperability. Like it sounds like that's a super important theme. How are you thinking that metaverse platforms like yours and others will coexist in the future?
This is a really, really important question.
Okay.
And I don't think we necessarily have talked about it enough in the right way in terms of what the blockers are. So interoperability can start with identity and assets that travel. But the reality is that like we could talk about mashup games all day long. We can talk about like, can I bring my sword in the soccer game or whatever? But that fundamentally requires the creatives build in a totally different way. That's a huge lift when you're building a double-sided kind of platform or market. So, we decided to take a bit of a different approach, and we've been working with a lot of our partners that are really focused on standards, right? So the part of the challenge, even at Magic Leap, was like, there was no easy way to port content because the metadata on the assets, like as it would move from platform to platform with different processing, capabilities and whatnot, didn't maintain aesthetic quality. You're talking about shaders. And these are things artists really care about. So actually, our friends at Futureverse are building out a standard called UBF that can be used to dynamically detect the platform that you're on and then enable transcoding for those assets where you take the metadata and all of the sort of credits, the royalties, all that sort of thing that you're supposed to take with it and allow it to travel from environment to environment while protecting aesthetic quality. So I think when we took a step back and looked at where is interoperability actually at, it's like we have all the technical infrastructure to enable it, but we don't have the content is not there. The creators who make that content at a level of quality people care about are not there yet. So what are the basics? It's identity and assets. Let's just enable across Avalanche and Lambda 1's ecosystem of content, those things to talk to each other really fluidly. And let's work with partners to actually implement standards. Let's pick one rather than go sit on boards all the time and talk about it, So we feel like that's a big step forward, and we're always looking for that. But that is a really, really important part to encouraging real interoperability. Yeah.
Rebecca, thank you so much for joining us today.
You got it. Thanks for having me.
You guys have been a great partner for us here at Consensus. We have a great show. That's Rebecca Barkin from Lamina, co-founder and CEO. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have Marina Marino from FlickPlay joining us. Stick around.
Axie Infinity and other of the Animoca brands, they've all transcended the simple digital art. So can you elaborate a little bit on what's the core utility that you see of NFTs?
So the core utility of NFTs, from our perspective, is it's a way in which we can represent and store digital culture as a digital property, and the property rights embedded with it. So when you have property rights on something, it doesn't matter if it's physical or digital, you have the ability to create capital value for it. Right? So think of it as like if you own a house, if you actually can own the house, then you know that you can invest in it for the next 10 years. Because you know you'll have it forever, for instance. Which means a bank can also give you a mortgage because they know you own that house. And I can give you a mortgage for 20 years, for instance, right? And that's actually how wealth was created in all those places that had property rights. Every country in the world that doesn't have property rights, places like North Korea, for instance, you don't have that. That's right. And you have much smaller economies than you have in the places that have property rights. So the same is true for the digital plane. When you have digital property rights, whether you own a Bored Ape, whether you own land in Sandbox, whether you own even a token, that's a way in which you own some kind of property, digital property, you have the ability to create leverage from them. You have the ability to sell that intellectual property to someone with forward value. So it's often used as an example for digital items in games. That's one example that people know because of utilities in the game. If I have a sword and it has the ability to create social status for me, or through its activity, I might be making, let's say hypothetically, $100 a year because I own that sword. Well, then someone might be willing to pay you $500 for it because it's an asset that gives you a return. That's not that different than when you're opening a restaurant and you own a property and you invest in that. You're investing, you have the ability to invest capital because you know you might get something back in return, right? That's the essence of capitalism.
That's right.
You can't do that in a digital world when the App Store can remove you anytime, when you don't own anything in the space, right? Therefore, there's never been the ability to have capital formation in the Web 2 world for these digital virtual goods. But in Web 3, you can do that. But you can extend beyond that, right? So I'm just giving you examples in games. For instance, what you see, for instance, with Open Campus in education, you can use NFTs as a way to represent intellectual property rights for educational content in this case. So teachers in Venezuela or wherever basically make content, that might make them $50 a year that teach children how to make English. That becomes a container in which value is generated from that. Now that teacher can sell that to someone else, literally as a yield generating asset. And the first set of NFT sales were actually protocols that were looking for yield, the real money yield, and they were literally buying these quasi-educational sort of instruments made by teachers for very good yields because they were happy to sell them at maybe 25 or even 30% yield equivalents because they would never make that kind of money otherwise, right?
That's right.
And it's life-changing for them to do that, right? In the same way that it's done in the physical world. I mean, imagine what the music industry would be like if you didn't have intellectual property protection.
Right.
If you didn't have a way in which you could protect the rights of musicians so that they could have royalties from the music, it would be a tiny industry, right? And so now you can expand that. But before, in the physical world, it was very expensive. Like if it wasn't worth protecting your intellectual property rights unless it made at least tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars. Because you had to use a lawyer, you have conveyancing, you have all that kind of stuff. But in Web3, you can mint it as an NFT and you can store it on chain. And for something less than $1, you could actually now have intellectual property protection. So you see that extension. So people are sort of protecting their dance moves, for instance, right? With Dance Fight and like all sorts of things. So NFTs shouldn't just be viewed as something that you can use in gaming. It's attractive because there's over 3 billion people who play games. So it seems like an obvious angle and makes sense. We're still at that stage. But there's so many other ways in which you can use NFTs for property rights.
And it's funny because where you are speaking about is the existing and future space of where NFTs are going. I think where a lot of the rhetoric is still stuck on NFTs hasn't even made it to games as yet. It's still on the PFPs.
I think that's a media
NFTs.
rhetoric.
Yeah.
That's not true for the actual people using it.
Yeah.
So if you include what's happening in the Ton ecosystem and then what you see what's happening on Ronin and so on, you probably have about 5 or 6 million daily active users playing Web3 games.
That's amazing.
Now, when you just think about that number, right, that's bigger than almost anything else that's happening in Web3.
Right.
And what's more powerful is that when a gamer becomes a Web3 gamer, he actually also becomes a Web3 investor. Right? So that's also why those people that come on board, the value for them isn't just, hey, I play one game. I am now a participant in the ecosystem. And you see this happening in Web3. Anyone, probably this is stories that you can relate with. Once you start making a little bit of money in Web3 or you have some value that's generated, the likelihood of you putting back into the ecosystem is very, very high, right? In contrast to other industries, right? And that's what's happening. So these Web3 gamers are perpetuating other Web3 games because they're playing another game, they're bringing liquidity here, bringing it there, right? So that to me continues to be, I guess, one of the most powerful mass onboarders into Web3 proper. And once a Web3 gamer is in Web3, he doesn't just stay a gamer. He starts trading on Uniswap and he starts doing other stuff eventually and expand the space as a whole.
That's amazing. And I do love that and wanted to ensure that it's highlighted because I do think that's where the future of NFTs are going, which is this expanded universe, the ease of transferability, the cost-effective nature of being able to protect ownership, digital ownership.
Yep.
So it's a good segue into one of the topics that you speak about or that you recently wrote about in your blog post, the Mocha ID. So given that you're thinking of NFTs as more than just a profile picture or Web3 gaming in-game asset ownership, what is the vision for how digital ownership will be evolved in the context of Mocha ID?
Well, so generally, let's talk about sort of why NFTs. The inspiration around Mocha ID came a little bit about our experience with NFTs. When people started to show their PFPs as profile pictures, and they were actually representing a part of their identity. Right? They were saying, hey, I'm not just part of the Bored Apes community, this is my Bored Ape, this is who I am, or Sandbox Avatar, or Mochaverse, doesn't really matter. Whatever those assets are, they became a part of you. And actually, if you think about the physical world, we do the same type of social signaling. Whether you buy, a Birkin bag, whether you have, people don't buy a Rolex to tell the time, right? They buy it to show something about who you are and part of membership, right? It's not the utility of the watch itself. It's to say I'm a member of it. And then we talk about sort of where you live. If you live in Beverly Hills, you might not know who's living in Beverly Hills, but the fact that you're saying you live there says something about you, and everyone else who lives in Beverly Hills says, oh, you live there? Okay, yeah, you're one of me or one of us. Or how we associate with sports clubs or even nationality and nationalism. These are ways in which we try to belong to communities. So actually we build our reputation from that, right? And because the network of these people have value, why do Bored Ape holders, as an example, receive value in the form of airdrops? It's because you know they're worth at least, maybe $30 or $40 or $50,000.
Right.
What would you as a marketer give if you could genuinely reach every hypothetically Ferrari owner? Right now you have to advertise on Facebook. There's 10 million followers on the Ferrari page. I guarantee you there were not 10 million Ferraris sold. Right? There's probably maybe 100,000 sold in the world.
That's right.
And for you to reach that, you have to basically really dig down. But if you actually could really genuinely reach to that owner, what is it worth to you? Right? And that's what NFTs started to create. So what they became were basically containers of reputation, but in a very fungible way. So the vision of Mocha ID was to, how do we create a kind of reputation that was actually really with you, in an anonymous way though. In other words, I don't need to know your name, but I can still transact with you as a reputation. So in the physical world, we do this when you have a degree and when you work and you've worked in this job for 10 years. Okay, I trust you, I think I know who you are. But in Web3, you can just spin up a wallet and have an identity. I don't know who you are. So Mocha ID is a soulbound NFT that basically builds a reputation that even though I don't need to know who you are, through my activity, I then build a layer that over time, people can still trust and transact with me because that reputation layer is so valuable. So for the same reason why people in the physical world won't break the law, not because they specifically don't want to go to jail, and some of them obviously don't want to do that, but it's because they don't want to lose the reputation they've built in their society. They don't want to lose their friends, they don't want to lose their family, they want to still be respected members of society. That's why they maintain their reputation, right? And that's because people know who they are, right? But it doesn't necessarily is important that it's their name. What's important is what they've built around them, right?
Welcome back to the CoinDesk Live studio from Consensus, brought to you by BitGo. We are here joined with FlickPlay CEO, Purina Marino. Purina, I've known you for years now. I am, full disclosure, a small advisor on your project that we're going to talk about. But we're just excited to have you. You spoke on a panel yesterday about gamification in the world around us. So tell us, one, how did that go? What did you talk about? And how's Consensus been?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me here. Consensus always feels like a homecoming. It's where you get to see everyone, right, and catch up with, and that's been excited. And it's pretty amazing to see like the overall evolution of the narrative and how we are starting to talk about not only what the problems exist within Web3, but how the problems that we're trying to tackle in Web3 are actually like overall overarching trends that are happening within the more centralized space as well. So as we think about gamification as a way to onboarding audiences, but also how interoperability of experiences across different platforms will really power that, I could say, twist in perspective of how are we gonna empower consumers to not only join one platform and build their experience in there, but how it's gonna become a more intertwined experience that will pull the walls down of adoption for the broader ecosystem.
Maybe you could talk a little bit about what FlickPlay is as well before we go any further, just in case anyone who's listening isn't sure what you're building. Yeah.
Yes, so FlickPlay is the destination to buy and discover experiences connected to digital toys. We're partnering with some of the biggest entertainment studios in the world, like Bandai, MGA, who are the owners of Bratz, LOL, and we have other strategics in our cap table like Disney. And our vision is to create a platform where fans are able to have a more comprehensive understanding of all the different touch points in which they can engage with their beloved characters, and how by being a platform and a middle layer between digital experiences and real world activations, brands or entertainment studios can really understand who their fans are, how they can create the next generation of stories and experiences for them.
So Purina, I've been thinking about gamification a lot recently. I was recently speaking on an event, and I was doing the research, and I think there's now 3.2 billion people in the world playing games. It's predicted to grow 10%, I think, in the next year. But even the fact that there's more people who play games on NewYorkTimes.com than read the news. There's more people who are like gamifying language with Duolingo, right? We're gamifying investing with Robinhood. Gamification, to me, seems like we just as humans love to play and be rewarded for such. And I do think there's an opportunity to learn, to create deeper connection. I think one of the things I really loved about your project when you started was also like understanding the idea that the location, the world around us was a canvas to play and create and connect. So where do you think the idea generally of gamification, not from the like, I'm collecting coins and jumping over things, but like from how it's helping onboard people into technology, because that's really what you're doing.
Yeah, totally. I mean, if we think, I always like to think about both the analog and the digital. And if you think in the real world, how many of us go places and like collecting a souvenir or like collecting stamps, like how in Asia, that's such a huge part of the culture on how they discover new locations and engage with them, right? And I think that when we think about, at FlickPlay, when we think about location, we think location is culture is identity drive purchase habits. And ultimately, we need to get people to that end of the spectrum, because that's really where brands really will thrive, right? We see brands today activating in Fortnite, activating in Roblox, because that's where they're getting the attention of consumers today. Yet, is that really I need to monetize audiences in the next quarter, or is that a 5-year plan to really being able to own their audience and re-engage them in the most authentic way? Because technically within those experiences, they can really re-engage them to go to a retail store, to go to other cross-platform. And this is where I really believe that Web3 has the power of disconnect the consumer from the platform, from the place where they're engaging, and enable them to navigate different ecosystem that caters to them. I think that I totally agree with you with the aspect of now everything is being gamified, but consumers are not silly neither, right? And I think like there is this awakening to that, okay, you're having me come every day to collect a token, but what you want is for me to come every day. So I feel like they're catching up to these hooks very quickly, right? And I think that where we really need to put attention on is that there is a natural way in which consumers already like and have adopted offline building a habit. And how can we digitalize that and enable them for those assets to be cross-platform so that it's very seamless for them to today want to play a soccer game and tomorrow want to be a soccer influencer in a different game, right? And I think like that's like where I see the future. And I do think like a lot of the small gamification integrations have an expiration timeline on them. I believe so. Yeah.
And you've been building for some years now, right? And I think you've decided to pivot a few times. Like, we're coming out off the back of a long, cold crypto winter, and Web3 moves so fast. Like, how do you think about that in terms of when you're launching these new products and platforms and sort of having to, I guess, catch up with how people are using them? You know, how do you think about that in terms of the right time to pivot and adapt versus stay the course?
Yes. The way I like to think about it is even Roblox as a platform, how many times did people thought that was not going to be the future?
Yeah.
And sometimes you are always building with the vision of what's going to be 5-10 years from now, but you have to always adapt to the always evolving market that you live in. Yeah. And when FlickPlay started as a platform, we were actually a Web2 ecosystem. And a big part of the ethos of the platform was how digital ownership and the ability for you to engage with digital products or digital experiences in the real world was going to help you shape your identity the same way we saw hundreds of thousands of people running in the street for a Pokemon or lining up outside an experiential pop-up to take a picture, digitalize that experience, and share it online. So for us, there was an obvious I could say, movement that was pivoting from us being the cool person because I walk into a restaurant, they know me, to me walking into a restaurant, digitalizing that experience and posting it online. And when we started as a platform, ownership of digital assets and experiences in the digital experiences in the real world was that entry point towards exclusivity. As we start seeing the NFT market evolve, we start realizing that we had an opportunity to not only on-ramp people by enabling them to access digital experiences in our platform, but enable them to experience everything else they collect outside the platform within the ecosystem. And that was like I would say the natural second step where, again, culture started driving our decision makers on how we were adapting and moving to like a more aligned market trend, and that is specific, keeping our same, I would say, ethos and vision as a platform. And as we scale from there, a big part of the focus is, well, we believe that Web3 IP has the potential to grow, but they still don't have the audiences that we're not talking about millions of people, we're not talking about billions of people. So that led into us making the strategic decision of saying, well, if we enable someone to buy their favorite Bratz doll, digital doll on FlickPlay, but at the same time, we let them integrate into the platform that favorite stuffed animal or monkey that they own. And FlickPlay is that place that where everything that you own digitally helps you shape stories, helps you play and socialize. Then that way we can onboard the masses with IPs that have millions of fans, and we can still building towards the vision. So I wouldn't think about it more as a pivot, but more strategic decisions that enables us to align with where the market is moving.
All right, Prina, thank you for joining us. Have a great rest of the show. We'll hopefully see all the things FlickPlay is doing. We'll follow, you mentioned there's a Pride collection coming out with Bratz.
Super excited. We announced it yesterday.
That's what was announced yesterday. And thanks for joining us here at the CoinDesk Live studio.
Thank you for having me.
All right, we'll be right back. That was FlickPlay CEO, Prina Marino. We'll be right back after this break.
I think it's important that they can be regulated in a way that we have a regulatory infrastructure that protects against fraud, protects against predatory practices, but also makes cryptocurrencies absolutely transactional, which you can't with Bitcoin. You can't. It's not really transactional now because you have to pay taxes on every purchase, right? If you go buy, an apple or a lunch, you have to pay taxes on that, and that's not a good outcome. We need them transactional the same way the currency is. And I don't think we're equipped now. The banking infrastructure in this country and the regulatory infrastructure is not equipped to regulate them in ways that are rational and that encourage their transactionality. I mean, we also need to guarantee self-custody. We may need to make them transactional. We need to make them transparent. And as I said, decentralized.
All right, welcome back to the CoinDesk Live studio, brought to you by BitGo. Leah, we are almost at the end of, this is the 10th consensus, by the way, which is very exciting. I'm just wondering, what were some of the key themes that maybe you saw that you were interested in over the last 3 days? Some of the conversations. I know you moderated a bunch of stuff as well. Like, what stood out to you for this consensus?
So before I get to the sessions, because they were absolutely fantastic, I think in the conversations that I've had with people, the big theme that keeps coming up is accessibility and removing onboarding friction. I think that's always been something that we talk about in this general space, but this year it feels like there's a lot more interest from mainstream brands. I feel like people are they're getting tired with the fact that it is still terrible UX, really difficult to use these technologies, and people are just saying, like, if we're actually going to achieve mainstream adoption, we need to get past that. So I've seen that there's like a real urgency on accessibility and onboarding issues. Yeah. What about you? Big themes?
Well, I want to pull on that thread for a second, because I think that for me, and I think it's very related, is the idea that I heard more conversations about, in essence, let's stop talking about crypto.
Yeah.
Crypto needs to start fading to the back, and let's talk about the use cases and what gets people excited, and how do we just get more users who are playing on the rails. Even with Parina, who we just spoke with, I don't think a lot of people who use FlickPlay know that on the back end are these Web3 rails. I think they're just having fun with these characters. I mean, they did a project with Baby Shark, which is a song that was stuck in my head for probably a decade, right? But like,
sing it. No.
I cannot sing it. But I do think that there's a lot of people in the world who love Baby Shark, who love Bratz. She was part of the Disney Accelerator. I don't think that they care about the Bitcoin rails. I don't think they care about ETH. I don't think they care about any of this other than the idea that, is it delivering on an experience I want to play in or I want to learn in? And I feel like that to me is what accessibility is.
Well, even some of the concepts that we talk about, like in terms of digital ownership, for example, like that's a really abstract idea for most people. And I think, another conversation we were just having around, the importance of privacy and decentralization in AI, the thing that came up there was that the Web 2 business model, we've just completely become desensitized to the fact that we give away our data for everything. So, when you sort of come to people and say, like, you've got to have digital property rights, a lot of people don't really understand what the point of that is. I think if we can deliver the experience first and they see the benefit from it, how this actually enhances their life, rather than just kind of that old libertarian, anarchic sort of rhetoric that comes across in crypto so much. Like, you've got to take back your data from the big bad platforms. Most people are kind of like, I like Facebook. Like, why should I do that? Yeah.
But I guess one of the things that's interesting, we had Keith Grossman on yesterday, and we were talking with him, and he said something that stuck with me since he mentioned it. Which was the idea that every single day someone is being born who is going to look at digital assets as being valuable to them, which is not the way I was born. Right? Physical things were valuable. And so I thought there was something interesting about that digital property may actually be more important to someone being born today than born 10 years ago or 20 years ago or 50 years ago. And maybe that's a good thing for us.
Yeah, that's why I got so interested in gaming, honestly, because I think gamers really understand the value of digital objects, like be it a skin or a weapon, like something that is owned by a platform online and not really owned by you.
Right.
Especially if they've had one of those like nightmarish experiences, like being deplatformed or their favorite game being shut down, they really, really get that importance of digital property rights. So I think you're right. The next generation is definitely going to be one to really prioritize these kind of concepts.
I mean, it's great that we're having this conversation, because we're going to do another quick break, bring on Yatsu from Animoca, this is what we're going to talk about. So we'll be back in a few seconds with Yat.
Since 2013, institutions have trusted BitGo for their digital asset needs. Backed by Goldman Sachs and other top investors, BitGo brings together the best of Wall Street and Silicon Valley to deliver institutional-grade security, compliance, and financial services. Today, we support all major coins and blockchain protocols and process 20% of all on-chain Bitcoin transaction volume for over 1,500 of the world's top institutions. When it comes to crypto, institutions trust BitGo.
Especially when like everyone's scared about their flights being canceled.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we're back. We're here with Yat Su from Animoca, co-founder. Yeah, you just got off literally the main stage. What were you talking about and how'd it go?
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about basically the rise of NFTs, or I guess the topic was really around sort of what happened to NFTs and what happened in the market. And actually, it's really come back in a pretty big way. More importantly, though, particularly led with gaming, the first quarter of this year, there was close to $3 billion of NFT sales, right? And obviously, it sometimes is a little bit volatile. But what I was also sharing was the fact that the sort of user adoption that's happening in Web3 comes from gaming. When you count not only what's happening in the Philippines with Ronin, with like Axie and Pixels, but also what's happening in the Ton ecosystem with Telegram, there's something like 5 or 6 million daily active players now in Web3, which from a community standpoint is actually larger than anything else combined in Web3 that's on-chain. And what I also was sharing that when a Web3 gamer becomes when a person goes into Web3, regardless of whether it's gaming or something else, and becomes a real Web3 user, he doesn't just become a user of that application. He becomes a Web3 investor effectively, right? They start sort of, and I think we can sort of relate that to our own experiences. When we start making a little bit of value in Web3, well, what happens? We buy another token, or we buy an NFT, or we partake in the ecosystem. And I think that's something that's so powerful. When you see that adoption, you can see how these networks start to really accelerate because of that.
I think it's so interesting hearing you talk about, the state of Web3 adoption today, because you've been investing in this space. You've been a Web3 NFT believer since, the dark depths of the 2018 crypto winter. I'm just interested to know, do you think that FUD is still existing today, or is it changing? I mean, we're still seeing, a lot of use cases being tested out, I guess, and some have gone really well, some haven't. Where are you seeing it go in terms of the future?
Well, I think the FUD is mostly an American FUD. Well, when you take a look at, for instance, what's happening in Asia, every major gaming studio, whether it's like a Krafton, the creators of PUBG, or whether it's Nexon or Netmarble or Square Enix or Sega, right? All these major game companies, they're all doing something in Web3. Yeah. They're all looking at making Web3 games and doing NFTs and all that kind of stuff. Whereas in America, you don't have that, right? And I think that has a lot to do with the attitudes around crypto, and around essentially a certain sense of fear of what crypto might do to the gaming ecosystems. So that's why I think Western companies struggle more with that. But if you don't see what's happening in Asia, so it's kind of like people in Asia are like, what's your problem? But when you're in America, it's like, why are you into NFTs? So you have literally sort of two different, sort of very different perspectives for the time being. And by the way, in gaming, that was not that uncommon. Free to play was heavily resisted in America.
Yep.
It took several years before it became the mainstream sort of business model, and today it's more than half of the gaming industry, right? So
it was really China and Korea that led that, right?
Correct,
yeah.
Correct. And I think it has a little bit to do also with the perspectives and the financial literacy that's embedded. Like in Asia, there's broadly more financial literacy, I would say, and a more optimistic view on capitalism. So when you have digital property and you have the benefits around that, you're more drawn towards it. You actually kind of get excited about that. Whereas I think in the West, we take capitalism somewhat for granted because it's always been there. We don't really respect, I think, the democratic institutions quite the same way because I think we take it for granted in the West because in living memory, they don't remember a time when they didn't have it. Whereas in Asia, I mean, my parents, I'm Chinese. 40 years ago, we didn't have any property in China, right? South Korea's GDP was lower than that of North Korea. That was only in the 80s, right? So in living memory, we knew what it was like not to have that, right? So therefore, I think there's a totally different perspective around that.
Yeah, I want to double click into the Telegram situation.
Sure.
Right? I just wrote an article about Hamster Combat. And Hamster Combat now has 32 million players. I think it's like 11 million daily. And the insight I had when I was writing this article was that it really reminded me of like Mob Wars and early Farmville on Facebook, where the network effect of just a lot of people playing and you, by inviting all your friends in, you all get to play the same thing. It's not a great game, but it's fun to play. But it really just said that having a platform that has now 900, maybe 1 billion people on it and being able to sort of share in the fun, can dramatically increase opportunity.
Absolutely. So let's first dig a little bit into the challenges that Web3 has had for distribution of games. And it's the fact that the Web 2 incumbents that basically were the gatekeepers of access didn't allow it. I mean, even today, if you launch a sort of applications on the App Store that has NFTs, it's not allowed to have utility. Like what? Which basically means that you can have an NFT that you can show, but you can't do anything with it because that would be against the rules. Very arbitrary rules, the kind of thing that you have in kingdoms where they say, I don't like that, so I'm just going to do something like that. And that's what happens, whether it's Facebook, whether it's Google, whether it's Steam, they've all generally been very negative towards NFTs. And I think partially is because it's a challenge to their business model, so they don't like that. Now, in the case of Telegram, it's very different, right? First of all, I think with Ton, they've basically put all of the commercial aspects of Telegram into the Ton ecosystem. So that's important to note, because in the same way that the super ad experience on WeChat, which was really controlled by Tencent, they've essentially created that through Ton. So you have an integrated wallet, you have these viral mechanics where people can play in the games. And to your point, when Facebook was an much more open network, that gave rise to Farmville. But then what did Facebook do when it looked like Zynga was a threat? They turned it down, and they basically turned off the tap, and Zynga almost went out of business, right?
Wow.
Right? But in a permissionless network, you can't do that, right? So I think there's a great opportunity around that. But there's another thing around gaming. You mentioned something about it might not be as much fun. Well, the thing that's interesting in gaming, like everything else really what we do in the world, it's mostly social. So there's in game design, we talk about this thing called Bartle's model, which is kind of a very simplified sort of psychological model about categorizing gamers, right? And so there's a cohort that are basically adventurers, a cohort that are basically people who are achievers, a very small cohort, less than 1%, that we call killers, right? So you just play games to basically, I guess, kill. And then the mass majority, which is 80%, they're actually there for social reasons, right? And so to this point, they're playing those games, not necessarily because they think it's the most fun. It's fun to be social. It's fun to play with my friends. If you ask,
like Wordle, right?
Well, yeah, Wordle, but also, I mean, if you ask if you have kids and they play Roblox, so you ask them, why do you play Roblox? Most of the answers will be, because I play with my friends.
Right.
My buddies are there, right? And it's a social reason. And actually, social is perhaps one of the biggest forms of fun there is, right? It's fun to hang with your friends. It's fun to have dinner together. It's fun to go to movies together. It's fun to play games together, right? So what Telegram and Ton has done is created an open network where people can now partake in these viral effects and therefore have very low CACs. Like Gamey has, close to 2 million daily active users, like 1.7, 1.8 million DAU, which it would have never been able to do if they were doing this on Facebook. In fact, Gamey at one point had 40 million users on the App Store and on Facebook before they went to the Web3, and then they deplatformed them. Because they said that you're building a competitive business to their distribution channels, right? So they were literally wiped out. And that's
all about that.
Yeah, exactly. We had that same experience, by the way, right? So absolutely. I think these new channels are going to help grow the space, and I think will accelerate adoption.
Sam and I were just having a chat before you came on about digital property rights and what needs to happen for people to actually care about them, let alone understand them. I was just wondering, as probably the world's #1 advocate for digital property rights, what is the state of it today? Like, do you think it's getting better? Are people starting to demand it, or is this still a slow process?
Absolutely, people are more interested in it, particularly in Asia. But it comes down to actually being able to experience the benefit of digital property rights first. And so, for instance, one of the ways in which people have experienced it is airdrops. Over the last 3 years, over $21 billion of value of airdrops have been dropped to people who are not necessarily corporations or big investors. And what's also interesting is that once that value is generated, what happens? They start to redeploy most of it back into the ecosystem.
Yeah.
Right? So this is really interesting. And that, to me, by the way, is a similar parallel to when you look at what happened with Silicon Valley. Right? Silicon Valley didn't grow just because you had Hewlett-Packard and eventually these companies emerged. It's the fact that people who made money at Hewlett-Packard and eventually the Googles and the Facebooks and whatever, what they ended up doing was they ended up reinvesting it into other companies as angel investors. So the most prolific angel investment networks happen to be in, basically Silicon Valley. And that's actually what is the power of Silicon Valley. And therefore, you created that wealth and that opportunity because they redeployed so much back into the ecosystem. And I see the same happening in Web3, right? And so that experience, when I make benefits from something in my environment, I will invest in other companies who then proliferate those benefits. It's one of the reasons why I think everyone's looking at tech jobs. Right? In the same way that I think people are growing the space. So we're not quite there yet in terms of the inflection point of awareness, but that's what's happening. People are much more giving. You see this in the NFT communities. You probably see this also in the Philippines with Axie or Pixels. When people are making value, they share and they bring you in and they're very welcoming. But this is actually quite alien for people not in those industries. They're like, I know how to make money and I'm helping others make money, right? That's not a typical thing you do in non-Web3. But in Web3, it's like, I'm making money, so let me show you how to do this. You do this, you should buy this, you should, and it comes mostly from a sense of goodwill. So that means we have to give people more airdrops, right? Because when people have more value they receive, then that's a form of property. I can now monetize it. And now I begin to understand it. So I don't have to I don't have to read Locke to understand what it is. Right? I just have to feel it. I have to say, oh, there's something of value and now I can sell it. That's the transformative moment. Then you get interested. And that's what we need to achieve. And just on the point on airdrops. To me, airdrops is just a reverse form of marketing. When you think about gaming, we spend $100 billion a year advertising video games. For what purpose? To bring in players to play the games, right? However, who gets that value? Apple, Facebook, Google, all those guys. How much of that money goes back into the gaming industry? Zero. Right. How much of that money goes to the gamers who actually play those games? Zero. So it's a highly extractive tax, not to mention the additional 30% they take from just existing on those platforms, right? So what happens if you take some of that value, actually most of it, and actually give it to the people who play the game? Not only will the gamers appreciate it, they also, even if they might not play in your game, they will actually ultimately spend it in another game. Right, it goes back into the ecosystem. And we see this, for instance, when you give money to most people, like when people were doing stimulus checks back in COVID, they ended up buying stuff from other people, right? They went back into the economy. So it's a much healthier way to promote and grow the space.
All right, Yat, thank you for spending time with us today. Yatsu, founder of Animoca. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with Siobhan Wong.
Consensus 2024, baby.
Consensus is a great opportunity where different ideas can come together and you find synergies to then get breakthrough ideas.
I think it's important that they can be regulated in a way that we have a regulatory infrastructure that protects against fraud, protects against predatory practices, but also makes cryptocurrencies absolutely transactional, which you can't with Bitcoin. You can't. It's not really transactional now because you have to pay taxes on every purchase, right? If you go buy, an apple or a lunch, you have to pay taxes on that, and that's not a good outcome. We need them transactional the same way the currency is. And I don't think we're equipped now. The banking infrastructure in this country and the regulatory infrastructure is not equipped to regulate them in ways that are rational and that encourage their transactionality. I mean, we also need to guarantee self-custody. We may need to make them transactional. We need to make them transparent. And as I said, decentralized.
All right, welcome back to CoinDesk Live from Consensus 2024, brought to you by BitGo. Here we are, we're going to talk about art, AI. We just were talking about spicy food in Thailand. This is Siobhan Wong, an amazing artist in the creative community. Siobhan, first of all, you just got off stage a little while ago talking about sort of AI and the integration with art. One, how did it go, and what was sort of the most interesting question for you?
I thought it went really, really well. I had a really fun conversation, and I think the most interesting question is really about the future of it, like where are we going with it? Because I mean, I love being in this space because I feel like technology is just amazing, right? And like I feel with the potential of technology comes with the potential of tools that I could possibly use in the future, and that means the potential of where my art can go is also just as infinite as where the technology is going. So like to me, this is an incredibly exciting topic, and I'm just so happy to be here.
I'd love to hear more about those tools, actually, because from what I understand, you've been talking a lot about how AI could influence your art, but you're not just using like Midjourney or DALL-E or anything like that. So how are you thinking about AI tools in art?
I mean, I think about it the same way I think of all the tools in art. I mean, I used to be a photographer, and then I became a 3D artist, and within all the 3D softwares, there's like different softwares to do certain things, and to me, all of them are tools. As an artist, I think if you take all the tools away from me and like we're back to like long era ago, I'll probably be the weird caveman drawer doodling on the walls, not really helping with the hunting or gathering, but like just a doodler on the wall. But like I think as a creative person, I'm just looking for ways to express myself, and all these tools are just ways I can do that.
Everyone needs a doodler in their tribe.
But I do think it's interesting because even on the panel that Siobhan was on, we had Claire Silver, who's an AI artist, and we had Siobhan, who is trying out AI to work within her process, but her process is very 3D forward already. And I think a lot of people, so Claire trains models very much to create visual output. You're really looking at more conversational output. So yeah, could you tell us a little bit more about how you want to bring your characters to life in that way?
Oh, am I telling everybody about my new project now?
Obviously, yeah.
Please. So I want to do this project where I'm going to create a model, and she'll be the visual representation, and I want to create a conversational chatbot that is custom-made for her, where that will be the conversational representation. And so she will be a person that you can almost like speak to. And in this case, I would then have an Instagram diary for her on the conversations that she has with the participants of the chatbot. And in a way, it's almost as though, I know how I use chatbots, but I'm not sure how society uses chatbot, right? So I think it would be a really cool way to see just how people use this chatbot and converse with someone who seems like she's real, because like there'll be all this natural learning way of talking. And I feel like, I think it would be just really exciting just because AI conversational chatbots are just going to be part of our lives very, very soon. And I think we all just need to think about it a little bit more on like how are we going to use it and where do we want society to go with it?
That's fascinating. Like that's such an interesting approach to it. Like, could you talk through your creative process? Like, what inspires you? Like, how do you come up with these ideas?
So I always tell people that being an artist is not very glamorous. In my head, what I do is I puke out my ideas. I take a stick and I prod them a little bit, and I'm like, that one's pretty good, isn't it? And I'll puke a little bit more there, prod it. I'm like, oh wait, this could go together. And I go sleep about it. I'm like, no, it doesn't work. And the next day, oh, it works. So a little bit of that. So emotional roller coaster, really.
That doesn't feel like a process I could replicate. Siobhan,
have you tried?
I mean, clearly not. But you're living in Thailand now. You're from Singapore.
Yeah.
We're here in America. I'm in New York, where there's a ton of NFT activity and artist activity. But I think people underestimate also the amount of that kind of creativity that's happening in Asia. So, and I know you've been involved with a lot of the events there. What do you feel like are the differences, if you see them, between kind of the Asian NFT art community and the US one?
I mean, it's really hard to speak about Asia as a whole because there's so many cultures and so many differences. Like if I talk about Singapore is very much crypto-based, very financial based, not exactly the most arty country in the world. But Thailand it really supports the art there, right? But I think like when you look about Asia, it's really hard to really know how all the different countries are like just because of all the language barriers. But I feel like just being there, listening to them talk about it, sometimes you really feel like, oh, there's a lot of interest in it. There's lesser pushback about it. People would just want to know about new technology, new ways they could do things, and I find that very exciting. But like in comparison to the West, I would say like I don't really know. Actually, I would say there's a lot of similarities more than there are differences. I mean, we are all people in the same way that we all like new technology. We want to do things in new ways. I think like what's interesting is how do people in different cultural backgrounds, bring it to their way. Yeah.
And do you find that your collector base also is really decentralized all over the world?
I would say like my collector base is fairly American based, but just because I think when I entered the space in 2021, most collectors are from America. But I definitely see how it's spread out more and more. Like in Singapore, I definitely have a lot of local collectors, so I'm like have to support my local country. That is great. I'm getting to know a lot of collectors in Thailand, and yeah, I feel like I've also got to know quite a few well-known Asian collectors, and that has it feels good to know like people know about my work. Like and I don't know, like it's really just nice speaking to all these collectors who really just want to support art. And yeah.
And you said you got into the space in 2021, right?
Yes.
So what were you doing before then, and what led you to Web3? Like, how did you get into the space?
So I was a fashion photographer for about 10 years. And then in 2020, COVID happened, which was really hard as a photographer because like we couldn't leave the house. And so for me, I figured if I wasn't going to be able to work with real models, I'll just make my own. So I decided to learn 3D. I spent the whole year 2020 just learning 3D, and I wanted to go back to my commercial clients with them and say, hey, if you need virtual models, I have them. And at the end of 2020, where I was like, oh, my models don't look like shit anymore. I was like, I gotta create proof of concepts. And 2021 came, and I heard about NFTs from my husband, and I was just like, oh yeah, let me try it out. And so, truthfully, I think like I was just really fortunate with all the way the timing had happened, because like it all just worked out so well for me. And entering the space, and I just minted some works, it sold. I minted more works. Oh, they sold. And I was like, wow, there's really something here. And to me, I am just so thankful to the technology because it really just gave me the opportunity to take on the role as an artist. And it's been amazing.
But you make it sound easy. Like, oh, I just minted it and it sold. Like, oh my God. Like, what have been some of the challenges? And, I'd love to hear what you've learned and what advice you would give to other artists that might be thinking about trying out something in Web3.
I would say I think like just being an artist itself is not really an easy journey because you're really putting yourself out there, and it is really difficult to not take how people view your art personally, right? Because like, you're like, yeah, here's my heart and soul, I hope you like it. But I think you have to be practical. You have to understand that everybody has limited time span, everybody has limited attention, it's not personal, and you really just have to put yourself out there again and again and again and again because you just believe in your work, right? I think, I feel that like marketing is a bane for a lot of artists, but to me, I feel like I get to be an artist. This is the con that comes with it, but I get to be an artist, and so I will just do the thing that allows me to be the person I want to be.
And the technology obstacles, like, do you find that other artists that you speak to, do they feel intimidated about trying out, like, minting NFTs because they're not sure how to use these platforms? Or
I mean, I'm still intimidated.
Yeah.
Every time I take out my ledgers, like, my anxiety spikes a little bit. I mean, I think just part of the space, right? And I think the learning curve is very steep, but if you're new to the space, I would say find friends that you can ask stupid questions with, because like even at my stage, I still ask a lot of stupid questions. I just need to know that they're not going to judge me along the way. But like because the space just moves so quickly. Like you're away from Twitter for 1 week, and like there's this new way of doing certain things, or like all of that, right? And having friends really helps, because like if you can't catch up to everything, but having friends who would tell you what's happening, a little gossip, just keeps you up to date, and I think that's very helpful.
Siobhan, my last question. This is your first consensus. What were your sort of general takeaways from it?
It's reasonable. I've been having a lot of fun. I got to meet a lot of different friends, a lot of different collectors, a lot of artists, and I have to be honest, like I didn't expect to see such a big like art group here, and it's been such a pleasant surprise, and I really enjoy meeting all these people that I know online, but like, the physical is always different, right? So
different, yeah.
Yeah, I've enjoyed it.
All right. That is Siobhan Wong, artist Siobhan Wong. She's wonderful artist. Check out her work. We'll be right back after a break.
We're working towards getting regulatory approval to launch options on CoinDesk's Bitcoin index, the leading Bitcoin index in the market. So we're incredibly excited about it.
I can tell there's some of our colleagues. Some of our colleagues must be in the audience. Yeah, we're really excited about it. We have great colleagues at the CoinDesk index business, and they're always cooking up new ideas for products, and Lynn's always cooking up new ideas for products.
The two biggest things that will shift the landscape in the US around crypto is this accounting rule being passed or being overturned and the market infrastructure bill, right? What does the accounting rule do? It allows Bank of New York and State Street, the world's biggest custodians, to start custodying crypto. And the market structure bill, not good for me because the day after it passes, Citibank's going to be calling the headhunters to call for my employees. But what has stopped Wall Street at large from being a participant in the digital markets is regulatory uncertainty. It's the fear that the Fed is going to call and say, no, you can't do that. The fear the SEC is going to be down their throat. The fear that they're going to get a Wells notice, just like almost all the crypto companies. And so as that goes away, you will see a stampede of Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley and Citibank and Jefferies and everybody else into this space. I'm hoping, in some ways, I hope it gets delayed a little bit, allows guys like us to build our muscles a little stronger, because that's really when the big show happens on who's going to be the service providers to the universe that comes in.
All right, welcome back. We are live from Consensus 2024, almost wrapping it up. Luckily, we have Jen Sanaski back in the seat joining us again. We are also here with Shibtoshi. Shibtoshi, you are a Shiba Inu billionaire by description. You're the founder of Squid Grow, which we want to learn about. And you were heavily involved with the Karate Combat event last night that we got to talk about. First, just give us your origin story.
Absolutely. So I got into cryptocurrency in 2011 with Bitcoin. I was actually introduced to it in Vegas on the poker tables, actually. So introduced to it for online poker games. So that was my introduction to Bitcoin. After I read the white paper, I was a believer. I thought it was everything that we actually needed coming out of the 2008 crash. So I've been everything crypto ever since then. Obviously, I think I catch most notoriety for my Shiba Inu investment that I did day one. I, at least at one time, was the largest Shiba Inu whale at that time.
It was $8,000, right?
It was actually 13 and a half.
Okay, 13 and a half. Still modest.
But people, when everybody was tracking my wallet, the amount of tokens that were in the OG wallet could have been purchased for $8,000. So I think that's where that number came from. I try to correct it the best I can, but
you just did right here. So thank you for clearing that up for us.
Yep.
Okay, so we're gonna get into the karate combat thing, but you got into Shiba early. Was it because of anything other than just the memes? Like, were you into the technology? Were you into this promise for like the future of a Shiba Inu universe, or were you just in it for the meme and to make some money?
So the way that I came across the Shiba Inu token was actually, it came from one of my buddies who comes from the stock market background. And it stems from a couple months earlier than that. He was bragging about 30% gains in the stock market. I was just rolling. I was just laughing. 30% gains in a year, like that's not even that good. So he actually brought this investment to me. And for the first couple hours, I actually started buying five hours after it launched. I thought for sure, he couldn't have found anything of value, but he was very persistent on it. So over the course of the next couple of days, I started dollar cost averaging into my position. And I'm glad I did. I'll be honest with you, I actually forgot about my investment there for a while because, I was there for the pump up, there for the crash down. It did absolutely nothing for months on end. And then next thing you know, everybody's talking about Shiba Inu again. I fire up the old phone, look at the wallets, and I'm mesmerized by the numbers. It was pretty crazy. But I will say that I never realized any of the gains on that. Never sold a token. So, I didn't realize any of those billions of dollars.
Yeah. I have a question, which is, Doge and Shiba really were the first two meme coins other than Bitcoin itself. Yep. We've had a crazy meme coin season over the last couple of months. So what's your take on the modern meme coin approach? Do you think people are looking at these as true investments, or is it really just like, let's play a casino game?
I mean, I can't really speak for most people. I mean, me personally, I think for sustainability, there has to be something more than just a cool little image logo. For me, it's utility. In my personal opinion, meme tokens go through their little cycles of the initial hype where everybody's talking about it, everybody's buying it, and then that falls to the wayside. So what does that token have to fall back on after that? For me, I think the answer should be utility. So that's why we've kind of modeled SquidGrow, a meme utility token. So our emphasis is obviously on building liquidity, right? So nobody ends up in the same situation that I was in with Shiba Inu, not a lack of liquidity to realize your investment, and also community and utility. So we're building a self-sustaining ecosystem with SquidGrow, essentially the center of our universe, and all the utilities that we're developing will feed percentages of revenue back into the chart. So that's how we're giving back to our community with that.
I imagine a lot of people ask you for investment advice, just given your Shiba story. What do you say when people ask you for investment advice?
I mean, I even tell my best friend standing right over there, I don't give financial advice.
I knew you were going to say that.
We wanted the alpha. I know.
I just wanted to hear what you tell them. Like, I don't know, maybe after the show.
I mean, the truth behind it is, you give people look up to you when you've done well in the crypto market. And, you can't hit the nail on the head 100% of the time. You pick some losers every now and again. And there was a particular scenario where I actually gave financial advice to one of my friends, and it almost cost me my friendship. So not because the token itself didn't do well. It did amazing. But he asked me for advice on what he should do as far as selling the token at that particular time. So I asked him, is that life-changing money to you right now? He said it was. I said, okay, well then exit your position. And had he not, he would have been a multimillionaire instead of walking away with $65,000. So almost cost me my friendship. So I stay away from that completely.
All right, Shibtoshi, we got to talk about karate combat. Last night, a lot of big fights. Yep. I know you had 3 fighters that were fighting. How did it go? What was the win-loss ratio?
So we were the platinum sponsor of the event, so it was great exposure for us. We did have 3 fighters. We had Ross, which is the current champ, returning champ. We had Jay Chains, and we had Ellie. I think her fight name was Belly. Ross took the KO exactly how he said he was going to do it and retired from professional fighting right thereafter. So mad respect for him. He's had an amazing, phenomenal career. Jay Chains was submission, so he was a loss. And Ellie, unfortunately, was injured in the fight. It appears that she might have torn her ACL in her knee. So one for 3. So.
And Jay is the one who lost to Billy?
Yeah, that's correct. Jay Chains, Jay Chains was firing Billy from Firefest. We did not know going into this that Billy had GSP's personal fight trainer training him in preparation for this, in coordination with some other trainers as well. So he was sitting on some trump cards for sure.
But I mean, maybe Billy needed a win. He said.
Does Billy need a win?
I mean,
I don't know if Billy needs a win.
I've got nothing to say about that situation.
Was Joe Rogan there? I saw
Joe Rogan was there. He rolled in pretty deep. Yep. He actually kicked some of my team out of the seats because they were reserved for him. It was, I mean, obviously Karate Combat has grown to the point where even Joe Rogan can't ignore it. So started talking about it on the podcast and said that he committed to coming and he showed up and enjoyed the fights. I mean, I was fairly close to him. I was behind the speakers. He was essentially right across from me. I mean, he was enjoying every minute of that. So it was a good turnout for sure.
And for
action-packed.
For people who don't know about Karate Combat, just give us a brief overview for folks who don't know what to expect. I think it's obvious there's fighting. It's obvious karate is involved, but I know it's a lot more than that.
So Karate Combat's something similar to kind of UFC. Some of the rules are a little different, but something that's unique about Karate Combat is they have something called the influencer fights. So that is where, and this is how crypto kind of is involved into it. So you have crypto influencers that essentially call each other out and then fight in the ring. So you're having combat sports and crypto go hand in hand. So you got these notable cryptocurrency influencers getting in the ring to duke it out, essentially. So, I mean, it's pretty cool. Combat sports and cryptocurrency, I think they've put it together very nicely.
Are Sam and I notable enough to call someone out and fight them?
You can just fight each other.
Okay.
I mean, if you're willing to get into the ring,
Yeah, I don't know.
If you need a sponsor, let me know.
Okay.
All
right, I got to ask you, you have the face mask on, you got the jewelry. Is this off the shelf? Like how does one acquire this kind of bling
obviously
right now?
nothing that I'm wearing is off the shelf, so it's all
Talk to us about this drip.
So obviously my chain is Squid Grow's logo. I will proudly say that I own intellectual property and trademarks to this. We had to work very closely with Netflix with that, but as a result of that, I had this chain made. I feel that Shibtoshi is kind of a flashy type of guy, gold mask and all, so I figured a gold chain with diamonds was suitable, and then I got my Squid Grow ring to go with that, and then obviously the gold mask.
I wonder if we could just get a zoom in on this. I don't know if that is a possibility, but maybe later. It seems like it's maybe not.
And in the Texas heat, also wearing all of this.
I'll tell you what. There's a lot of positives to be remaining anonymous, but there's a lot of drawbacks. Obviously, it gets very hot in here, especially in the humidity. But at the end of the day, I have to protect the privacy of myself because that is a direct line of contact or a point of information to track down my family, and I got to keep my family safe.
Is that a source of anxiety for you?
Absolutely.
Always having to remain anonymous and make sure no one can identify you by what you're wearing or maybe your mannerisms? How much do you think about that?
Well, I'll tell you what. When I do come across people in the space that I do know in real life, I always get a kick out of messing with them just a little bit. They don't know. Some of my friends don't know that I'm Shibtoshi. So obviously everybody that I've kind of interacted with up to this point obviously know now, but the first interaction when they don't know, if I've used to play poker with them or whatever, I just kind of insinuate a couple things that only somebody close to them would know, and they look at me kind of funny. I get a kick out of it.
You have me thinking, do we know each other? I'll never know.
All right, that's been Shibtoshi live from the CoinDesk Live Desk. Thanks for joining us, and we'll be back right after this break.
Consensus 2024, baby.
Consensus is a great opportunity where different ideas can come together and you find synergies to then get breakthrough ideas.
I think it's important that they can be regulated in a way that we have a regulatory infrastructure that protects against fraud, protects against predatory practices, but also makes cryptocurrencies absolutely transactional, which you can't with Bitcoin. You can't. It's not really transactional now because you have to pay taxes on every purchase, right? If you go buy, an apple or a lunch, you have to pay taxes on that, and that's not a good outcome. We need them transactional the same way the currency is. And I don't think we're equipped now. The banking infrastructure in this country and the regulatory infrastructure is not equipped to regulate them in ways that are rational and that encourage their transactionality. I mean, we also need to guarantee self-custody. We may need to make them transactional. We need to make them transparent. And as I said, decentralized.
Unless it's on me, I guess. All right, so we're going to welcome our next guest to the show, Rich Rhines, founding contributor of CoreDAO. Rich, welcome to CoinDesk Live.
Hey, so great to be here.
Nice to see you again.
Oh, nice to see you as well. Sorry. Sorry, I'm really tired.
It's that time of the day.
End of Friday.
Yes.
It's the end of day 3. You are excused.
Rich, tell us what CoreDAO is.
So Core is a Bitcoin-powered L1 blockchain that's fully EVM compatible, trying to unlock the $1.5 trillion of trapped Bitcoin liquidity. There's over 50% of the Bitcoin hash rate currently securing Core, and then recently Bitcoin staking went live, and there's about $200 million of Bitcoin also secure in the Core chain.
So staking sounds like the core area that you guys you're focused on the chain?
So there's really two different kind of like products, if you will. And Core is a product-focused blockchain versus like a research-focused blockchain, if that makes sense. A team of really experienced operators really trying to help scale Bitcoin. And the way to think about it, on one side, you've got the staking, which is really like almost Bitcoin Lido. So think about that as kind of the back end for all of these like L2s that want yield on their Bitcoin and their multi-sigs, whether it's restaking protocols or LSTs, all that can happen with Core Yield. On the other side, we're still trying to build the biggest, baddest DeFi ecosystem. Bitcoin DeFi is huge. We've barely kind of like scratched the surface of what this can be. Needs to be EVM compatible, needs to have really high throughput, cheap fees. Core is all that.
I hear Ethereum and I hear Bitcoin there, and both communities are very much passionate about their own community. Maxis, if I will. I believe there was even a fight last night at Karate Combat that was Bitcoin versus Ether themed. How are the communities reacting to this convergence?
Man, it's the end of the day and I'm trying to make everyone super angry. No,
let's do it.
We'll take the opposite approach. So I think the way to think about it is the Overton window on Bitcoin really shifted with ordinals and then BRC20s, now runes. Like we've seen a huge change, and a lot of the loudest commentators on Twitter and that sort of thing actually don't represent the Bitcoin community. And there's actually a lot more acceptance to that than, I think we would have thought maybe 18, 24 months ago. I think on the other side, there's a lot of Ethereum folks who are actually like closet Bitcoin maxis. And there's a lot of Ethereum folks who actually own a lot of Bitcoin. And I think there's really this convergence in BTC-Fi where Bitcoin could become the dominant asset by TVL in a few years, just based on the pure numbers. If 10 to 30% of Bitcoin at its current market cap goes in, it'll easily dwarf, kind of what we see in the Ethereum space. And I think the two spaces will converge more and more over time. And I think Maxism is like slightly dying at some point. What I would say though is there's also kind of different goals from each side, where on the Ethereum kind of viewpoint, they want to earn more cash, more Ethereum maybe. Bitcoiners only want more Bitcoin. So I think they're willing to use these utilities that have been kind of like battle tested in the Ethereum ecosystem that are now in a Bitcoin powered ecosystem like Core.
Does that mean, Rich, that in essence I can finance through my Bitcoin and then utilize the EVM chain or EVM opportunity for DeFi, but then it gets back to me again in Bitcoin on the other end?
So you can think about it like this. So I was been in Bitcoin since 2013, was a Bitcoin maxi for a long time, and then it was like, hey, how do we scale Bitcoin? And that was kind of the genesis behind Core. But by doing that, we said, hey, we have to build products for all Bitcoin holders. And that's important because most folks have to go maybe one audience, not all the audiences. We need to unlock the $1.5 trillion of trapped Bitcoin liquidity. We have to go after everybody. So for some folks, that means just stopping at Bitcoin staking. and that's like their first yield-bearing product. They're earning really attractive yields in their Bitcoin, and that's a great place to stop because there's no switch of custody. There's no risk in that way that you get like a bridge or a multi-sig, and there's always risk in there. Again, if you don't know where the yield's coming from, you are the yield. We've all heard that story before. For other folks, they want to bridge over, atomic swap over, and they want to participate in full BTC-Fi. That's where our LST that'll go live in Q3 will really start to help shape that discussion, because you'll be able to not just pick one or the other, but both. And then when that comes into the ecosystem, you'll be able to then use that in terms of like the lending and borrow, the perps protocols. You'll kind of create this almost like a risk-free rate for Bitcoin is kind of the way to think about it. And we saw what happened in the Ethereum ecosystem once staking got introduced. Just exploded. So many new protocols came into place. TVL went wild, and that's what Core is trying to put into place for Bitcoin.
You know, when we talk about scaling, I often think about expanding outside of borders, making the things that we are talking about every day here on this show more accessible. And the last time I spoke to you, you were setting up a fund to support Web3 developers in Africa. Wondering if there's an update there and if that's still one of your focuses to help support developers in areas where they need technology like this.
So Core has a focus on the emerging markets, and there's been, since we last talked, there's also been an India fund that's been spun up as well, and Core wants to get as many developers into the Bitcoin space as possible, and there's a large emerging markets user base also on Core, and we're taking that, again, like on the product level to like kind of new extremes. Like one of the things that will come out later this year is local fee markets on Core, and the idea is you'll have fast, cheap, predictable transactions regardless of network congestion, and that's really important for things like stablecoin use cases, right? Like how do we actually be able to guarantee really cheap stablecoin transactions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? And we're looking for developers that are interested in things like this, using these new primitives. And we're super long on, there's 6 billion people out there that are Web 2 users, 100 million, 200 million Web 3 users. How do we onboard many of those users? And a lot of them are in emerging markets. So we really care, and we'll continue to double, triple down on it.
Amazing. Rich, thanks for joining us. We've got to wrap up the show, but really appreciate you joining us here. We're excited to look and see what happens with CoreDAO, and congrats on all the success you guys have had.
Thanks for having me. Looking forward to chatting again soon.
All right. Well, quick break, and we'll be here to wrap it up.
Since 2013, institutions have trusted BitGo for their digital asset needs. Backed by Goldman Sachs and other top investors, BitGo brings together the best of Wall Street and Silicon Valley to deliver institutional-grade security, compliance, and financial services. Today, we support all major coins and blockchain protocols and process 20% of all on-chain Bitcoin transaction volume for over 1,500 of the world's top institutions. When it comes to crypto, institutions trust BitGo.
Let's kick off day 2 and let's go for a run.
We're excited that Consensus has chosen Hong Kong as its first destination to expand its global footprint beyond North America.
In 2025, Consensus is coming to the city of Toronto.
I just want a Mustang at Consensus.
I'm excited to be here at Consensus 2024. It's been fun so far, so let's go.
All right, well, we are back with Michael Casey, Ben Schiller, Jen Sanasi. I'm Sam Ewan. And I just thought it'd be great for us to sort of wrap up Consensus, like talk about what the main themes you guys saw were, what the energy was like, how you felt. Michael, what were your thoughts?
Look, to me, as you know, they sort of sequester me most of the time at the main stage in this little cage behind the main stage. So I don't get to actually feel as much of the buzz of the whole thing as I'd like. But having, from that particular perch, clearly the political conversation was the sort of the theme setting thing of all, right? And not only, and I think one of the things that I am very proud of, just generally about what Consensus, we always think of Consensus as the big tent, right? Like we bring all stripes. Well, we can talk broadly about what that means from a full Consensus community. But when it comes to the political question, I think we did a pretty good job of getting not just bipartisan, but really a tripartisan conversation. So we had, Democrat and Republican representation at this particular moment in time when there's this, certain candidate from one party that is endorsing it and also finding himself in a certain amount of, judicial trouble. And then, represent people within the crypto community supporting him, and then those on the Democratic side as well. So we had Senator Ron Wyden, but we also had Tom Emmer, who is a key player in the House, pushing through some of that very important legislative developments that we've seen. So that kind of set the tone, I think, in terms of the political conversation. And then, of course, we had, RFK Jr. I had the pleasure of interviewing him on stage yesterday evening. And just one of those, fortuitous things. We had a little bit of news just beforehand, as I mentioned. Donald Trump getting convicted. It's a history-making moment, and being able to ask the question of one of his presidential competitors in the political race, I think, was certainly something that drew a lot of attention. We had standing room only at the main stage, but we also had 38,000 people at one point on the live stream for that session. So I think that was a pretty significant milestone for CoinDesk.
What did you walk away from that conversation with, Michael? What's stuck with you?
I suppose I felt like Kennedy is trying to thread this needle constantly. I'm not sure that when we asked him the question, what do you make of this conviction? And I think he was trying to find a way to say, I'm not going to be all for the Democrats on this, and I'm not going to be all for Trump. And so I think he just basically decided that he'd side with the conspiracy theory that this was a sort of weaponization of the judiciary, which I'm not sure was the best answer, because he was throwing 12 independently selected jurors under the bus in the process. But I think at the same time, he's then quickly giving us the whole, but Trump does all this, has made all these errors, and he's not a supporter. And so, he really, however he plays it, and he goes back and forth in different directions, he's trying to find that I am taking from both the Democrats and the Republicans. I'm all about, and I don't even think he's all about small government. I think he's all about the agencies. This is, I think, one of his most powerful messages that he does bring. And it's very, I think, consistent with an ethos for the crypto community. And that is that the federal agencies that we're all beholden to, the one that the crypto community cares about a lot, is the SEC, have been captured by financial or corporate interests. And I think that's a very powerful message. I think people took that home. So, it was certainly exciting having that machine here at Consensus in the midst of all this, for sure.
All right, Michael, I know you need to run, but thank you for joining us. Ben, you were involved so much in...
Thank you, guys. Am I free to go? So go?
Yeah.
Okay, guys. Well, bye, everyone. Thank you.
Bye, Michael. See you all. See you.
Bye-bye.
Ben, you were involved in setting the narrative for the show. You were involved in many of the sessions. You were walking around. You were watching things as well. What were your takeaways from this consensus?
Well, obviously the regulatory debate, as Michael was saying, was uppermost, and the kind of the Ethereum ETF announcement beforehand was kind of a scene setter for the whole conference. But there were a lot of other things going on. We had a pitch fest. We had sessions on everything in crypto. And what stuck out for me was an AI summit that we did today, Friday, organized by Jeff Wilser and hosted by Jeff Wilser. And it was interesting, kind of a clash between open and closed systems, which is kind of a classic kind of central argument or debate in crypto, running through crypto, and AI is kind of taking over our lives. And here on the stage we had setting out a stall for decentralized AI as an alternative to that big tech kind of monopoly of AI. So I think that debate is interesting, and AI is really a coming issue within the crypto community. So I think we're going to see a lot more of that going forward. So that was interesting. And then really what stuck out to me is this is such an online world, obviously. We're all sort of twiddling behind screens all the time, but it just struck me, and my heart is really full at the end of this conference. Just the warmth of humanity, the connections that we make in this community are really special, and that's what really, really brings these people together. Apart from the money and the career stuff and whatever, it's really about people coming together, believing in a vision for our world, which is less mediated by government, less mediated by banks, and less mediated by other kind of rent-seeking centralized institutions. And the larger picture here at Consensus is our world is moving towards decentralization, and you see the vanguard, the movement, the society of people here, and that's very kind of powerful and heartwarming, frankly.
What are you taking away, Sam?
Well, I want to just say, the three of us were all here last year, we had roughly the same amount of people. Maybe we had another 1,000 than we had last year, this year. But the feeling felt so much different. And I thought about this earlier about we needed last year to get to this year. Because last year it was very bearish. And so the people who were here were the ones who were still really building and moving forward. And whether you talk about the regulatory and, frankly, the thanks we have to give to a Coinbase or a Ripple or a Grayscale for doing the hard work to get us to this moment, that all happens in those moments when it feels ugly.
Yeah.
And it feels like now we get to have a little bit of get to breathe out and feel good about where we're at. And it just felt like that energy was here. And I don't know, Jen, you were doing a lot of different things. What was your takeaway?
I definitely felt that energy. I've said this on the show multiple times throughout the last 3 days. The energy has infiltrated the walls, but the conference felt a lot more serious. People are taking the industry more serious, and that's kind of what came out for me. SEC Commissioner Hester Peirce was at the desk earlier today, and I asked her this. I said, the theme is really regulation and policy here. Everyone is talking about it, especially because of the events leading up to the conference. And she said something really interesting. She said, isn't it sad that at a conference that's supposed to be about the technology and the innovation, we have to have these conversations about regulation and policy? And that really stuck with me to hear from our regulator. Of course, SEC Commissioner Hester Peirce is crypto mom, so she is really a supporter of the industry. But it's true, we're talking so much about regulation and policy, but those changes need to be made beyond these walls, and that's what I'm taking away from here.
But Ben, I want to ask you this, because this, again, is something I've been thinking about a lot in the last day or two. Was we like to exist in a world of permissionless systems, right? And yet the ETFs gave us all permission and really gave people who had thought the narrative around crypto was about criminality and about bad actors doing bad things. But once you can put Bitcoin in your retirement account, people think differently about it. And so we were also sort of granted permission to think differently. Like, is that part of the macro narrative here?
I think so. And, the ETFs are kind of weird because there's nothing more uncrypto than an ETF, and they were invented 25 years ago, and they don't really give people contact to crypto. Your grandmother can get an ETF and then never really become part of crypto. On the other hand, the underpinning of that capital and those institutions going and releasing these products is crucial for legitimizing this whole space, and certainly for politicians and others that were kind of wary of getting anywhere near crypto to start talking about crypto and to take it seriously. And I think that's really reflected in this conference, that a lot of people who might have been kind of like, well, do I really need to go to consensus? They're here because a lot of people are now okay with crypto again because of those ETF announcements, and particularly the Bitcoin and now the ETF, and now we're going to get the Solana ETF probably, and et cetera, et cetera. And I think as much as you can kind of poo-poo ETFs generally, I think they are important psychologically for legitimizing this whole industry. And
Jen, when you walk around, right, it's like we're right across from Google.
I know.
Across in the studio. We have Amazon, but then we also have still amazing small startups that have big dreams and sort of ideas of how they can change the world through this technology. And I think that's also something that happens at Consensus. You've talked to so many people over the last 3 days. What is it like to say we can have the biggest to the smallest and everyone gets an opportunity here?
That kind of resonated when I was just overhearing people talking. It was like I would walk out from backstage and see people waiting to speak to a Neil Stephenson or an Ernie Klein, big thinkers, the really imaginations behind what the metaverse is becoming today. And they were just willing to stop and talk to people and have those conversations and take them away so that the things that they are building can populate our future. And so this is optimistic Jen coming out. I just think it's really wonderful. I don't know, the last 3 days have been really awesome, and to see people who don't usually have access to other people be able to come here to the conference and have those conversations was really cool.
Yeah.
Do we think, we have our next 2 conferences, neither of which are going to be in America, right? We have Hong Kong coming in February. We have Toronto in next May. Ben, you've been to a lot of consensuses and a lot of other events. Do you think that there's something meaningful in the idea that next year there is no consensus in America itself?
Well, it's not a good reflection on America, maybe, but I think it's more significant we're going to Hong Kong, because people have been saying for a while that the kind of locus of real development activity is in Asia, and maybe we haven't quite kind of taken account of that, and going there is really planting a flag for the importance of Asia in this kind of wider economy. So I'm really looking forward to that. Toronto's going to be good. I mean, I don't know what to expect. I like Austin, actually, because it's a little weird, and you got a crossover, so I don't know if Toronto's going to be the same, but we're looking forward to finding out.
Toronto can be weird.
Yeah.
You might have spent some time in Canada.
Can be weird. We spoke to Toronto City Councillor. She was here at the desk as well, and the conversation was really about attracting talent, attracting firms there, connecting them with academia in Toronto. That's really looking at blockchain and crypto. When we look at Hong Kong, again, trying to become this Web3 hub, I think it's a reflection of that regulation conversation, right? Yeah. People are looking elsewhere, and it's already happening elsewhere. So while we figure out what we want to do here, we can't make any decisions. Yeah. Things are happening elsewhere, and I think that this is a reflection of that.
Well, I mean, one big question out of this kind of regulatory turnaround with the Biden, administration now sort of, ceding ground in its opposition to crypto as Trump kind of tries to claim that ground, is there going to be a reshoring of crypto to the United States? Because in the last year or 18 months, we've heard a lot about startups either going abroad or thinking of going abroad, or maybe putting some people abroad and not wanting anything to do with the uncertainty of regulation or lack of it in the United States. So the question now becomes, if we are going to see a real effort to regulate properly and intentionally and purposefully on this industry, will that attract talent and startups to come back into the dear old United States?
Something we're going to have to pay attention to. I want to thank both of you for putting so much into this event. Together, you and the entire team here.
You too, yeah.
We've all, I think, put together something very magical and special. I want to thank BitGo for sponsoring us because they've been an amazing partner in helping bring this to life, as well as the 200 plus other sponsors at our event. And thank everyone for watching, and we will see you next time.
Consensus 2024, baby.
Consensus is a great opportunity where different ideas can come together and you find synergies to, I think, get breakthrough ideas.